Chapter 135. After shouting, the woman poured out a cup of cold tea and slammed the window shut. Zheng Tan turned his attention back to the student who had been criticized as having the IQ of a cat. From the looks of it, he seemed to be immune to such words. There was no change in his expression after hearing it, and there was not much fluctuation in his eyes either. Clearly, this was not the first time this had happened. The student pulled a dry straw from the corner of the wall and prepared to play with the cat. Zheng Tan did not plan to pay attention to him. He lifted his foot and continued to walk forward, looking at the surrounding terrain and buildings. After taking a few turns, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He heard some construction sounds coming from the construction site. Looking in the direction of the sound, Zheng Tan could only see the arm of a crane peeking out from between two buildings. There were too many buildings around and too many people. Zheng Tan could not find a good vantage point to observe the construction. Why did that place feel familiar? He could not remember where it was. Zheng Tan was strolling in a new area. His sense of direction was a bit blurry, so he did not think too much about it. After strolling for a while, he went back along the road. On the way back, Zheng Tan passed by the neighborhood again. The student in the high school uniform was talking to another person. He did not know what they were talking about. The honking of the surrounding cars was too disruptive. When the honking stopped, Zheng Tan walked closer. He heard the person snort in disdain and say, "How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan?" The man in the school uniform smiled indifferently. "That's not right. How can a swan know the joy of a sparrow?" Zheng Tan squatted on the wall and listened to the two people debate about sparrows and swans. One had a sense of superiority that said, "You don't know how big the world is." The other had a look that said, "This is how I am. What can you do to me?" Listening to their conversation, Zheng Tan also learned that the person in front of the man in the school uniform was the brother in the Learn from Your Brother. Both of them were in the third year of high school. They were in the same school, but it was not the provincial Qi High School of Tsinghua University. It was just a normal high school that was relatively close to here. Not to mention who was right and who was wrong, and who was in the right, Zheng Tan could only sigh after listening to their conversation. They were indeed in the third year of high school. They were fluent in classical Chinese. Sometimes, 3 idioms would pop out in one sentence. It was very difficult for a poor student like Zheng Tan to listen to. After a few minutes, the brother impatiently left. The man in the school uniform stood in place for a while. When he turned his head to look outside the neighborhood, he saw Zheng Tan squatting on the wall. "Hey, you're here again?" The man, who had been expressionless just now, immediately smiled. He picked up the withered straw that had been thrown aside and prepared to play with the cat again. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan did not want to play with him. He lifted his feet and went home. Everything in Tsinghua University was still the same. It did not seem to have changed at all. However, when Zheng Tan was on his way back, he heard a middle-aged couple in a shop outside the university talking about the reconstruction of the abandoned project into a commercial plaza. Compared to the Central Plaza and other large commercial plazas, this new plaza was definitely smaller. However, there were many schools around it. Other than Tsinghua University, there were other schools. It was easier to earn money from students. Some of the vendors had already started to discuss countermeasures. Other than that, it seemed like they were going to build housing. The couple did not know much about it, so Zheng Tan only had a rough idea of what was going on. No wonder he felt that the construction site was familiar. It turned out that it was that place. He had heard Celestine mention it a while ago. It seemed like he had achieved his goal. It was good that it was built. There would be another place to play. However, he did not know how many years it would take to build it. He hoped that Yihao would be more efficient. The next day, Zheng Tan still walked along the same road as yesterday. When he arrived at the residential area, he saw the man in the school uniform from yesterday. This guy seemed to be preparing to go out. When he saw Zheng Tan, he nagged for a while. He seemed to be in a hurry and did not say much. The man in the school uniform was not wearing his school uniform today. He had changed into a casual and cheap sportswear. When he walked out of the residential area, the woman shouted a few times from the window. It was nothing more than a few words that scolded the man for not doing his job and only knowing how to play all day. Because she saw Jingtan again, the woman looked down on the cat's IQ again. Just as he walked out of the residential area, the man in the school uniform bumped into a familiar person. He should be a neighbor. Zhong Yan, did you have a month off? How was the monthly exam this time? The man asked. Just as so, Zhong Yan said helplessly. Sigh, you really need to learn from your brother. Yesterday, I heard that your brother did test questions until 11 at night before going to bed. This time, he will probably be in the top 10 of the class again. The man blabbered on for a while. Zhong Yan's expression did not change. After listening to half of it, he made an excuse and left. When he left, Jingtan saw the man shaking his head at Zhong Yan's back. He sighed as if he was saying, "This child is really unteachable." Jingtan looked at the kid named Zhong Yan who was gradually walking away. He moved the tip of his tail, thought for a while, and followed him. He wanted to see where the kid was going to play. When they passed by an alley, Zhong Yan bought some wine from a shop at the entrance of the alley and walked into the alley. The alley was relatively old. Jingtan had seen it when he passed by here yesterday, but he did not go in to take a closer look. Now that he followed Zhong Yan through the alley, he realized that the buildings at the other end of the alley had been demolished. Standing at the exit of the alley, Jingtan could see the construction site not far away. It was not an abandoned construction site. It was an old building area that had just been demolished. It seemed that the scope of the construction this time was quite large. It was a big project. No wonder Yi Hao had done so much preparation. After Zhong Yan left the alley, he looked around and then walked in a direction. This area was not surrounded by building boards. Zhong Yan's destination was a temporary duty room. There were a few people gathered there, surrounded by smoke. Smoking was prohibited on the construction site. This duty room was one of the few temporary smoking places. Many of the people smoking in the duty room knew Zhong Yan. When they saw the wine in Zhong Yan's hand, their smiles deepened. Although they could not drink now, it was not bad to have a few sips during dinner. Zhong Yan entered the duty room for a short while. He walked out of the construction site with a middle-aged man wearing a hard hat. Jingtan stood at the entrance of the alley and looked over there. The man in the hard hat looked around and pointed at Jingtan's direction. He then walked over with Zhong Yan. Jingtan jumped onto a short building that was not demolished. He watched the two walk over. This cat followed you here, right? The man took off his hard hat, pointed at Jingtan and said to Zhong Yan. Hey, brother Ning, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. I saw this cat for the first time yesterday. I don't know whose it is. It is quite bold and not afraid of people. Zhong Yan looked at the black cat on the short building and said. Brother Ning just smiled and shook his head. He did not dwell on this issue. Instead, he asked, how was your monthly exam? Not bad. Zhong Yan answered. Compared to the resident of the community, Zhong Yan seemed to be more sincere when he answered. What do you want to do this time? Brother Ning asked. I really can't hide anything from you. Zhong Yan scratched his hair and said, winter vacation is in a month. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I want to find some work to earn some living expenses. Brother Ning, are you short of people at the construction site? Hearing Zhong Yan's words, Brother Ning frowned. Why do you want to work here? Does your mother not give you living expenses? Even if she is biased, she should not be so biased. She doesn't like her own son, but fawns on other people's children. Zhong Yan rubbed his palms again and did not say anything. Well, you'd better put more energy on your studies. Next year, you can get into a good university. Don't be like us. As for the construction site, during the spring festival, some people must go home. There is still some work here that can't be stopped. If you are not afraid of hard work, you can have a try. They are all simple coolies. I don't have the ability to arrange other things. Thank you, Brother Ning. Zhong Yan was very happy. Don't mention it. Don't worry about the construction site. There must be work. But the most important thing for you is to get into a university. People like us who have a junior high school education can't wait to envy you. Brother Ning, aren't you doing well now? In the past 2 years, you have bought a house and a car. You also have a wife and children. Although Brother Ning and the others were not knowledgeable, skills could not be learned well from books. Brother Ning and the others had been in this line for several years. They had become familiar with it and made some money. You don't understand. Even if we have money, those people in the society still look at us with contempt. Although they are very polite in front of us, they may belittle us in their hearts. I have heard a lot of words like vulgar, shallow, country bumpkin, nouveau riche. I used to tell myself that those people were jealous, but there are too many people like that. We can't deceive ourselves. While speaking, Brother Ning found that Zhong Yan lowered his head. He felt that he probably put too much pressure on this child. So he changed the topic and said, but our boss used to tell us that some people's intelligence only comes from books, but some people's intelligence can penetrate into society. Now it's hard to say who will live better in the future. Everyone has his own evaluation standard. We just need to live our own life. Times are progressing. As long as we uneducated people live better than those intellectuals, we will be satisfied. Little Zhong, even if you are not good at studying, you have a good brain. You will definitely be better than us in the future. Zhong Yan did not refute, nor did he explain anything. Instead, he asked, Brother Ning, does your boss have any taboos? I will pay more attention at that time. Taboos? It should be nothing. You know that we have been in the underworld. Oh, I remember. I heard that our boss doesn't like cats, especially black ones. But our boss doesn't come here often, and you can't bring the cat into the construction site. It should be nothing. You just need to know. After talking for a while, Brother Ning stood up, patted the dust on his pants, and walked towards the construction site. Watching Brother Ning leave, Zhong Yan said to the black cat lying there, alas, I really envy you cats. They eat, sleep, and eat. They don't have to worry about anything. Chapter 136. The reason why Zhong Yan liked cats could be traced back to when he first moved here. A single-parent family formed a new home with another single-parent family, but Zhong Yan didn't have any sense of belonging to this new home. That age was the rebellious period where metaphysical, psychological activities and physical activities coexisted. Zheng Tan didn't know what Zhong Yan had encountered. Every family had its own difficulties, and Zhong Yan didn't go into detail. However, Zheng Tan could guess from Zhong Yan's words and expressions that it was definitely not a good memory. At that time, Zhong Yan, who had just quarreled with his mother, ran out of the building and stayed in the corner of the neighborhood wall to vent his anger. The slanted sunlight made the wall cast a black shadow on the ground. Zhong Yan hid in the shadow of the corner of the wall. He was only 1 step away from the sunlight, but he still didn't want to take half a step. The more Zhong Yan thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He wiped his red eyes and suddenly found the outline of a cat in the shadow of the wall. Turning his head to look, the glaring backlight made Zhong Yan dazed for a moment. Standing on the narrow wall, the cat looked down at the people under the wall casually, as if nothing could disturb its mood. Raising his hand to block the sunlight, Zhong Yan retreated away from the wall. Looking at it from a different angle, without the glare of the sun, Zhong Yan saw that the cat was looking at him. After looking at each other for 2 seconds, the cat narrowed its eyes, turned its head, and continued to walk forward. When the cat stood in the sunlight and narrowed its eyes, Zhong Yan felt a pleasant warmth surround his body, as if the whole world was smiling. He stood in the same place and watched the cat walk further and further away under the sunlight. When Zhong Yan was in his neighborhood, he always seemed to be wearing a mask. He only showed a little of his true nature when he was playing with the cat. In contrast, Zheng Tan could see Zhong Yan's perfunctory attitude when facing his mother and brother. The people around him always liked to compare Zhong Yan with his half-brother. To sum it up in one word, it was pale in comparison. They felt that Zhong Yan couldn't compare to his brother in any way. The human heart is too complicated. You cats don't understand. Actually, I don't understand it either. I just feel helpless. You tell me, every time I grow a pair of wings, they break them. Why do they despise me for not being able to fly high or far? Little kitten, can you understand how I felt when I desperately studied to prove my ability and happily showed my middle school exam results to them, only to be told that I was not allowed to go to Chuhua affiliated high school and had to go to another ordinary high school with my so-called brother? When it came to science, I wanted to choose liberal arts, but the man said that it was not good to study liberal arts. As a well-known physics teacher, he would lose face if he said that, so I was called a science student. So, later on, I thought, why should I be in such a hurry to prove myself? What was the point of letting himself fall and bleed? Sometimes, being too outstanding might not be a good thing. With that said, Zhong Yan picked up a small stone next to him, looked at Jing Tan, and asked, "Do you know the speed of the universe?" Jing Tan. Cosmic speed? What the hell was that? It sounded very profound, but it sounded a little familiar. Zhong Yan casually threw the stone in his hand up. The stone drew a parabola in the air and fell to the ground. This speed can only allow it to do this kind of movement. An intercontinental missile can cross thousands to tens of thousands of kilometers and land in another place. An artificial Earth satellite that has reached the first cosmic speed can leave the ground and orbit the Earth. When it reaches the second cosmic speed, it can get rid of the shackles of the Earth's gravity. When it reaches the third cosmic speed, it can get rid of the shackles of the Sun's gravity and leave the solar system to enter the wider universe. When it reaches the fourth cosmic speed, it can get rid of the shackles of the Milky Way's gravity and fly out of the Milky Way. However, before it leaves, it has to consider aerodynamic heating and atmospheric resistance, as well as other factors that may affect the result, to reduce the risk. Zhong Yan was talking to himself, but Jing Tan was a little scared when he heard it. And to talk about the cosmic speed to a cat, Jing Tan felt that the kid in front of him was quite similar to Jiao Pa. And these words obviously implied other meanings, but he didn't know who this guy was alluding to. At the same time, Jing Tan could also tell from these words that Zhong Yan, this kid, was definitely not a pure and harmless person. This kid was very likely hiding his true strength, and he had been hiding it for 3 years. He really could hold it in. Jing Tan couldn't imagine that such a teenage kid had been hiding his true strength since the first day of high school. There were many things that Zhong Yan couldn't let others know. Even Brother Ning, who had helped him many times, didn't know. But when there were too many things to keep in one's heart for too long, one would become crazy. Moreover, Zhong Yan was just a teenage student, not an old fox who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, so he had to find someone to talk to. So, the surrounding cats entered the role of listening. Jing Tan just happened to be one of them. To others, talking to a cat must be a little crazy. No wonder the people in the neighborhood looked at Zhong Yan a little strangely. No wonder his mother was always hostile to cats. Zhong Yan had obviously been holding it in for a long time, and Jing Tan wasn't like other cats who would run away or fall asleep after listening for a while. So, the more Zhong Yan talked, the more he talked, from escape speed to future plans, from the doctrine of the mean, to adapt to the situation, to the pleasure of being a dark horse in the college entrance examination. Don't talk about the 3 years of high school. After all these years of studying, no matter how much effort you put in, the final evaluation is the result of the college entrance examination. If you do well, it means that you worked hard. If you are smart, you will understand in the future. If you don't do well, you are a failure. I have to thank them that they don't like to add a subject when they talk to me, so I pretend that I didn't hear those harsh words. Anyway, they didn't add a subject, and they didn't mention me by name. Jing Tan pulled his ears. The contents of the subject, the verb, the object, and the condition were all returned to him by the teacher. Now, Jing Tan only knew the general meaning of the subject, and understood a little of the feelings that Zhong Yan was trying to express. As for Zhong Yan, to put it nicely, this guy didn't forget to find opportunities to step on others when he was wearing the skin of the doctrine of the mean. Just now, Zhong Yan talked about using hydrogen peroxide, potassium iodide, and detergent to punish his half-brother. In the end, no one put the suspect on him. This guy was perverted, thick-skinned, and shameless enough. Maybe it was because of his past experience that Zhong Yan's temperament became what it was today. This guy obviously wanted to leave his current family. What about after the college entrance examination? What about his future plans? He probably had his own arrangements. Whether the plan was mature or not, Jing Tan just admired this guy's endurance. People like this always made people afraid. In the future, when he grew up, who knew what he would become? After sharing his secret, Zhong Yan picked up the pebble by his feet and threw it into the distance with all his might. The stone left Zhong Yan's hand and drew a long parabola in the air before landing behind a temporary worker's house. F***CK, who the F***CK threw it? Zhong Yan turned and ran when he heard the voice. After running 2 steps, he stopped and looked at Jing Tan. Run! Jing Tan only heard the noise over there. Seeing Zhong Yan's nervous look, he knew that he probably hit someone not to be trifled with. He got up and ran out of the alley with Zhong Yan. He really didn't know if this guy's luck was good or bad. Even like this, he could hit a hot-tempered person in charge of the construction site. After running out of the alley, Zhong Yan leaned against a telephone pole and panted. He looked at the black cat that was looking left and right and said, "That person has a bad temper. I heard that he was somewhat famous in the underworld. Sigh, my luck is really bad. I didn't expect to hit that guy. Fortunately, I wasn't caught. Otherwise, my plan to come work during the winter break would be ruined." After resting for a while, Zhong Yan patted the dust off his clothes, looked at the sky, and walked towards the neighborhood where his family lived. Jing Tan jumped onto the wall. It was time to go home for dinner. I really envy you cats. Zhong Yan slowly moved his feet. He was very reluctant to go home. Was it good to be a cat? If Jing Tan could speak, he would definitely tell Zhong Yan his personal experience. People always thought that cats could entertain themselves. They could play with their own tails and claws for half a day like schizophrenics. They always seemed to be carefree. However, many people didn't know that cats also had worries. Cats could be anxious and anxious. It was just that many people couldn't see it. After dinner, the Jiao Pa answered a phone call. He then said to Jing Tan, who was lying on the sofa watching TV, "Black Charcoal, come here. Mr. Fong has something to say to you." Jing Tan was watching a soap opera with the Jiao Ma. Today, it happened to be about 2 single-parent families. It was rare that he didn't fall asleep. On the TV, the child was crying hysterically because he was scolded. His nose was almost flowing to his mouth. When he cried, he even spat out a bubble. Jing Tan wondered if Zhong Yan was like this when he heard the Jiao Pa's call. Third Master Fong? Why would he call at this time? Since the last time he saw Tong Qing, Jing Tan hadn't heard any news about Fong Xiaokong for a while. The Jiao Pa pressed the speaker. Jing Tan jumped onto the table, squatted next to the phone, and raised his paw to make a sound to let the other party know that he was listening. "Black Charcoal, I've been busy recently. I didn't have time to take care of you. I'll give you a surprise later. However, you have to do me a favor. One day before New Year's Eve. You have to make some preparations then." The third Master Fong's words were half for Jing Tan and half for the Jiao Pa. The so-called preparation was to inform the Jiao family. It wouldn't be too abrupt when the time came. Jing Tan's attention was attracted by the surprise that Fong Xiaokong mentioned. With Fong Xiaokong's personality, this surprise would definitely not be ordinary. Before Jing Tan and the Jiao Pa could react, the other party hurriedly hung up the phone. The third Master Fong did seem to be very busy recently. Chapter 137. It was January, and the calendar in the living room had been changed to a new one. According to the Gregorian calendar, a year had already passed. In the past year, Jing Tan had experienced a lot and met a lot of people. His mood had been fluctuating, but when he thought about it carefully, he still dozed off most of the time. It couldn't be helped. After all, he was now a cat. After yawning and stretching, Jingtan jumped down from the tree. It was winter break again. Some of the primary and secondary school students had gone home for the holidays. Little Pomelo was at home doing her winter homework, and Jiao Yuan ran out to play. This year, he was going back to Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma's hometown. Last year, because of Jiao Ma's injury, he stayed in Chuhua City to celebrate Chinese New Year. According to Jiao Yuan, celebrating Chinese New Year in Chuhua City didn't feel like the Chinese New Year. Zheng Tan didn't know what the so-called more Chinese New Year meant. He was looking forward to driving to that small town to celebrate the Chinese New Year. He wondered what the little guy he saved from the human traffickers looked like. TSK, forget it. It's better not to meet him. A naughty kid will be a naughty kid. As he thought about it, Zheng Tan looked at the courtyard. De Pang was taken to visit relatives. Huang and the sheriff were staring at a Xingniao. Not far away, a gray magpie was jumping. Huang and the sheriff ignored it. They probably thought that Xingniao was rare, so they changed their target to this bird with a long beak. As for gray magpies, who knew how many of them were caught throughout the year? Many birds in the school were harmed by them. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in catching birds. After thinking about it, he decided to take a walk around the construction site. He would just treat it as an after-lunch stroll. Originally, he could have taken a shortcut and taken the other side door, which was the one he had taken with peanut candy. However, Zheng Tan thought about it and decided to take the road to Jiao Yuan's school. Although it was a long detour, Zheng Tan wanted to see how Zhong Yan was doing. During this period of time, Zheng Tan often went there, but he didn't meet Zhong Yan. The third year of high school had a tight schedule. Other than the monthly holidays set by their school, Zheng Tan left home early in the morning and returned home after evening self-study. During these 2 periods, Zheng Tan stayed in the Jiao family and didn't go out. It was difficult for him to meet Zhong Yan. But that kid should be on vacation now. Perhaps it was because of the cold weather and lack of sunshine, but there were fewer cats outside. Zheng Tan walked on the wall and didn't see many cats. Jiao Yuan's school was much quieter. Walking past the middle school, Zheng Tan arrived at Zhong Yan's neighborhood. He looked at the kid's house, but it seemed like there was no one there. He didn't hear any sound. Forget it. If I can't touch him, I won't touch him. After Zheng Tan left the neighborhood, he walked along the alley to the construction site. In 2 or 3 weeks, there were obvious changes in the area. Although the building wasn't built yet, it wasn't like before where there were signs of demolition and debris everywhere. Blue construction boards were also erected. Zheng Tan looked at the advertising billboards next to him. There was the name of Yi Hao's company on it, but Zheng Tan's main purpose wasn't to look at the company's name. He wanted to find a suitable place to observe from afar, but after looking around, he didn't find a suitable spot. Last time, a suitable billboard had been moved, and today, he couldn't find a replacement. The construction site was definitely not a safe place for cats and they might be caught by the workers to drink with them. However, Zheng Tan didn't have too many scruples. If any of them came over, Zheng Tan wouldn't mind making a big deal out of it. Anyway, Yi Hao would only punish that worker if he wanted to punish them. Zheng Tan knew that he had a backer, so he dared to come to the construction site so blatantly. Of course, Zheng Tan didn't want to cause trouble. He just wanted to see how this place developed step by step. Just like what the Jiao Pa said, seeing new things often made memories more meaningful, and time would slow down. Moreover, this place had been designated by Zheng Tan as his own territory. He had nothing to do anyway, so he came over to take a look from time to time. Just as he was thinking about where to observe the progress of the construction site, Zheng Tan suddenly heard someone shouting, "Zhong Yan," with a bit of a foreign dialect. Zheng Tan wasn't very sure, but he still decided to take a look. If Zhong Yan had finished his exams and was on vacation, he should have come to the construction site to work. Next to the blue construction boards was a large truck that was used to transport stone and soil. Zheng Tan jumped on the roof of the truck and looked in the direction of the sound. There was a temporary rest house built over there, and several people were eating with boxed lunches, including Zhong Yan. The guy was wearing the same work clothes as the others, with a hard hat. He was dirty all over, sitting on a stone and eating his lunch quickly. Occasionally, he would say a few words to the few people next to him. Brother Ning was also next to him. With his care, the others wouldn't bully Zhong Yan, a newcomer. Zhong Yan's mouth was stuffed with food, and it didn't taste good. If one looked carefully, there was a little dust in the food. This was the case on the construction site. No matter how clean the food was, it would be dusty after a while. Today, the wind was still a little strong, and this situation was even more serious. Things had just been moved in the rest house, so there were suspended particles everywhere, which was worse than outside. This was also the reason why they all sat outside to eat. Of course, when one was hungry, everything was delicacies. Today's work was rushed, so the meal time was delayed. Now everyone was very hungry, and no one cared about the dust in the food. When Zhong Yan was eating, he noticed Jing Tan. The truck outside was taller than the other side of the road, so Zhong Yan could see the black cat looking in his direction. After seeing Jing Tan, Zhong Yan quickly ate a few mouthfuls, wiped his mouth, and threw the empty lunchbox aside. He said goodbye to Brother Ning, and then walked towards Jing Tan. The truck outside was about to drive away. Jing Tan originally planned to leave after a few glances, but he didn't expect to see Zhong Yan, and this guy was walking over here. Jing Tan simply jumped directly from the top of the truck into the construction site. Now the construction site hadn't been built yet, so it felt a little monotonous. "Hey, why are you here?" Zhong Yan recognized the black cat in front of him. Although he had seen more than one black cat, this one left the deepest impression on him. Later, because he spent most of his time in school, he didn't see this cat again. "Hey, this cat is here again?" Brother Ning came over and said. "Again?" Zhong Yan was confused. "Yes, this cat has been here several times this month. A few days ago, the billboard in the south hadn't been torn down yet, and this cat was squatting on it and staring at the construction site, like a supervisor." Brother Ning joked. Several times when they had dinner and drinks at the construction site, someone had proposed to catch this cat to go with the drinks. Anyway, no one knew. It was he who recognized this cat, so that the people below would not have any bad ideas. But this cat is too conspicuous to stay at the construction site like this. It's easy to get into trouble. You know, some people who work here often do this kind of thing. Fortunately, this cat is in my area, or it would have been caught and drunk in another place. Brother Ning said. Jing Tan glanced at Brother Ning, and continued to observe the construction site. Brother Ning was talking and laughing, but after being glanced at by the black cat in front of him, he felt a little uncomfortable. What was this cat's look just now? Despise? Did cats have such a look? Shaking his head, Brother Ning thought that he must be too tired recently. It must be an illusion just now. It was just a cat. Several cars outside were dragging things in, and dust was flying everywhere. There was still some rest time. After Zhong Yan told Brother Ning, he took Jing Tan to the temporary resting place, poured a glass of water and put it in front of Jing Tan. Jing Tan looked at the disposable plastic cup, and then looked at the water dispenser. It was clean. After running so far, he was indeed thirsty. Jing Tan put his head into the plastic cup to drink some water, and observed the layout of the temporary resting place. There was nothing special, but the surrounding air was really bad, and everywhere was gray. "Hey, isn't this the cat that looks like a supervisor?" Several people sitting in the room said after seeing Jing Tan. Although they felt that it was a waste for Zhong Yan to pour water from the water dispenser to a cat, they would not say anything because Zhong Yan was protected by Brother Ning. These were all small things, and there was no need to care about them. A person who had not finished his meal threw a fish tail in the bowl over, but Jing Tan did not even look at the fish tail. "Hey, this cat doesn't even eat fish? It must be a pet given by a human. It will eat it after a few meals. Raising such a cat is really wasteful." A person next to them interrupted. Little Zhong, does this cat belong to you? Someone asked. No, it belongs to my neighbor. Zhong Yan did not say too much. In fact, he did not know where the cat came from either. While they were talking, a person came in from outside with a big plastic pot in his hand. However, the words printed on his work uniform were different from Zhong Yan's. Workerly, we don't have much water here. The water delivery person will come in the afternoon. You can only receive 1/3 of the water at most. Brother Ning accompanied him in and said. This Workerly was about 40 years old. He was not in the same area as Zhong Yan, so he was not under Brother Ning's charge. He was not afraid of Brother Ning, and often looked down on others because he was older and had some people above him. As soon as Workerly entered the room, he saw Zhong Yan holding a disposable plastic cup and giving water to a cat. He immediately started to talk. You are giving a stupid cat pure water from the water dispenser? Didn't you say that the water was running out and it was short of water? I see that you have quite a lot in stock. If so, I won't be polite. Also, is this cat to go with the wine? It just so happens that some of our people are hungry again recently. Remember to tell us when you want to kill the cat. Everyone who sees it will get a share. Workerly went to the water dispenser and started to fill the big jug with water. If he did that, the people here would be thirsty later. Brother Ning hurried over to stop him. What? Workerly, I can't compare to a cat. Do you think I am a beggar with such little water? Little Ning, I don't mean to criticize you. Workerly was getting more and more excited. He scolded Brother Ning in front of so many people in his area. Obviously, he did not give Brother Ning any face. However, Brother Ning was no longer the hot-blooded young man who would rush forward with a steel pipe no matter what the situation was. He stopped Zhong Yan, who was about to explain, and several others who looked angry and were about to speak. He knew engineerly. If Zhong Yan and others spoke, it would definitely have the opposite effect. Brother Ning took a deep breath and was about to defend himself. He had no choice. The bastard had someone above him. Although he also had someone above him, otherwise he would not be the person in charge of this area. But if the situation was not serious, there was no need to go to the top. Before Brother Ning opened his mouth, someone outside called Brother Ning's name. Hearing this person's voice, Brother Ning and Workerly's expressions changed. Workerly did not even take the water. He immediately put the jug aside, tidied up his clothes, patted the dust off his body, and went out with a humble smile on his face. Before Brother Ning went out, he made a gesture to several people. Some of the people who followed Brother Ning in this area were old acquaintances. They knew the meaning of Brother Ning's gesture. The people who were angry just now and looked like they would rush up and start a fight the next moment changed their attitude instantly. Zhong Yan, who had only worked here for a few days, was a little confused. The people next to him whispered to him that a big shot was coming and he should behave himself. Little Zhong, the cat. Someone reminded him in a low voice. Was it the boss that Brother Ning mentioned? Thinking of Brother Ning's words, Little Zhong was anxious and was about to put the cat into the cardboard box in the corner. Zheng Tan avoided Zhong Yan's outstretched hand and came to the back of the square table made of wood in the middle. Zhong Yan wanted to go over again, but it was too late. The people outside came in. The person who came in first was also in his 40s. He said a few words to the people next to him and asked about the recent progress here. Judging from the voice, it was this person who called Brother Ning's name just now. Is this the big shot? He seemed to be easy to talk to. Little Zhong was a little nervous. He knew that he could not judge a person by his appearance. The first impression was not everything. He only hoped that this person would leave as soon as he saw him. Unfortunately, things were different from what Little Zhong thought. The people outside all came in. Brother Ning was not as strong as before. Workerly also put away his arrogant look and was a little respectful and careful. And the person who was surrounded in the middle was the boss that Brother Ning once mentioned to Zhong Yan. When Zhong Yan saw this boss, his first impression was that this person was not easy to deal with. Although he wore a faint smile and looked gentle, Zhong Yan had an intuition that this person was a tough nut to crack. What should I do? Zhong Yan stood on the side and lowered his head, trying to block the cat behind the table. Unfortunately, Jing Tan did not cooperate with him and jumped directly on the table. Jing Tan heard the voice outside just now. Although Ranqi only said one sentence, Jing Tan still recognized him. Ranqi had always been avoiding cats, but Jing Tan knew that even if this person was afraid of cats, he would not do anything to him. Seeing the black cat jump on the table in the middle, not only Zhong Yan, but also Brother Ning and several other construction site workers wanted to spit out blood. Damn, this cat is too good at causing trouble. Brother Ning regretted that he allowed Zhong Yan to bring the cat in just now. At this time, Worker Li seized the opportunity to make fun of Brother Ning. He said sarcastically, "Oh, there is a black cat here. By the way, I just saw that the people here were feeding it the purified water from the water dispenser. Don't you think it is a waste?" Ranqi, who had just stepped into the door with a faint smile on his face, saw the black cat squatting on the table, and his face cracked. They looked at each other speechlessly and could only cry. This sentence was somewhat appropriate for the situation. He was not moved, but angry and regretful. Chapter 138. Why are you all blocking the door? A voice came. Jing Tan's ears twitched. Hey, another familiar face. Coming out today was the right choice. Maybe in the future, there would be no need to look for observation points or be on guard against the construction site workers with ulterior motives. He could come here openly. Hey, Brother Leopard, you're here too, said the middle-aged man with a smiling face who had led the way. Many people here knew Ranqi, but most of them didn't know Leopard. After all, Leopard didn't come here often, and Ranqi was the one in charge of managing this place. What's going on? Asked Leopard. Leopard's expressionless face made the people around him very nervous. The people who had been crowding around the door all backed away, leaving only Ranqi standing in the middle of the door. Without waiting for the man to explain, Leopard had already strode in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the black cat standing on the table in the middle of the room. Black charcoal? Why are you here? Leopard looked around and didn't see Celestine's shadow. According to the usual pattern, Celestine shouldn't be free today. Brother Leopard, you know this cat? The middle-aged man leading the way asked doubtfully. Yeah. Leopard didn't explain much. Leopard had only come today on a whim. They didn't know much about construction, but Yi Hao had said that now they were all outsiders and insiders. All they had to do was go around and supervise them. Whether they knew the industry or not was one thing, whether they went to check was another. This was a matter of attitude. Therefore, Ranqi, who didn't know much about construction, and Leopard, who happened to be free today, came to wander around. They didn't expect to meet Jing Tan. There were a lot of people around. Even if they didn't know the details, they could guess the general situation from Leopard's attitude. Leopard was expressionless just now, but now he was smiling. The others did not know, but Leopard and Ranqi, who were always by Yi Hao's side, knew very well that the black cat had played an important role in being able to come into contact with the third Master Fang. Although it could not be said to have contributed much to the project, in terms of social interaction, it was thanks to the cat. Even Master Tang VII had spoken. At that time, he had said, "You have to pay more attention to that black cat. Who knows, you might need its help in the future." Leopard did not quite understand how much help this cat could provide. No matter how great a cat's influence was, it would not be able to affect such a large project. But since Master Tang VII had already spoken, all Leopard needed to do was to obey. Master Tang VII and Yi Hao both had the same attitude, so it would not be wrong to do as they said. Jing Tan ignored Leopard and Ranqi. He stared coldly at Engineer Li. Leopard, who knew a little about the cat, could tell that the cat was not in a good mood. He glanced at the pale-faced Engineer Li and did not say anything. He just asked the surrounding workers to leave. It was time to go to work, and it was not a good idea to squeeze in here. Zhong Yan was also pulled away by Brother Ning. Only a few people who accompanied Ranqi were left in the room, as well as Brother Ning, who had gone out to make arrangements for the work. The person who led the way told them what had just happened. Brother Ning added a few words. He did not exaggerate and was just telling the truth. Ranchi kept a straight face and sat in the seat furthest away from Jingtan. Leopard did not care about it now. Although he used to think that the cat was evil, he did not care about anything else as long as it could help his people. After understanding the whole story, Leopard did not say anything. Ranchi was the main person in charge here. Even if Ranchi did not like cats, he could handle things well. After staying here for a few minutes, Ranchi and Leopard went to check other places. Zheng Tan followed them. After the inspection, Leopard bought Zheng Tan a roast chicken. Zheng Tan only ate a bit of the drumstick. Although Zheng Tan was in a bad mood, a roast chicken was not enough to buy him over. Zheng Tan knew that Ranchi and Leopard would solve the problem. He did not throw a tantrum. Everyone benefited from each other. There was no need to fight over a small matter. Zheng Tan knew this clearly. Leopard sometimes said a few words to Zheng Tan. This was all thanks to Celestine. Celestine had told Yi how, when facing this cat, you have to speak human language. You can't fool it like a pet that doesn't know anything. Ranchi and Leopard were next to him at that time. They also heard this, but one had never practiced it, and the other was practicing it for the first time. Could a cat understand human language? Leopard did not think so before, but now he was hesitant. After eating and drinking, Jing Tan went home to sleep. Ranchi and Leopard, who had finished their inspection at the construction site, also went back to report to Yi Hao what had happened today. That cat is everywhere. Yi Hao rubbed his forehead. 2 days later, Celestine drove Leopard to the eastern courtyard. It was almost New Year's Eve. Although New Year's Eve did not mean much to the people in the city, it gave some people an excuse to solve some interpersonal problems. Leopard was ordered by Yi Hao to come and take a look. With Celestine there, it was more convenient. After all, the Jiao family did not know Leopard. However, when Celestine's car drove into the courtyard, he saw a car parked in front of Building B. The third Master Fong was standing there, proudly saying something. Early in the morning, the Jiao Pa received a call from the third Master Fong, saying that he would come over. Zheng Tan looked at the calendar. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve. He was on time. When the third Master Fong came over in the car, he did not go upstairs. Instead, he asked Zheng Tan to go downstairs. When the third Master Fong opened the car door proudly, Zheng Tan saw a small car. He could not take his eyes off it. It was smaller than the kind of car that children drove. It was designed to look like an off-road vehicle. It was convertible, and the steering wheel was relatively big. He did not know how it would look like. Zheng Tan was happy. He suddenly felt that the third Master Fong was a good person. He was very considerate. No wonder Tong Qing appeared at the place where the Jiao Wei and the others had their sports car. He knew that Zheng Tan liked cars, so he asked someone to make it for him. What do you think? Not bad, right? Do you want to drive it out? The third Master Fong leaned against the car door, shaking his legs. He was as smug as he could be. Leopard and Celestine's jaws almost fell out. Was this the third Master Fong? Was this really the third Master Fong? Fong Xiaokong glanced at Celestine's car, but he did not plan to pay attention to it. Instead, he said to Jing Tan, "The weather is good today. Let's go for a drive. But you have to do me a favor." Jing Tan was very happy with the car in front of him. The car was in the back seat, and the space was too narrow. Jing Tan squatted on the car to feel it. He could not drive, and his heart was itching. Besides, he was very grateful to Fong Xiaokong. Since he could help, he would do it. As long as it was not life-threatening and he did not have to do anything perverted, it was fine. Celestine and Leopard opened their mouths and watched the 4 cars drive away. As for Jing Tan, he did not notice Celestine and Leopard at all. Tong Qing had blocked their view, and after getting in the car, he only cared about the car. He completely ignored Celestine. That little bastard who despises the poor and loves the rich. Celestine scolded jokingly. Celestine was only joking, but Leopard was already irritated. He never knew that the third Master Fong had such a side to him. He treated him like a familiar person or a friend, and not like a business partner. Fong Xiaokong sat in the front passenger seat and told Jing Tan what they were going to do today. There was nothing else. In summary, drive around and play with the children. Their destination was Old Lu's house. Old Lu's house was a large villa, and the backyard was big enough for Jing Tan to drive around. Lu Yao's little friend did not seem to be doing well recently. Old Lu was annoyed. Today, Fong Xiaokong said that he would bring the cat over to play. Old Lu purposely turned down some work and waited at home. When they arrived at their destination, Old Lu and Lu Yao both came out to greet them. Steamed Bun followed behind them. After not seeing him for so long, Steamed Bun had grown a lot, but Jing Tan still felt that this guy looked a little silly. When Lu Yao saw Jing Tan, his eyes lit up. Today, his dad told him that the black cat would come over to play with him. Early in the morning, he took out his favorite toy car. It was big enough for 2 cats to run around on it. However, when Tong Qing pulled out the custom-made car from the car, Lu Yao's expression became surprised. He looked at the car, and then looked at the black cat that could not wait to jump into the car. Was this a competition? Jing Tan did not think too much about it. There were no outsiders on private property, so he could let loose. The usage of the car was actually very simple. Jing Tan used to play with cars, so even if he was driving a toy car, he could handle it. He put 2 paws on the steering wheel, and the brake was just a button. He did not need to use his legs at all. It was an electric car. After pressing the start button, the car began to run. Jing Tan controlled the steering wheel and excitedly drove the first exclusive cat car since he turned into a cat. Lu Yao recovered from his surprise and immediately controlled the remote control in his hand to let his toy car catch up. As for Steamed Bun, he ran happily and jumped between the 2 cars. Tong Qing followed behind them, just in case. He had previously doubted that a cat could drive such a car, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the ability of a cat. This cat could drive a car on its first try. No, it could drive a car on its first try. It had to be said that this cat was really amazing. However, this cat was special and could not be judged by common sense. As for what Fong Xiaokong said to Old Lu about, this cat was trained, it was pure nonsense. Fong Xiaokong and Old Lu sat on the side. Someone would take care of the child, so they just had to sit there and watch. At the same time, they would talk about some business. At first, Old Lu was a little absent-minded. Most of his attention was on Lu Yao. His heart ached for his son, who was sweating from running. He was worried that his son would fall sick or be tired. However, when he saw Lu Yao laugh, he was relieved. He was very pleased. People always said that they despised naughty children, but in their hearts, they still felt that children at this age should run and jump. They were a little naughty, but they were healthy. On the contrary, children who were too obedient would make people feel uneasy, especially when Lu Yao was silent and gloomy. He did not look like a child at all. Children should be more naive. How could they have such an expression? Now, Lu Yao was running like a normal child. He could run, jump, and laugh. This kind of Lu Yao almost made Old Lu cry. Chapter 139. After Lu Yao was tired from running around, he sat down to rest. Naturally, someone came over to bring him water and wipe his sweat. Looking at his son, who was no longer so gloomy and full of energy, Old Lu was grinning from ear to ear. In terms of business, it was not easy to get Old Lu to relent. Even a powerful dragon could not suppress a snake in its old haunts. This time, Third Master Fong chose a non-violent method. Even a businessman had to repay a debt of gratitude. The conversation between the Third Master Fong and Old Lu went much smoother. Jing Tan had also successfully completed his task. He did not need to do too much research. Looking at the bright smile on the Third Master Fong's face, he knew that he had achieved his goal. Jing Tan walked around the car and looked at it again. The logo of the car was a cat's head, a black cat's head. There was also a cat's tail drawn on the back of the car. Now, with the addition of Jing Tan's cat, it was a real cat car. Even though the car was not as flashy as he had imagined, and it was not as exciting as a real car, at most, it was just a special toy car. Jing Tan could not even drive it on the streets in broad daylight, but at least he had fulfilled one of his dreams. Jing Tan was very grateful for Third Master Fang's thoughtfulness. After she was done playing, she remembered her mission. She would have to continue playing with Lu Yao. Luckily, this was a simple mission and she did not have to worry too much about it. When the Third Master Fang left with Jing Tan in the afternoon, Lu Yao seemed to be very reluctant. Old Lu wanted to ask the Third Master Fang to give him the cat for a price, but the Third Master Fang's words seemed to indicate that he did not want to. Therefore, Old Lu was thinking about when to buy a cat. However, it had to be a cat that could get along well with steamed bun and make his son happy. It was not easy. Jing Tan did not care what Old Lu was thinking. He was thinking about where to put the cat car if the Third Master Fang really gave him the cat car. Moreover, it was very difficult to carry it up and down. The cat car was not very light. However, before Jing Tan could make a decision, Tong Qing drove back to Tsinghua University. He didn't drive straight to the East District courtyard. Instead, he drove to the engineering department building. Tong Qing carried the car while Fang Xiaokang brought Jing Tan to look for Qingzhong. Only then did Jing Tan realize that his cat carriage was made by this senior brother Cheng. This was good too. If there were any problems with the car, it would be convenient to find someone to solve it. The car still needed to be modified. Today was just a test. Jing Tan couldn't get the car for the time being. In a few days, the Jiao family would be going back to their hometown. They would have to wait until after the Lunar New Year to get the car. After all, the Lunar New Year was just a few days away. Anyway, even if he got the car, he couldn't drive it. He couldn't be too ostentatious. After thinking about it, Jing Tan calmed down. Over the next few days, Jing Tan walked around when he had nothing to do. He went to the construction site again and went directly to the area where Zhong Yan was to look for him. This time, not to mention the other workers in the area, even Brother Ning's attitude towards Jing Tan was very good. He didn't have any objections to Zhong Yan feeding the cat water from the water dispenser. The people at the construction site were busy, but they were also very gossipy. Since the last time, some people often talked about Jing Tan. Some people said that it was the cat of the boss's boss. Some people said that it was the cat of a big shot that the boss knew. There were many different opinions, but in conclusion, this cat was not to be messed with. These days, a cat could be worth much more than a person. No matter what breed the cat was, if you wanted to beat a cat, you had to look at who it was. And Zhong Yan had also gained a foothold in the construction site by accident. It was said that he had been talked to by the boss, and even his salary had been increased. Although as a temporary worker, his salary was still not as good as the other regular workers, it was much better than before. No one at the construction site came to trouble Zhong Yan. Some people even took the initiative to get close to him, hoping to find out some secrets from him. Unfortunately, they didn't find out anything. Even Zhong Yan himself didn't know what kind of powerful background the black cat had. Jing Tan was the only cat on the construction site that was openly wandering around. At first, many people were skeptical and opposed. The construction site was not a backyard, and accidents were easy to happen. They looked at the cat as if they were looking at a time bomb. But later, they found that their worries were unnecessary. When they saw Jing Tan again, the people in charge acted as if they didn't see it. The boss had told them that as long as the cat didn't cause any trouble, it could do whatever it wanted. Grandpa Jiao had been calling to urge Zhang Zian since Lunar New Year's Eve. Unfortunately, the Jiao Pa had something to do and had to stay for a few more days. The last time Jing Tan went back with the Jiao Pa, they went to the house in the town near their hometown. This time, they went directly to the old house in the village. Grandpa Jiao said that the rooms in the old house had been tidied up, and they could move in as soon as they went back. Grandpa Jiao also emphasized that the cat bed was ready, so there was no need to worry about the cat not having a place to sleep. On the morning of the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, the Jiao family took their packed luggage and drove out of the school gate. Jiao Wei's family went home on Lunar New Year's Eve. Business had been good for the past 6 months, and Jiao Wei's parents had planned to buy a house nearby in the next 2 years. They could still see them when they went back to the Jiao Pa's hometown. Not long after they left the school gate, they ran into a red light at the crossroad. On the wide road, 3 cars were parked side by side at the zebra crossing. The cars on the left and right had just driven out of Tsinghua University. Zheng Tan didn't know the people in the cars, so the Jiao Pa said a few words to them. Because the windows of the driver's seats were all open, Zheng Tan could hear the conversation in the cars on both sides. The people in the car on the left were talking about spacetime bending and the Hubble redshift, while the people in the car on the right were talking about the flow mosaic model of cell membranes and the endosymbiotic origin of mitochondria and chloroplasts. Zheng Tan's ears twitched. Forget it, I'll just watch the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo play chess. There was a bit of a traffic jam in the city, but it was much better when they got on the highway. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were playing chess more comfortably. Little Pomelo was a newbie, and she hadn't been playing chess for long. The Jiao Yuan suggested this because he felt bored in the car. To show fairness, the Jiao Yuan gave little Pomelo a rook, a horse, and a cannon each. Jiao Ma sat in the passenger seat, looking back from time to time and guiding little Pomelo. Zheng Tan had never played chess before. Even if he was introduced to chess at the same time as little Pomelo, he was still a newbie, so he couldn't help much. He could only watch them play. When he was tired, he looked at the road signs beside the highway and calculated how long it would take to reach the destination. The cannon general has no chess pieces, little Pomelo said calmly. Zheng Tan's eyes moved from the road signs outside the car to the chess game on the seat. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. The game hadn't started for long, and the Jiao Yuan was already defeated by little Pomelo. Jiao Yuan was stunned. He couldn't believe it. The game hadn't started for long, and he was already defeated? He was even defeated by a cannon. Suddenly, Jiao Yuan felt very embarrassed. He scratched his ears and cheeks. Seeing this, Mother Jiao laughed and briefly explained the game to Father Jiao. Many veterans are easily defeated by a cannon when they play against a newbie. Your father was the same. I was invited by an elder in the village to play chess with him. He also gave me a rook, a horse, and a cannon each. It was my first time playing against such a veteran, so I was excited and nervous. But not long after, the elder was defeated by a cannon. I still feel happy when I think about it. Father Jiao talked about his experience in the past. He still remembered that the elder's face turned red when he was killed by the heavy artillery not long after the game started. Who asked that elder to underestimate the enemy? But I only won that one time. After that, I didn't win against him again. Every time I went back to play chess with him, I never won. But now, the old man doesn't allow me to play rook, horse, and cannon. He only allows me to play rook, horse, and cannon. That's my improvement. Jiao Yuan rearranged the chess pieces and started another game. This time, he won 5-1. Just like what Jiao Pa said, Jiao Yuan lost the first time because he underestimated his opponent. After that, Jiao Yuan became more cautious. Little Pomelo was still a newbie, so the result was predictable. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were tired of playing chess when they saw the road signs on the side of the highway. They put away their chess pieces and looked at the scenery outside. Less than 2 minutes later, the car stopped. There was an accident in front, and a long line of cars was stuck here. Seeing that they would not be able to leave anytime soon, some people who were carsick got out of their cars and ran to the side to vomit. Some people also got out of their cars and walked towards the accident site. They wanted to see the situation and ask how long it would take to clear the road. Jiao Pa also got out of his car and walked forward to ask about the situation. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo also had nothing to do in the car, so they walked around. Tan also got out of his car to get some fresh air. There was a BMW parked behind Zhao Pa's car. An old man got out of his car and stood by the side of the highway. He had his hands behind his back and was lost in thought as he looked at the endless fields. A man in his 30s got out of the BMW and quickly walked to the old man to persuade him. Then, he helplessly came back and bumped into Zhao Pa, who was walking over. He asked about the situation in front. The driver is fine. The truck overturned, and the fruits inside were scattered everywhere. The traffic police are trying to clear the road. It will take about 10 minutes. Zhao Pa told him what he heard. Tan listened to the conversation between the Zhao Pa and the man. He did not expect that the man in the BMW was also from Huanyang. The two of them spoke in a dialect, and Tan could understand some of it now. It's been more than 10 years. I guess many people don't remember me. A few years after I brought the old man over, he said to me, "Can you come back and visit when you're successful?" The old man always felt that his roots were here. No matter how big the city was, how spacious the house was, how good the quality of life was, he would always miss it and want to come back. Unfortunately, the old man's health was not very good. He had undergone surgery and did not recover, so I did not dare to bring him back. After a few years of recuperation, I finally had this opportunity. This highway was not built back then. It was so troublesome to go out. The bumpy road made me want to vomit. It was rare to leave the hometown, but when the old man came back, his accent did not change. Perhaps this was the best way to describe the BMW man's feelings at the moment. This man was also one of the people who seized the opportunity to make a fortune during the turbulent era. Moreover, it did not matter if these people were involved in culture or business outside. When they returned to their hometown, they had to make a good show of themselves. It would not make sense if they did not have a good show of themselves. Just look at this BMW and you will know. In Zhao Pa's hometown, especially in the old house, many people's impression of famous cars was probably only BMW, Samsung, and 4 Circles. In many people's eyes, there was not much difference between driving a Maybach and driving a Santera. If you wanted to show that you were returning to your hometown, you had to be more direct and consider the residents of your hometown. Chapter 140. Not long after the traffic was cleared, the car entered the boundary of Shenyang. After getting off the highway, the Zhao Pa drove directly to the old house in the countryside instead of the road that led to the town. What made the Zhao family curious was that the BMW was following them. Although they knew that their destination was also Shenyang, Shenyang wasn't a small town, and the roads leading to different towns in Shenyang were different. However, up until now, they had been driving on the same route. Were they really from the same hometown? When the Zhao Pa talked with them on the highway, they talked a lot, but they didn't tell them where their real destination was or what their names were. The Zhao family was just curious. They didn't think that those people were plotting against them. After all, they didn't look like they were short of money. Just like the Zhao family, the people in the BMW behind them were also surprised. They didn't expect that they would be driving on the same route. Half an hour later, when they were about to reach the Zhao family's old house, the BMW made a turn and separated from the Zhao family's car. "I guess they're from the neighboring village," the Zhao Pa said. As for whether the BMW behind them was from the neighboring village, they didn't have much interest in it. They were about to arrive at the old house. The Zhao Yuan hadn't been here for nearly 2 years. Before the family bought a car, the Zhao Pa had something to do and didn't bring the Zhao Yuan with him. Therefore, for the Zhao Yuan, this place was a distant memory. "Hey, there's a department store over there," the Zhao Yuan pointed at a department store that they had just passed by. A department store of this scale was nothing in Chuhua City, but it was a big store here. It was convenient for many people. Yes, it was built at the end of last year. The Zhao Pa told the Zhao Yuan about the changes in the past 2 years. Little Pomelo was a little nervous. She wasn't familiar with the people here, and she had never been here before. The surrounding area was still farmland. When they were about to reach the entrance of the village where the old house was located, they saw an old man standing at the entrance. A big yellow dog was walking around the old man. "Grandpa." Jiao Yuan waved at him through the open car window. Grandpa Jiao, who was standing at the intersection, was grinning from ear to ear. The Jiao Pa stopped the car and let Grandpa Jiao get in. After all, there was still some distance from here to the old house. They couldn't just drive away and leave Grandpa Jiao behind, right? Grandpa Jiao thought about it and got into the car. Before he got into the car, he said to the big yellow dog outside, "You follow him outside." The Grandpa Jiao's action of getting into the car made Big Yellow puzzled. Just as he was about to approach Grandpa Jiao, a black cat's head popped out of the car window and meowed. "Woof woof 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 woof." Zheng Tan leaned against the car window and looked at the big yellow dog outside. He shook his ears and ignored its barks. "Wow, black charcoal is so calm. I forgot to tell you about Lai Fu. I thought it would be better to do an experiment and see how black charcoal would react when he sees Lai Fu. I didn't expect this cat to not be afraid at all." Grandpa Jiao's big yellow dog was called Lai Fu. He had been raising it for almost a year. It was a common breed in this area. "That's right. Our black charcoal always plays with the dogs in the compound. There's a Saint Bernard that's so big, much bigger than Lai Fu. When it sees black charcoal, it will retreat like the plague." "Heh, that's a good idiom," Old Master Jiao praised with a smile. "Grandpa, you're so knowledgeable." Jiao Pa, who was driving, shook his head and let the grandfather and grandson continue to brag. Even if the big yellow dog didn't understand Grandpa Jiao's actions, when it saw the car start to move, it moved its attention away from Zheng Tan and chased after the car. After entering the village, the road leading to the old house was a bumpy dirt road. There were children and old people in the car, so the Jiao Pa drove slowly. The big yellow dog didn't get tired of chasing after them, and often ran in front. Jiao Yuan looked at the big dog following outside the car from time to time and asked about it. In this village, there were many dogs with the same name in the village. In fact, many people raised dogs without naming them. They raised dogs to guard against thieves, to guard their houses, orchards, and weasels. As long as it was effective, they didn't care too much about the name. Moreover, there were many dogs and cats in the village that were raised freely. They were not as strictly guarded as in the city. Zheng Tan saw a few of them running freely on the muddy road or in the fields, wagging their tails. "There are so many names. Aren't you afraid of calling the wrong name?" Jiao Yuan asked. "Hey, it's different. It only recognizes the voice of our family. It won't listen to other people." Grandpa Jiao was quite proud of himself. He was very confident in his dog. Jiao Yuan hadn't been here for 2 years, and he found that the village had changed a lot. Many people had built small houses, and the tiled houses with pointed roofs and chimneys were much fewer. Everyone was making money these days. A large number of people who went south to work could always bring some changes to their homes when they came back during the spring festival. The houses in the village were not as expensive as those in the city. Relatively speaking, they didn't need much money. But in this village, to make a fortune, one's house had become a way to show off. Many old people didn't farm much. They stayed at home to help take care of the children and play mahjong when they had nothing to do. Their children who went out to work earned some money every month to support the family. Jiao Pa had wanted to renovate the ancestral house. Many people in the village had built small houses, and he was afraid that the old people would feel uncomfortable if he didn't build one himself. However, Grandpa Jiao rejected the idea. He didn't want to tear down the ancestral house and build a small 2-story or 3-story house like other families. Grandpa Jiao was very attached to this old house. Even though he had a house in town, he and his wife still lived in the ancestral house most of the time. Many people in the ancestral house knew Jiao Pa. Even the university professors were in awe of him. They directly ignored the word deputy. In the village, everyone's attitude towards intellectuals and officials was obviously different from other people's. When they arrived at the ancestral house, Jiao Wei came over to help move things. When Grandpa Jiao was cleaning the ancestral house, Jiao Wei came over to help. In Chuhua City, it was Jiao Pa who helped them. So, in the ancestral house, Jiao Wei tried his best to take care of them. After Zheng Tan got out of the car, the big yellow dog started barking at him. After 2 barks, it changed its angle and continued barking. Many dogs were like this. The more you ran, the more they chased, and the more they chased, the more they ran. It was a vicious cycle. Usually, dogs that were tough on the outside or had some training and were smart enough would not bite randomly. Zheng Tan didn't run. First, he felt that the big yellow dog wouldn't bite him for the time being. Second, Grandpa Jiao was there. He wouldn't let the dog bite him. Sure enough, after being scolded by Grandpa Jiao, the big yellow dog was not happy, but it still gave up on Zheng Tan and ran to the kitchen with Grandpa Jiao. There were a lot of rooms in the ancestral house. After the old junk was cleared out, the empty rooms were for the 4 of them. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma shared a room, while Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo shared a room. They were all next to each other. Although little Pomelo's surname was not Jiao, Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Jiao were very good to her. They put some small plants in the room to make it more lively. Little Pomelo had a big cat tree in her room. It was Grandpa Jiao's masterpiece. Since old Master Jiao did not know how to surf the internet, he asked someone to print out a picture from the internet and made a cat tree himself. It looked the same, and the material was of good quality. Zheng Tan stepped on it and felt that it had a good feel to it. At night, who would sleep on a cat tree when there was a bed? The cat tree was only used during the day for naps and lunch breaks. Jiao Wei's grandmother raised rabbits. He caught 2 palm-sized rabbits for Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo to play with. At first, Jiao Wei's grandmother was worried that Zheng Tan would do something bad to her rabbits. Later, she found that Zheng Tan wasn't interested in them at all, so she gradually relaxed. The next day, after breakfast, Grandpa Jiao went out to buy something. Grandma Jiao and Jiao Ma were marinating bacon at home. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo helped them for a while, and then went to watch the rabbits at Jiao Wei's grandmother's house. Jiao Wei led them to the entrance of the rabbit hole and placed a canned food bottle. They tied the canned food bottle with a rope and held the other end of the rope in their hands to hide it. When the little rabbits came out of the hole, they would pull the rope. The canned food bottle would fall and block the hole. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo would then run in to catch the little rabbits. After watching for a while, Zheng Tan felt a little bored and wanted to go back to the cat tree to take a nap. When he jumped onto the wall of Jiao Wei's house and was about to go back to the old house, he saw Jiao Pa walking out with a bag. He looked around as he went out. Zheng Tan, who was familiar with Jiao Pa's style, felt that the Jiao Pa was acting a little strange. Since he had nothing to do, he jumped off the wall and followed him. On the way, Zheng Tan saw a few cats lying on the haystack, basking in the sun. It was cold, and the cats hid their paws well. They didn't bother to respond to Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was exposed by a big dog. It kept barking when it saw Zheng Tan. Fortunately, it was tied up, otherwise it would definitely come up and fight with Zheng Tan. The Jiao Pa turned around and saw Zheng Tan. His expression was a little complicated. He sighed, "Forget it. Follow him. Don't run around. There are a lot of dogs around here." Zheng Tan was even more confused. Who was the Jiao Pa looking for? He followed the Jiao Pa for 5 minutes and came to a brick house. Looking at the house, Zhang Zian guessed that it had a long history. The windows were papered over, and the house looked a little shabby. Compared to most of the houses in the village, this house didn't look very well off. The Jiao Pa stood not far away and looked at the house for a few seconds before walking over. The wooden door was open, and the sun shone in. Zhang Zian could see the dust floating in the air. There was a wooden deck chair at the door, and an old lady was lying on it. She seemed to be sleeping. She wasn't wearing the old clothes that Zheng Tan had imagined. Instead, she was wearing clothes made of good material. However, this person didn't care about her appearance. She was a very strange person. A tortoiseshell cat that was missing a leg was lying on the old lady's lap. It was much thinner than Li Yuanba. When it sensed that someone was coming, it moved its ears and opened its eyes a little. It glanced at the person and the cat, then closed its eyes again. It looked like it didn't want to pay attention to them. The Jiaopa walked over and put down the things in his hands. There were some health products and daily necessities brought from Chuhua City. They weren't cheap. The old woman who seemed to be asleep on the recliner slowly opened her eyes. Although her face was full of wrinkles and she looked older than old Master Jiao, her eyes were bright and full of vigor. The old lady's gaze stopped on the Jiaopa for a few seconds, then moved to Jingtan, who was standing beside the Jiaopa's leg. Jingtan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He subconsciously stepped back toward the Jiaopa. "This isn't the cat from back then," the old lady suddenly said. Chapter 141. Of course. After all, more than 20 years have passed. I don't know if the previous one is still around, but this cat is only 2 or 3 years old, said the Jiaopa unexpectedly. The old lady shook her head. This cat is male. The previous one was female. The Jiaopa was speechless. How come I didn't know that the previous one was female? Granny, you didn't mention it back then either. Not noticing the Jiaopa's expression, Jingtan was just confused by the words of the person lying on the recliner. What the F***ck? How did this old lady know the gender of the cat? Jingtan remembered that when he came over, he had been facing this direction the whole time. Also, from a human's perspective, shouldn't he have looked behind to confirm the gender of the cat? Also, Jingtan had never been like other cats who showed their chrysanthemum. Suddenly, Jingtan's thoughts raced. He didn't expect this old lady to be so wretched. Is it scolding me? The old lady lying on the recliner looked at Jingtan and asked the Jiaopa. Jingtan was speechless. The Jiaopa's face twitched, and he didn't know how to answer. The old lady didn't seem to want to wait for the Jiaopa's answer. She changed the topic and asked, "Did you buy a car?" The Jiaopa nodded. "Yes, I bought it a few months ago." "That's good." The old lady turned sideways and opened a cabinet next to the recliner. She took out a pendant from the drawer and handed it to the Jiaopa. "This is for you." Jingtan glanced at the ordinary-looking pendant. The students around Chuhua University had many similar pendants on the street. They were only a few yuan worth of pendants, and the wholesale price was even cheaper. Although the old lady said, "For you," Jingtan thought that if the Jiaopa hadn't brought a gift over, the old lady wouldn't have given him anything that was worth a few cents. After the Jiaopa took the pendant and thanked the old lady smiled and showed her fake teeth. She pouted at Jingtan. "Take care of this cat. It's fate that we met, and it can bring us good fortune." Jingtan liked the last sentence. Yuan Zi said that cats could bring him good fortune. Thinking about it, Jingtan was a little proud. Although Father Jiao didn't really believe in those imaginary things, he had to admit that his cat had brought a lot of good luck to the family so far. "Granny, please continue to rest. I won't disturb you any longer." Father Jiao prepared to leave. He knew that the old man had always been a man of few words, and that he would rest after talking for a while, so he decided not to stay any longer. "Before you leave the village, bring the cat here again," said the old woman lying on the recliner. Although the Jiaopa didn't know what the old lady wanted to do, he nodded in agreement. Jingtan looked at the old lady and the cat, then turned and left with the Jiaopa. After the Jiaopa and Jingtan left, the old lady, who was lying on the chair with her eyes closed, sat up and stroked the cat on her lap. She continued to look for fleas for the cat. "Oh, another big one. Next time, find a rat with fewer fleas to eat." The three-legged tortoise shook its ears. It wasn't sure if it understood the old lady. On the other side, Jingtan followed the Jiaopa out of the old lady's yard and walked on a different path. Seeing that the village was getting further and further away, Jingtan was very curious about what the Jiaopa wanted to do. He could tell that the Jiaopa was hiding something. There was a mountain near the village. It wasn't very big. After all, the area wasn't considered barren. Now that the mountain was being developed, it wasn't as wild as it was a few decades ago. Jingtan followed the Jiaopa to an orchard. The Jiaopa stood there and looked around. He sat down beside a tree and lit a cigarette. After smoking half of the cigarette, the Jiao Pa said to Jingtan, who was squatting beside him in a daze, "Black charcoal, let me tell you a secret." After saying this, the Jiao Pa paused and smiled. "Actually, it's not really a secret. I told some people before, but they didn't believe me." This was what he was waiting for. Jingtan snapped out of his daze and pricked up his ears to listen to what the Jiao Pa was going to say next. "In the past, when I was still a child, I was even younger than little Pomelo. At that time, I was naughty. There was a rumor among the children that there was a treasure in the mountain. I went up the mountain with a few other children to search for it. However, we didn't find anything for a few days. Some of them gave up, but I didn't. So, one day, when my parents weren't looking, I went up the mountain alone. I didn't find anything for half a day. I was tired and hungry. After eating some bread, I lay down on the grass and slept. I didn't have much awareness of the danger. Now that I think about it, I was really courting death. When I woke up, the sky was getting dark. It was past dinner time. I was anxious and wanted to go home. However, I accidentally slipped down a steep slope and sprained my ankle. Misfortune never comes alone. After dragging my injured leg for a few steps, I fell into a hole. The hole was very deep. At least, it was difficult for me to climb out. Perhaps someone had buried something and dug it out, leaving the hole unfilled. At that time, I didn't have much strength, so I couldn't climb out. I shouted for a long time, but no one came to help. I dug the stones and mud on the wall to have a support point. When my fingers were bleeding, I heard a cat's meow from above the hole. Not long after, I saw a cat's head. It looked at me and left. Not long after, a thick straw rope was thrown down from above. I grabbed the straw rope and tried to climb up. At the same time, I felt someone pulling the rope. It wasn't very strong, but it helped me. When I climbed out of the hole, I found that it was a cat that was pulling the rope. The other end of the rope was stuck in a crack on a big stone near the hole. It was a very smart cat. After I climbed out, it ran away. Not long after, the old lady appeared. She told me that she found a black cat stealing the straw rope she used to tie the firewood. So, she followed it. During that special period, the old lady was ostracized by the villagers. No one was willing to interact with her. Jiao Pa remembered that he and the other children in the village threw stones and mud at the old lady's small yard. Later, the old lady had no choice but to go up the mountain temporarily. She set up a small shed and lived there alone until the difficult period passed. Even now, Jiao Pa still remembered the time he stayed in the hole. The hunger, fear, and the chill brought by the mountain wind. Later, the old lady found a cat's tooth on the straw rope. The cat broke it when it was biting and pulling. Jiao Pa flicked the butt of his cigarette and looked into the distance. He continued to recall. The thick straw rope woven by the villagers was very strong. If it was bitten, it wouldn't break the tooth. However, if it was bitten and pulled with all its strength, then it would be hard to say. The cat's tooth might have broken when it pulled the straw rope from the pile of firewood, or it might have broken when it was being pulled. Either way, Jiao Pa was very grateful to it. However, after that, Jiao Pa never saw the black cat again. The old lady melted the rosin and put the cat's tooth in it. She made it into an artificial amber and gave it to me. I still have it. I'll show it to you when we get back, Jiao Pa said to Jingtan. Nearly 30 years had passed. Jiao Pa knew that the cat in his memory was probably long gone. However, when he saw the black cat that his wife picked up for the first time, he suddenly remembered the cat from years ago. The black cat that walked through the night had a fearless look in its eyes even though it had to stand on the ground and look up at people. It even had a condescending and disdainful aura, just like a small leopard. Because of this, Jiao Pa, who had never agreed to keep a pet since they lived in the big city, finally relented after Jiao Ma brought Jingtan home. At that time, the panic of the epidemic had just passed, and there were still 2 children at home. Jiao Ma really didn't expect Jiao Pa to agree. The rest of the Jiao family didn't know the reason behind it either. When the old lady brought me to the village, she told me not to tell anyone. Some things are better left unsaid. Even if I told them, they might not believe me. It might even cause trouble. Jiao Pa didn't quite understand at the time. When he grew up and understood things, he realized that in that era, it was easy to link anything to demons and ghosts. If he didn't do it well, it might cause trouble. Later, the special period passed, and people's minds became more open. Regardless of whether some phenomena could be explained by science, their actions were not too extreme. Even so, Jiao Pa still didn't tell anyone about what happened back then. He used to tell people stories, but unfortunately, they didn't believe him. The cat's tooth amber constantly reminded Jiao Pa that what happened back then wasn't a dream. Jiao Pa also took Jingtan to see where the pothole was. Every time he came back to the old house, Jiao Pa would come to take a look, even though the place had changed a lot. The pothole had been filled in, and the wilderness had been turned into an orchard and vegetable field. After returning to the old house from the mountain, Jiao Pa went to help with the New Year's goods. Jingtan didn't catch rabbits with the two children because he had nothing to do. He secretly went to the old lady's house to listen to her story. Recently, many people who went out to work in the village had returned. Some people came to visit every day. The young people were more open-minded. They knew that this kind of thing wasn't as good as before. In the big city, some people were much more arrogant and bold. They could make a lot of money by talking nonsense. In comparison, this old lady was really low-key. She wasn't famous in Shenyang. She only had a little influence in the local village. It was said that she was almost 90 years old. She wasn't from this village in the early years. Now, the villagers were in awe and fear of her. Now, before people in the village went out to work, they would come to find her and ask for safety. Of course, there were also many people who didn't believe in this kind of thing. Science was popular now. Moreover, this kind of thing was divided into orthodoxy and non-orthodoxy. The non-orthodoxy was feudal superstition and was illegal. But people's psychology was always like that. They had to ask for, just in case, to be at ease. Therefore, although people said that they didn't believe in this kind of thing on the surface and didn't interact with the old lady, there were many people who gave her money and gifts in private. After a long time, everyone came to a tacit understanding. Just like some people said, there were some things that existed if you believed in it, and there weren't any if you didn't. Although Jingtan didn't know much about this old lady, he could understand some things based on what he had seen and heard. Regardless of whether the old lady was a scammer or not, he hadn't heard of any bad things happening. On the contrary, more and more people secretly praised her, which proved that she did have some ability. Besides, she had saved Jiao Pa. Just because of this, Jingtan had a better impression of the old lady. Whether she was a scammer or not was secondary to Jingtan. Moreover, it was because of what had happened back then, or perhaps because she had given Father Jiao a few words of advice, that Father Jiao was able to accept her as a different cat so quickly. Chapter 142. 2 days after Jingtan came to the Jiao family's old house, he finally knew what Jiao Yuan meant by New Year's flavor. According to Jiao Yuan's definition, New Year's flavor was the flavor of firecrackers. Bang! After the sound, the children cheered. Jingtan was lying on the roof of the old house, looking at the vegetable field in front of the old house. Jiao Yuan was taking little Pomelo to see the children in the village setting off firecrackers in the open space. In the city, firecrackers were strictly controlled and were not allowed to be set off randomly. However, after they came here, there were no restrictions. They could set them off however they wanted. Firecrackers were sold in the town and village markets, and they were cheap enough. Some of the older boys could even make firecrackers by themselves. The children became familiar with firecrackers after playing for a while. Other than catching rabbits, little Pomelo was brought by Jiao Yuan to play with firecrackers. Most of the time, little Pomelo just stood aside and watched. For her, firecrackers and firecrackers were different. Watching firecrackers and firecrackers were different. Including Jingtan, their only experience was watching firecrackers in the square. When Jingtan was still a human, he had asked someone to buy a lot of firecrackers for him to flirt with girls. However, he had never played with firecrackers like these children. This was a kind of folk entertainment that had been passed down for thousands of years. Unfortunately, it was highly dangerous, polluted, and strictly controlled in the big cities. Many children living in the big cities rarely played with firecrackers. Even if they played with firecrackers, they would only play with what the children in the village called little things. The villagers did not care much about the children. These children had been playing with firecrackers since they were young. They were very good at it and had a lot of tricks. Jiao Yuan obviously played with them every time he came here for the new year. Although he was in junior high school, he was still a teenager. He was very playful. The parents were relieved when the children around the same age as Jiao Yuan played with the younger ones. Try this. A 7 or 8-year-old child took out a shabby aluminum pot from an unknown corner, turned it upside down on the ground, and then put a firecracker in it. He squatted down and lifted the aluminum pot. The child used the burning incense to light the fuse. After lighting it, he got up and ran away. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan, who were standing in the distance, covered their ears. Jingtan, who was lying on the roof and looking over, also raised his paws to cover his ears. The sound of the firecrackers was too loud, and his hearing was good now. The impact of the sound was really great. Bang! The small aluminum pot was lifted up about 10 to 20 meters high. Unfortunately, those children weren't too satisfied, saying that it wasn't very powerful. Jingtan looked at the aluminum pot that had fallen from the sky. It was deformed from the explosion. This bunch of brats was really bold. There aren't many big ones left. Let's play with the small ones. Don't use too much. Otherwise, we won't be able to play today, said a kid who was about the same age as Jiao Yuan. He was holding a box with firecrackers and the like in it. The other kids also had boxes of different sizes in their hands, but the firecrackers in them weren't as big as his. The small ones aren't fun, muttered an 8-year-old child. Why aren't they fun? Watch me. A child looked around the vegetable garden and asked for the burning incense. Then, he took the box of firecrackers and walked to a vegetable garden not far away. Because it was still a bit far from the fields allocated to each family, some of the empty land around the house had been opened up. Some people had fenced it to build a vegetable garden. In the vegetable garden that the child ran to, the cabbages were growing just right. The weather was good recently, and the temperature was quite high. Moreover, the winter here wasn't as cold as the winter in the north, which was dozens of degrees below zero. Even in the warm winter, it wouldn't snow. Finding the best growing cabbage, the child broke the cabbage leaves, put a small firecracker in it, lit it with the incense, and ran away. Since it was a small firecracker, the children didn't run too far. They didn't even cover their ears. Jingtan only heard a bang, and then saw the cabbage that was growing well was broken into pieces. Sure enough, it was a naughty child. If the owner saw this, he would probably be so angry that his chest would hurt. Knowing that they couldn't do too much, the older children called the child who wanted to continue to fry the cabbages over, and didn't let him destroy the cabbages. If it wasn't their own cabbages being fried, they didn't feel bad. It even felt good to see it. But if their own cabbages were fried, these children would probably beat them with a stick. What else can I fry other than cabbages? Still fry fish? No, we were scolded when we fried fish yesterday. You can only fry fish in ponds and rivers that don't have fish. You can't go to fish ponds. What's so fun about fried fish? A few children were fiercely discussing over there. Jingtan found it funny. These children had fried a few fish in the fish pond yesterday. When the owner saw the big fish with white bellies in the fish pond, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Every year, they would make such a scene. These naughty children didn't learn from their mistakes. After being beaten, they continued to fry fish. Therefore, when the naughty children met firecrackers, it was terrible. Tan was thinking about it when they came up with another idea. The target was a water tank placed in the corner of a vegetable garden. The village had running water now, but most people still liked to use well water. Every family had this kind of clay water tank to store water. The water tank placed in the corner of the vegetable garden should have been there for a long time. The water inside was very turbid, and it even emitted a foul smell. It was probably placed there by the owner to water the plants. Hey, I suddenly thought of a story from a language book. A child said. I know. A little kid raised his arm and wiped his snot with his sleeve. It's called Sima Guang fried fish tank. Zheng Tan, Jiao Yuan, little Pomelo, good awareness. The level had increased, and it was even more ruthless than Sima Guang. After frying the cabbages and the water tank, these naughty children really knew how to cause trouble. A child took out a small firecracker that was as thick as an adult's thumb. It was wrapped in a layer of plastic and the end was pointed. According to these children, it was called a torpedo. It was waterproof and came in different sizes. The power of the explosion was different. They used this kind of firecracker to fry fish. After lighting the torpedo with incense, the child threw it into the water tank. If it was thrown too early, it would be extinguished easily. If it was thrown too late, it would cause more accidents. As players with rich experience, they were familiar with this technique. The others stood further away. Although the firecracker was small, the water in the tank was too smelly, and these children did not want to be splashed with the smelly water. It was unknown whether it was because the water tank was too old, or the power of the torpedo was too strong. In short, Zheng Tan saw a hole in the water tank. The black smelly water inside flowed out from the hole in the water tank, and the stench spread in all directions. The child who lit the firecracker did not have time to run too far. His body was splashed with water, and when he smelled the stench, he quickly went back to clean himself. It was almost lunchtime, and the firecrackers on hand were almost all set off. The naughty children went back to their homes. After lunch, they took out some more things to play with. Jiao Yuan used snacks to exchange for some firecrackers and other firecrackers with the children. He had no choice. Even if he had pocket money, he could not buy firecrackers and firecrackers in such a short time. There were no snack bars or shops nearby. Even if there were not many types of firecrackers and firecrackers. This was an inconvenient place. When exchanging firecrackers and firecrackers with the children, Jiao Yuan deliberately picked some with longer fuses. When they went back, he would give them to little Pomelo to play with. He was not at ease if the fuses were too short. Jiao Yuan knew himself well. Although he was older than those snotty brats, in terms of experience, he couldn't compare to those snotty brats. When he returned to the old house, Jiao Ma was cooking lunch in the kitchen. The kitchen had an old-fashioned stove, the kind that used firewood. The pot was also a big iron pot. Grandpa Jiao liked to use this kind of pot. The coal stove was now used to cook braised food, fried meatballs, lotus root sandwiches, and other things. It was not used on normal days, and it was only used during the New Year. Jiao Yuan took out an incense stick and lit it in the stove. Why did you light this? Jiao Ma frowned. To set off firecrackers. Jiao Yuan answered. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Also, don't scare black charcoal. Jiao Ma was worried. It's okay. Black charcoal is not scared at all. It watched us play this morning. It even knows how to cover its ears. Jiao Yuan grinned. After lighting the incense, he and little Pomelo went to the backyard of the old house to play. The good thing about living in the countryside was that it was big and had few restrictions. There was a tall pile of firewood in the backyard. Some cedar trees were planted here and there. Grandpa Jiao had already cleaned the weeds and leaves on the ground. There was also a water tank here, but Jiao Yuan did not dare to blow up his own water tank. Grandpa Jiao had bought some fish and put them in this water tank for the new year. Yesterday, he marinated the fish, washed the water tank, and put some water in it. He did not touch it for now. The old lady sat at the back door of the kitchen, frying lotus root sandwiches. She looked at the two children in the backyard from time to time. Although the children in the village often played with firecrackers, her grandson was different from the rascals in the village. He had little contact with firecrackers, and the old lady was worried. Jingtan jumped onto the pile of firewood and looked down. Jiao Yuan poked a small hole in the ground with a metal stick and stuck the small firecracker in it. He let it stand upright so that it was easier to light it. After it was lit, the firecracker made a pop sound. These were all small firecrackers. Jiao Yuan did not dare to play with big ones in his own yard. First, it was dangerous and would scare the old lady. He was just doing it for fun. In the backyard, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were much more relaxed. They each held an incense stick and played with the firecrackers. After playing for a while, little Pomelo looked at Jingtan, who was climbing on the pile of firewood, and said, "Black Charcoal, do you want to play?" Jingtan moved the tip of his tail. It seemed that his claws were a little itchy. "Here, Black Charcoal, you play too." Jiao Yuan stood on tiptoe and handed the incense stick in his hand to Jingtan. Jingtan looked at the incense stick, turned his head, and jumped down from the pile of firewood. Little Pomelo took out a tissue, wrapped one end of the incense stick, and handed it to Jingtan. Little Pomelo was so considerate. Jingtan bit the incense stick wrapped in the tissue, and walked towards the firecrackers that were already placed. Jiao Yuan's mouth twitched. His cat's obsession with cleanliness was really awkward. When he lit the firecracker, Jingtan was a little nervous. Although it was a small firecracker that was not very powerful, he had too little experience with firecrackers, so he was a little excited. When the firecracker emitted sparks, Jingtan turned around and ran. Pop! It was a success. The old lady, who was sitting in the house, scooped up the fried lotus root with a colander. While she was dripping oil, she took the time to look at the situation in the backyard. She happened to see her son's precious black cat holding an incense stick to light firecrackers. Her hands suddenly trembled, and a few pieces of lotus root fell out of the colander. Chapter 143. As for the two children setting off firecrackers with the cat, the old lady felt that it was fortunate that it was in her own yard and only her family members knew about it. If it was seen by others and met with gossips, it would probably cause some trouble. In the village, it was fine if these animals were smart, but if they were too smart, it might not be a good thing. After the old lady mentioned it to the Jiao Pa called the two children and Jingtan over and gave them some instructions. The firecrackers were released for fun. Jingtan did not need to play with them all the time, so it was fine if he restrained himself. "Hey, Dad, did the dog eat something bad?" The Jiao Pa pointed at the pile of poop under the grapevines in the corner of the yard. "Something bad?" Grandpa Jiao walked over to take a look. It's true. Compared to the usual dog poop, the pile of poop under the grapevines was much thinner. However, the Jiao Pa and Grandpa Jiao looked at the big yellow dog, who was squatting beside the coal stove, full of energy, waiting to pick up the leftovers. It did not look like the dog was suffering from diarrhea at all. "It's fine. It looks like it's been eating too much food. The dog has been eating a lot for the past few days. Just don't feed it too much food." Old Master Jiao was no longer worried when he saw that. There were not many rules in the village when it came to raising dogs. Cats and dogs often ate with people, and the villagers did not have the energy to care if the food was harmful to the cats and dogs. In fact, most of the cats and dogs here did not live to a normal age. There were many people who tricked the cats and beat the dogs, or some people who sold the dogs for some reason. However, cats were not worth much, and people did not care if they did not want to raise them. In short, the lives of cats and dogs were cheap. No one would spend time on them. If people could not take care of them, how could they take care of them? In comparison, Grandpa Jiao was good enough. "Should we tie it to the side?" "It's not good to keep squatting there," the Jiao Pa said. If the dog was squatting there, there would definitely be spills for it to pick up. She still had to fry meatballs later. The old lady's hand shook again, and the dog became happy again. If you keep it at home, it can hum and sing for a long time. Let it out to play. You don't have to look for it. It will come back when it's time to eat. Many dogs in the village are like that. Aren't you afraid that the dog beaters will take it away? Who would come to beat the dog in broad daylight? Besides, Lai Fu won't go far. It's just taking a walk in the village. There are people watching. The person who beat the dog won't come at this time. Just tie the dog up at home at night. Don't worry about it during the day. Grandpa Jiao was very confident in his dog. As he spoke, Grandpa Jiao walked over and pushed the dog out of the door. Go play by yourself. Come back when it's time for dinner. The big yellow dog was unwilling to give up and wanted to squeeze through the door, but Grandpa Jiao blocked the door. After a few tries, the big yellow dog realized that it couldn't squeeze in. It barked twice, turned around, and walked away. It won't throw a tantrum, right? The Jiao Pa asked worriedly as he watched the big yellow dog leave. How dare it? Throw a tantrum, my *SS. You'll know when it's time for dinner. Grandpa Jiao waved his hand. It's not like those spoiled cats and dogs in the city. Oh, speaking of which, I heard that some cats and dogs in the city are very petty and vengeful. Is that right? How's your black charcoal's temper? It's okay. The Jiao Pa squeezed out these 3 words. He thought for a while and said, anyway, it's pretty good to the family. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo washed their hands and helped the Jiao Ma make dumplings. They used to make dumplings at home before, so the dumplings didn't look distorted. At least they still looked like dumplings instead of misshapen dough. Jing Tan was bored, so he jumped over the wall and followed the big yellow dog. He knew that he wouldn't get lost if he followed the big yellow dog. Don't you care about the cat? Grandpa Jiao raised his chin and pointed at the wall. It's okay. It's smart. The Jiao Pa wasn't worried. After Jing Tan jumped down from the wall, he followed the big yellow dog in front of him. He kept a distance and kept an eye on the surroundings. There were many dogs in the village, and not every dog was friendly to a cat. The big yellow dog, who came out of the Jiao family, was familiar with the place. It walked around the village and asked for food by smelling. It knew which family would give it food and which family wouldn't. Animals were sometimes much smarter than people thought, but most of the time, their intelligence was ignored by people. A cat lying on a wooden bucket and sunbathing with its paws opened its eyes a little when it saw the big yellow dog. It didn't run away, and when the big yellow dog walked far away, it closed its eyes again and continued to sunbathe. Looking at Big Yellow collecting food while walking, Jing Tan really admired this guy's ability. Not only was he thick-skinned, but he was also a little smart. These 2 traits would make him the type that wouldn't starve even if he was a human. While thinking, Jing Tan suddenly heard a dog barking in front of him. Woof! 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 There was a warning growl in the dog's barking. This barking was different from when the big yellow dog saw the Jiao Pa and the others. It was obviously vigilant and aggressive. This kind of barking only appeared when it was facing certain dangerous people. Sure enough, when Jing Tan raised his head, he saw the big yellow dog baring its teeth at a person not far away. Not far away, the man's appearance was passable, not to the extent of being unsightly. However, coupled with the scoundrel aura that he exuded, the impression he gave others had plummeted to the negative. The person had a toothpick in his mouth and was shaking his legs. When he saw the big yellow dog, he wasn't afraid at all. He even laughed, then picked up half a brick on the ground and threw it at the big yellow dog. Judging from the strength of the brick, if it really hit the big yellow dog, it would probably break a few bones. Fortunately, the big yellow dog ran fast, and the brick only grazed its back, so it wasn't hurt. No wonder the big yellow dog's attitude was so bad, and it was even a little afraid of that person. This person was obviously not a good person. Jing Tan looked at the people around him. Obviously, some people had seen this scene, but they didn't care. In their opinion, it was not worthwhile to provoke this scoundrel for a dog. Fortunately, the toothpick man didn't want to continue wasting time with the big yellow dog. He gathered his coat and walked away with his head held high. The big yellow dog didn't relax until the toothpick man was far away. It seemed like it had suffered a loss before. Wah, a child's cry was heard. Jing Tan looked over and saw that the toothpick man had snatched 2 firecrackers from a child who was playing with firecrackers. Then, he played with them. When he threw the firecrackers, he threw them into the vegetable field and blew up a few healthy cabbages. The people who saw this scene only said a few words, and didn't argue with the toothpick man. Jing Tan pulled his ear. Forget it, it's better not to meddle in this kind of business. Jiao Pa already told us to keep a low profile. When it was almost time for dinner, the big yellow dog came home on time. Jing Tan couldn't help but feel that animals' sense of time was really good. They couldn't look at the time on their phones like humans, and most people hadn't started eating yet. Therefore, no one told the big yellow dog that it was time for dinner. When the big yellow dog came back, it was obviously a lot lighter. Just like Grandpa Jiao said, it didn't throw a tantrum at all. Jing Tan was still not far behind it. He watched it run into the old house's gate, and then it ran out in a few seconds and barked at the gate. Jing Tan ignored the big yellow dog and went straight into the house. He saw the toothpick man snatching a piece of fried fish from little Pomelo's hand. F***ck your grandpa. Jing Tan immediately became angry. If he didn't see the Jiao Pa coming over, he would have slapped that guy a few times. Jing Tan could pretend that he didn't see anyone bullying other people, but Jing Tan couldn't tolerate anyone bullying his own family. When the big yellow dog came in, it went straight to the kitchen. When little Pomelo saw the big yellow dog coming back, she knew that Jing Tan must have come back too. She picked up a piece of fried fish and walked towards the gate to give it to Jing Tan. However, the toothpick man snatched it away when she was in the hall. Little Pomelo pursed her lips and stared at the annoying stranger in front of her. She hesitated whether she should throw the chopsticks in her hand at him. Grandpa Jiao was also angry when he saw this. He grabbed the shoulder pole and chased the man out. The man shouted as he walked out, "I heard that Brother Ming Sheng and the other professor's projects are worth at least 1,000,000 yuan, so I came to see how rich they are." "What are you doing? Don't talk nonsense. Most of that money is from the country. It's used for research. If you talk nonsense again, I'll send you to the police station." Grandpa Jiao swung the shoulder pole at the toothpick man. The villagers valued seniority very much. For the toothpick man, he didn't care about his peers or juniors, but he didn't dare to hit the older generation. Previously, he hit an older person and was ganged up on by the villagers. He was almost sent to the police station. Although the toothpick man was chased away by his grandpa, Jing Tan's anger didn't subside. He was thinking about when he should go and deal with that guy. However, tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Jing Tan thought about it and decided not to cause any trouble. He would go and find that toothpick man in a few days. The villagers ate dinner early, and there weren't many entertainment activities. Everyone was used to sleeping early. Since New Year's Eve was coming, everyone was busy, so they slept later. Grandpa Jiao heard that a family sow had given birth to piglets, so he wanted to go and take a look. Jiao Yuan wanted to go, so Grandpa Jiao brought him along. Little Pomelo stayed in the room and watched TV with Jiao Ma. She didn't go to see what was going on. Jing Tan was curious, so he followed them. Grandpa Jiao took a shortcut behind the house. Jing Tan followed him for a while and suddenly stopped. He moved his ears and tilted his head. He followed the direction of the sound and saw the toothpick man who snatched little Pomelo's fish. He was standing there with a cigarette in one hand and a phone in the other. He was talking on the phone, showing off a box of torpedoes he stole from the market today. He tested 2 of them and found that they were quite powerful. He was going to sell them to the children in the village at a higher price tomorrow. "Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to take a dump." The toothpick man turned off his phone and took a deep puff of the cigarette between his fingers. He threw the cigarette but far away and walked into the outhouse while humming a tune. Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes and wagged his tail a few times before heading in that direction. Compared to watching a sow give birth to piglets, Zheng Tan was more willing to take this opportunity to teach the toothpick man a lesson. Zheng Tan ran into the toothpick man's house. According to what the toothpick man said on the phone, he found a box of torpedoes in his room. It was a medium-sized type. Zheng Tan carefully opened the box and took out 2 of them. He closed the box and ran back to the toothpick man's outhouse. It was already dark, and no one saw a cat walking upright. The toothpick man's family was in another room with a TV, so no one noticed that a cat had entered their house. The village's outhouses were all built with brick walls. They were built near the back door or in the backyard, and there was a large pit for the urinal. Part of the urinal was outside the outhouse wall, so the villagers could scoop the manure to fertilize the vegetable fields. At the same time, it was convenient for Zheng Tan to take revenge. The cigarette butt that the toothpick man threw outside flashed in the night wind. Zheng Tan picked it up and quietly approached the outhouse. Zheng Tan recalled the appearance of those naughty kids when they set off the torpedoes. He lit the fuse and threw it into the outhouse where the toothpick man was squatting. He turned around and quickly left. He still remembered the stinky water splashed on the kid who blew up the water tank. He would be worried if he didn't run away. Chapter 144. It had to be said that the power of the torpedo was really good, and the effect was also quite ideal. Zheng Tan heard a lot of splashing sounds, as well as particularly abrupt and sharp shouting and cursing sounds at night. The stench spread everywhere, and the toothpick man didn't even pull up his pants completely before he rushed out of the outhouse. After running for 2 steps, he was tripped by his pants and rolled on the ground. Then he got some feces on the ground and rushed into the house with a body full of feces. The impact of the torpedo on the feces pit was too large, even the firewood was splashed a little. Zheng Tan was glad that he used the firewood as a shield, so he didn't get hit. The trees in the yard of the toothpick man's house were splashed. What made Zheng Tan admire was that the outhouse was quite sturdy, and he didn't see any obvious cracks. Of course, there might have been an explosion, but he couldn't see it himself. Although Zheng Tan wanted to see the miserable state of the toothpick man again, the stench was too strong, and he wanted to vomit. He didn't want to continue to stay here for a second. The noise here had already disturbed some people, and the house of the toothpick man had already started to become noisy. Zheng Tan quickly left the backyard of the toothpick man's house, and when he left, he had to avoid the smelly drip. The villagers living in the surrounding area didn't care about the explosion at first, they just thought that some naughty kid was blowing up a puddle or something like that. Who knew that after the explosion, there would be shouting and cursing? When they opened the door to see what was going on, the night wind blew in, bringing with it the smell of the outhouse. Zheng Tan took 2 torpedoes from the box of the toothpick man. He blew one up, and there was an extra torpedo in the spare. Zheng Tan hid it under a tile, and if he didn't lift the tile, he wouldn't be able to see it. And no one would lift the broken tile in the corner of the yard for no reason. If he saw the toothpick man provoking his family in the future, then he could use it again. When Zheng Tan returned to the backyard of the old house, he still felt that there was a smell of the outhouse on his body. He didn't know whether it was psychological or the stench was still there. To be safe, Zheng Tan squatted on the pile of firewood outside for a while. While squatting on the fireplace, Zheng Tan saw the 3-legged tortoiseshell cat. It was holding a fat rat in its mouth as it ran briskly past the backyard of the old house. Even with 3 legs, it was able to move faster than some cats. Were hawksbill turtles that powerful? Zheng Tan's ears twitched. No matter what, he admired that 3-legged cat. About 20 minutes later, Grandpa Jiao returned with Jiao Yuan. Zheng Tan followed them into the house. Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Yuan both smelled like a pig pen. Therefore, even if Zheng Tan smelled of the outhouse, it wouldn't be obvious. After all, he wasn't the only one who smelled of the outhouse. Zheng Tan sniffed around Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Yuan and sneezed. Then, he sniffed around Zheng Tan and wanted to lick him. Zheng Tan slapped him a few times, and then he obediently ran to the old lady and squatted beside her. The Jiao family didn't pay attention to Zheng Tan's movements. Those who stayed at home thought that he was taking a walk outside with Grandpa Jiao. Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Yuan thought that he had been staying in the backyard, so they didn't notice anything unusual about him. That night, Jing Tan leaned on the small wooden bucket and asked Jiao Ma to boil some water for him to take a bath. Otherwise, he would feel weird and embarrassed to crawl under the covers. The next day was Chinese New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, the 4 adults of the Jiao family got up and got busy. Jing Tan crawled out of bed and went to the kitchen for breakfast. Jiao Pa and the others had already eaten. Jing Tan sat alone on a chair and ate the breakfast that Jiao Ma had prepared for him. As he ate, Jing Tan listened to the conversation between Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Pa. "I told you. Our dogs are in good health. They're not that fragile. They're full of energy after a walk." The old man of the Jiao family pointed at the big yellow dog in the yard. The big yellow dog was jumping around in front of a plastic toy duck. "Aren't you going to give it breakfast?" Jiao Pa asked. "Breakfast? No, it's not your cat. Who would give it 3 meals a day?" After talking about the dog, Grandpa Jiao grinned and told Jiao Pa about the toothpick man. Early in the morning, many people in the village knew that the toothpick man had been set up by someone while he was taking a dump. However, until now, they still didn't know who did it. According to the toothpick man's own memory, he didn't hear anyone opening the door to his backyard. The only thing he heard was the sound of firecrackers being lit. He couldn't remember anything else. In addition, the new cell phone that the toothpick man bought not long ago was also affected. At that time, he was so scared that his new cell phone with a flip cover fell into the cesspool. It was difficult to get it out, and even if it was, it couldn't be used. No one would use it again. The toothpick man was so angry that his liver hurt. He couldn't sleep the whole night. His mouth didn't stop, and he kept scolding people until dawn. Some people in the village were secretly gloating. The toothpick man had attracted too much hatred. Not many people sympathized with him, especially that cell phone of his. He didn't get the money to buy it properly. After he bought it, he always showed off in front of people. He was so arrogant that he thought he was rich just because he had a cell phone. Since it was New Year's Eve, the village started to set off firecrackers in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Pa told them not to go out. They had to set off firecrackers everywhere today. It was dangerous to set off firecrackers, especially for people like the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. They didn't know much about the village, so it was easy for them to get into trouble. Therefore, the Jiao Pa told them to stay at home. Jing Tan watched them move the table, place the candlesticks, and incense burners. During the New Year's Eve dinner, they lit candles and incense. Some people even burned paper money. In the past, it was a legend. It was a tradition passed down from their ancestors. They prayed for the gods' blessings, wealth, and longevity. Now, it was a custom. It was just a way for people to have a sense of hope. In recent years, although many people had followed the customs, they didn't have to follow the old customs. The Jiao Pa originally wanted to bring Old Master Gu and his parents over to celebrate the New Year together, but Old Master Gu refused. Jiao Wei brought over a few firecrackers. He and some of his peers in the village made firecrackers themselves. The firecracker made of red paper was as big as the Jiao Yuan's arm. Jing Tan's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. The other 2 firecrackers made of other paper were smaller. They were for the Jiao Yuan to play with. In the village, they called these big firecrackers Spring Thunder. They set them off during the New Year's Eve dinner. Previously, Jing Tan thought that there were too many people setting off firecrackers in the village. However, when it came to the New Year's Eve dinner, he realized that it was just a small matter. The Jiao Yuan helped the Jiao Pa move the firecrackers out. He took them apart and arranged them on the empty ground in front of the old house. Before dinner, the Jiao Pa lit the incense. "Quick, close the door. They're all coming in." The Jiao Pa ran into the house and closed the door. When the firecrackers exploded outside, the debris flew everywhere. If the door wasn't closed, the debris would fly into the house. Jing Tan squatted by the window and looked at the firecrackers outside. He also looked at the smoke rising from the firecrackers. If every household in the city set off firecrackers, there would probably be a smog for a long time. As for the big yellow dog, it was already waiting by the dining table. The firecrackers had nothing to do with it. After the firecrackers were set off, the Jiao Pa took the spring thunder given by the Jiao Wei and went out to set it off. Compared to the firecrackers just now, the firecrackers this time were further away from the old house. Bang! The huge explosion made Jing Tan feel that the whole ground was shaking. Even the windows were making thumping sounds. Outside, the firecrackers and the debris from the big firecrackers explosion covered the ground with a layer of red. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the two children were so excited that they didn't go to bed until very late. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, there were very few people setting off firecrackers and fireworks. The children couldn't stay up and had already gone to bed. The night was much quieter. Jing Tan had some insomnia tonight. He didn't feel like he was thinking about anything, but he just couldn't sleep. This was the first lively New Year he had ever had. Last year, at this time in the Eastern Courtyard, there were many restrictions in the city. There were only 4 people in the Jiao family. It wasn't as noisy as here. It was indeed better to be lively during the New Year. Just as Jing Tan thought of this, he heard the sound of firecrackers being set off outside. More and more people were setting them off. Setting off firecrackers after midnight was a custom here. Moving his ears, Jing Tan heard the Jiao Pa's voice. Not long after, he heard the sound of firecrackers going off in front of the old house. Even if he was sleeping soundly, he would still be woken up. Hearing these sounds, Jing Tan couldn't help but sigh. In fact, it wasn't so good to be too lively. Because they went to bed late, Jing Tan stayed in bed for a while in the morning of the first day of the new year. Little Pomelo didn't get up either. She didn't sleep well the whole night. When Jing Tan woke up, he saw the Jiao Pa, Jiao Yuan, and the others who had just returned from outside. Early in the morning of the first day of the new year, the Jiao Yuan was still yawning when he came back. As a child, he was entitled to red packets. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo received red packets from Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Jiao. Jiao Wei's parents came over and gave Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo one each. As a cat, he didn't have any red packets. However, when Jing Tan woke up in the morning, he received 2 red packets from Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma. When he opened them, there were fish slices and pork jerky. Jing Tan didn't have much to do on the first day of the new year. He basically slept on the cat tree that Grandpa Jiao had built. On the second day of the new year, the Jiao Pa, his parents, and Jing Tan drove to Grandpa Gu's house, which was Jiao Yuan's maternal grandfather's house. The Jiao family and the Gu family lived not too far apart. They could reach there in half an hour by car. After spending a few days at the Gu family's house, they came back to the Jiao family's house. It was said that the toothpick man had been quite well behaved these days. Some people guessed that he had been set up by someone, so he didn't go out much these days. The reason why the toothpick man was behaving like this was because he was afraid of being retaliated against again. Secondly, it was because of his reputation. After all, there were not many people in the village who didn't know that the manure pit had exploded when the toothpick man took a dump. Visiting relatives and friends had nothing to do with Jing Tan. Seeing the big yellow dog running around and having fun, he couldn't stay idle anymore. After dinner, he went out for a walk. During the time he spent in the old house, Jing Tan had become more familiar with the surroundings and could wander around by himself. Walking in the fields, the old house behind him became smaller and smaller. In front of him, in the fields that stretched into the distance, there were a few graves. Some of them were surrounded by broken pieces of firecrackers and burnt joss paper. Obviously, there had been a lot of people here. Some of the graves were still covered in weeds, and there wasn't even a single joss paper. No one cleaned or worshipped. As Jing Tan walked forward, he paid attention to the surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a few people coming towards the fields. Chapter 145. A group of people walked to the tombstones, placed incense, burned paper, set off firecrackers, and knelt down. Zheng Tan watched them complete the series of actions. When he went to the Gu family mansion, he followed Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo to the tombstones. When the people went back, Zheng Tan was about to leave, but he didn't expect to be seen by a little kid. Among the group, the little kid was very happy when he saw Zheng Tan. It was probably boring to follow his parents and grandfather to the tombstones. After all, at his age, he couldn't understand the feelings of the elders. When he finally saw a cat, he was excited and ran over. However, before he could run far, he tripped on a big piece of soil under his feet. When he fell, a small toy in his hand flew towards Zheng Tan. The child's mother quickly went forward to help him up and patted the dirt off his body. The rooster is gone. The child didn't cry, but he looked very sad. He even raised his empty hand to show his mother. Rooster? Zheng Tan looked at the thing that flew over. It was a cartoon version of a rich man's golden chicken toy, like a key. There was a ditch between Zheng Tan and the child. The ditch was quite wide, about 1.5 meters. There wasn't much water in the ditch, but there was a lot of mud. There was also some withered grass growing beside the ditch, which was a hindrance. If it was a young man with good athletic ability, it would be easy for him to cross the ditch. However, there was no one in the crowd who looked like they had good athletic ability. The middle-aged man who had spoken to Father Jiao was wearing an expensive suit and leather shoes. It was very inconvenient. And it seemed that the middle-aged man wasn't ready to cross immediately. Go forward. You can cross from there. Go back and pick it up, the middle-aged man said. The child didn't care about his father's words. He pushed his mother's hand away, pointed at Zheng Tan across the ditch, and shouted, "Cat, cat." Yes, that's a cat, cat. The child's mother thought that the child was just identifying things and praised him. Cat, cat. Yes, a big black cat. The child's mother patted the dust off the child's pants and prepared to lead him away. Shaking off his mother's hand again, the child pointed at Zheng Tan across the ditch and shouted, "Kitty, throw it over here. Let Kitty throw it over here. Kitty, you can't throw it away. Daddy will pick it up for you later, okay?" The child's mother explained patiently. Let Kitty throw it, cats can't be thrown away. Before the child's mother could finish her sentence, she heard a soft slap. The cute little rooster that reflected golden light in the sun fell to the ground next to her. The child's mother, the child didn't have as many complicated emotions as his mother. He happily picked up the golden chicken from the ground and tried a button on it. The golden chicken immediately made a rooster crow sound. It wasn't bad. It was good. Thus, the child grinned and laughed quite happily. Just now, Zheng Tan had originally planned to ignore them, but when he saw the child's reaction, he thought for a moment and scooped up the golden chicken toy to his side. With a hook of his claws, he threw it over. Throwing a little toy wasn't too out of line, was it? Zheng Tan wagged his tail and left without looking at them again. That cat. Is it the cat of the family we saw on the highway? The old man looked at the black cat that ran away and wondered. No way. There are many cat owners here, and now that people are more open-minded, there are many black cats like this. Some people even think that this kind of black cat is auspicious, and especially by this kind of pure black cat, the child's mother said. Although it felt a little strange, the old man and the middle-aged man didn't talk about this topic anymore. According to the Jiao Pa's plan, they would stay here for the 15th day of the lunar month before returning to Chuhua City. However, the old lady had said in advance, so on the 15th day of the lunar month, the Jiao Pa brought Zheng Tan to find her. Still a little far away, Zheng Tan heard the sound of playing the erhu from where the old lady lived. Zheng Tan didn't know how to appreciate music, and he didn't like listening to erhu. However, when he heard this sound, he felt an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. When the Jiao Pa pushed open the gate and walked into the yard, Zheng Tan saw the old lady sitting on a chair by the door, playing the erhu. He didn't expect her to be able to play the erhu so smoothly at her age. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, Zheng Tan would have thought that the old lady had hired someone to play the erhu. The Jiaopa didn't interrupt the old lady's playing. He first found a place to sit down. Zheng Tan looked around. The three-legged tortoiseshell cat was lying on a wooden chair in the house. Compared to the first time Zheng Tan saw it, it had gained a lot of weight. It closed its eyes and seemed to be taking a nap, but its ears twitched along with the sound of the arrow. There were a lot of gifts on the table in the house. It seemed that many people visited the old lady during the New Year. After the song was finished, the old lady put the arrow aside and said to the Jiaopa, "You're here." "Yes, I plan to leave early tomorrow morning, so I came here today," the Jiaopa said. The old lady didn't say much. She turned her eyes to Zheng Tan, and Zheng Tan felt a little uneasy. "Black cat, come here for a moment." The granny waved at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan hesitated. He looked at the Jiaopa, then looked at the old lady in front of him, and pulled his ears. "Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. Anyway, the Jiaopa is here. This old lady probably won't do anything that would make people angry." When Zheng Tan came closer, the old lady patted her leg and motioned for Zheng Tan to jump on. This time, Zheng Tan didn't think for too long. He paused for a moment and jumped on her leg. The old lady put her hand into her pocket and pulled out a jade pendant. There were characters written in seal script on it. Zheng Tan only knew one of the characters, Yang, and he wasn't 100% sure that it was Yang. He had never learned seal script. He had only seen it by chance and couldn't remember most of it. The pendant's lanyard had been changed and was woven into a small loop. It was just big enough to wrap around Zheng Tan's neck. After putting it on, the old lady looked at the Jiaopa and said, "Can you let it keep this for me?" Zheng Tan pulled his ears again. "What's the point of asking for its opinion now that you've put it on?" The Jiaopa was confused. Even if this jade didn't look like it was worth hundreds of thousands, it was definitely not something that could be compared to a few dozen or a few hundred yuan. But why did the old lady give such an important thing to a cat? People who didn't know her would think that she was crazy. "I just want you to keep it for me. If you see someone wearing a jade pendant like this one day, let me know. My biggest wish is to see my family before I leave. Unfortunately, I don't even know if they're still alive." The old lady sighed. She suddenly thought of something and said to the Jiaopa, "Can you help me with this?" The Jiaopa was speechless. "You've already put the jade pendant on me and said what you wanted. Why are you only asking me if I can help you now?" "Of course I can help you." The Jiaopa nodded and said, "But it doesn't seem right to keep such a precious jade pendant on my cat. My cat likes to run around. What if he accidentally loses it?" "I see." The old lady took the jade pendant off Zheng Tan's neck and handed it to the Jiaopa, "Then help me keep it first. You can give it to me at this time next year." Zheng Tan and the Jiaopa were speechless. They felt that the old lady was unreliable. She was so strange. "But Granny, I'm going abroad this year. I won't be back at this time next year," the Jiaopa explained. "Then postpone it. You won't stay abroad forever, right?" the old lady asked nervously. "No," the Jiaopa said with certainty. However, he wasn't sure if the old lady would still be around when he came back. After all, according to the elders in the village, the old lady was quite old. "That's fine." The old lady waved her hand. Seeing that the Jiaopa wanted to say something, she said, "Don't worry. I can still live for 3 years." The Jiaopa, whose thoughts were exposed, coughed embarrassedly. He quietly listened to the old lady's next words. The old lady came to this village more than 40 years ago. It was said that she was a refugee. At that time, most of the places in the country were very difficult. The old lady found a place to stay in the village. After she recovered from her illness, she stayed in the village. "In the early years, I tried many methods, but unfortunately, I couldn't find him. There was a period of time when I even gave up hope. Sigh. If I can't find him, this jade pendant is worthless to me." The old lady sighed. Zheng Tan muttered in his heart. If she didn't have hope, why did she find him and the Zhao family? It's been more than 40 years. Who would still remember you? Moreover, wasn't this old lady a witch? Couldn't she do the math herself? Thinking about it, Jingtan glanced at the old lady. Coincidentally, the old lady looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Suddenly, Jingtan's heart skipped a beat. F***ck, could this old lady see what a cat was thinking? Some people said that as people got older, they either became more muddle-headed or smarter. Jingtan felt that the old lady in front of him was pretending to be muddle-headed. The Jiao Pa was thinking about something and didn't notice Jingtan's little movements. He said, the internet is gradually becoming popular these days. There are many ways to find people. The old lady waved her hand. Forget it. If you can't find him, then it's fate. Jingtan patiently listened to the old lady's nagging. Then, he walked out of the courtyard with the Jiao Pa. The old lady was really good at talking. Once she started talking, she would inadvertently change the topic and then inadvertently come back to the topic. Jingtan was too lazy to care about what to do with the jade pendant that the old lady gave him. He left it to the Jiao Pa. He was just a cat now. He just needed to eat and sleep well. Early in the morning of the 16th day of the lunar month, the Jiao family drove out of the village with 4 people and 1 cat. After driving for a short while, they saw the familiar BMW appear at the fork in the road. Originally, the Jiao Pa didn't plan to stop and say hello. Unexpectedly, there was a traffic jam in front of the wide road. This time, the 2 cars stopped next to each other and rolled down the windows. We meet again. Yes, it's fate. The Jiao Pa smiled and greeted the other party. He took the other party's business card. Jing Xian, general manager of a company in Nanhua City. If it was just a suspicion when they went to the tomb, this time, Jing Xian was sure that the black cat looking at him calmly through the window was the one they met at the tomb. Chapter 146. My company is in Nanhua City. You can contact me whenever you want to visit. This is my private number. Jing Xian smiled warmly in the car next to them. He introduced himself and briefly talked about his family's old house and village. The Jiao Pa also introduced himself. This way, everyone knew each other. However, the Jiao Pa didn't have a business card, so they exchanged numbers. The Jiao Pa was going abroad in April. They didn't know when they would be able to contact each other again after exchanging numbers. However, exchanging numbers was also a step forward in their relationship. After all, they were from the same hometown. Who knew when they would need to work together? Jingtan listened to their conversation from the back seat. Because they had the same surname, Jingtan paid more attention to them. Coincidentally, he saw the look in Jingxian's eyes. From his eyes, Jingtan knew that he recognized him. Also, from the half-opened car window, the little brat waved his shiny golden chicken at Jingtan. Jingtan ignored him. Moreover, after this, everyone would go their separate ways. However, Nanhua City, and Nancheng, would he be able to go there again in this lifetime? Selfishly, Jingtan wanted to go back and take a look. However, he had no choice. Once the Jiao Pa left the country, the remaining Jiao family members living in the Eastern District courtyard wouldn't travel far. In short, they wouldn't be able to go there again for at least a year. After the traffic started, the 2 cars' routes overlapped. They only separated when they reached a certain section of the highway. The Jiao family and Jingtan didn't take this little episode to heart. Things changed too quickly. No one knew if they would have the chance to meet again. They could only say that they would meet again if fate brought them together. If not, then there was no need to force it. When they returned to the Eastern District courtyard, the winter sweet in the courtyard was still blooming. The children in the courtyard liked to pick flowers. Lan Tianzhu corrected Su An's misunderstanding. Wintersweet is wintersweet. Plum is plum. These 2 are different species. Even their families are different. The plum blossom belongs to the apricot family of the rose family, while the wintersweet belongs to the camphor family of the wintersweet. As they were talking, the 2 of them saw the Jiao family's car coming over. They didn't care about the wintersweet and plum blossoms anymore. They called the Jiao Yuan and the three of them gathered together to discuss tomorrow's school. Zheng Tan had seen the weather forecast. It said that in 2 days, the temperature would drop and it would snow again. The children were very unhappy about this. No one wanted to snow right after school. It was cold to ride a bike. Moreover, this kind of weather was actually very suitable for huddling in bed instead of braving the cold wind, rain, and snow to go to class in the cold classroom. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't something that could be changed just because you said so. After school started, everyone started to get busy. Jiao Pa was now mainly busy with his plans to go abroad. Before he went abroad, he still had a lot of work to do, especially for Xian and Su Chu. As for the new graduate students this year, Jiao Pa did not ask the other teachers to help him choose. He had already made up his mind to only accept one graduate student. He would not be able to take care of more than one graduate student while he was abroad. All he had to do was to wait for the results of the postgraduate entrance examination to be announced. The remaining places were given to other teachers. This new graduate student was different from Xian and Su Chu. This time, Jiao Pa originally planned to recruit a female graduate student. This was also because when he was not at home, Jiao Ma would have more people to help her. After all, there were more restrictions on male graduates. It was more reliable to recruit a female graduate student. Before the postgraduate entrance examination, Jiao Pa had selected some applicants from his mailbox. After the results of the postgraduate entrance examination were released, there would definitely be more applicants who would promote themselves. However, Jiao Pa did not have that much free time. Fortunately, he found a satisfactory candidate. The third candidate was Xing Jing, who had switched majors from the school. She was originally from the School of Foreign Languages. Many people did not understand why Xing Jing chose to be a postgraduate student at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This gap was too big. Although many students from the Chinese Academy of Sciences would also choose to be a postgraduate student from other schools, such as the School of Medical Sciences, the School of Chemistry, the School of Electronics and Information, or the School of Economics and Management. However, very few girls who were purely in liberal arts would choose to be a postgraduate student. This was not an ordinary step. Moreover, even if they could pass the entrance examination, some teachers would not be willing to accept them. After all, the teachers wanted to recruit students who were quick to learn and strong in theoretical knowledge. Tsinghua University's strength meant that the competition was strong. There would not be a shortage of students. According to the cutoff score of 120%, in the past 2 years, a group of people would be eliminated in the postgraduate entrance examination. Some of them had good scores. Therefore, many people said that they would not be confident if they did not score more than 10 points higher than the cutoff score. Su Chu was a special student. Many students in the same batch as Su Chu said that he was lucky. Zheng Tan had never met Xing Jing. He only heard about her from the Jiao Pa and the Jiao Ma when they were chatting. Besides, the cutoff score and cutoff score were not out yet. It was uncertain whether Xing Jing would be accepted. Therefore, the Jiao Pa only mentioned Xing Jing casually and did not elaborate further. However, the Jiao Pa was not a person who would compromise. Therefore, there must be a reason why Xing Jing was accepted by the Jiao Pa. Zheng Tan was looking forward to it. After staying at home for 2 days, Zheng Tan could not hold it in anymore. There was no news about the cat carriage. He guessed that it was not ready yet. He could not stay at home all day and sleep in a daze. The weather forecast said that it would snow. It had been 2 days, but there was still no snow. Zheng Tan looked at the sky. Who cares? Let's go out for a walk first. Zheng Tan chose the road leading to the Jiao Yuan school. He wanted to see how the Jiao Yuan school was like in class. Unfortunately, the windows were full of water vapor. He could not see what was going on inside. He could only hear the teacher's voice. Zheng Tan did not stay at the school gate for long. He went to Zhong Yan's house. Zhong Yan must be in class at this time. There was no one at home. There were not many people walking around in the neighborhood. He could not hear any gossip. After leaving Zhong Yan's neighborhood, Jing Tan went to see the construction site developed by Yi Hao. Compared to before the new year, there were not many obvious changes. It was probably delayed by the new year. After the new year, the progress would be accelerated. It was still early. Jing Tan was not in a hurry to go back. He looked at the fork in the road and walked in a direction. He had not been there before. He wanted to explore the terrain and expand the area he was familiar with. Chuhua City was a relatively old city. Although the city was developing rapidly, there were still many old residential areas. However, with the development of the city, these old residential areas would gradually be demolished. After walking through the streets of the old residential area, Jing Tan came to a neighborhood with elevator houses. This area had only been developed for a few years. It was like a crane in a flock of chickens in the old residential area. The greenery in the neighborhood was not bad. Jing Tan saw some wintersweet trees in the neighborhood. The wintersweet was blooming. If it was not blooming, Jing Tan would not be able to recognize it even if he stood in front of the wintersweet trees. There were not many people walking around in the neighborhood. They were either at work or too lazy to go out. Even if it was not snowing, it was cold enough. Although it was not as cold as in the north, it was still unbearable for many people. Chuhua City's winters were wet and cold. Some people from the north and the south coast who came to the city to study in university suffered from frostbite in their first year. They were not used to the weather here. There were not many people, and there were not many animals outside. He could only hear a few dogs barking occasionally. As for cats, Jing Tan had not seen a single one for the time being. As he was walking, it started to drizzle. Jing Tan cursed the bad weather in his heart. He wondered if he should go back or find a place to hide. After all, it would take some time to return to the east courtyard from here if he calculated using the catwalk, unless he ran all the way back. Before Jing Tan could make a decision, there was a crackling sound around him. It was the sound of falling snow. Looking at the raindrops and snow falling faster and faster, Jing Tan estimated that it was going to snow soon. Forget it. I'll find a place to hide first. At this time, he would be wet and cold. It would not be comfortable to be hit by the snow. He looked around. The bottom of the elevator was a parking space, so the first floor started from the floor above the parking space. Many residents had installed anti-theft nets on their balconies and windows. Some of the nets were too dense for Jing Tan to squeeze through. After looking around, Jing Tan chose a balcony on the first floor of a building. Jing Tan could only squeeze through this balcony. It was also a good place to block the wind and rain. The height of the parking lot was not difficult for Jing Tan to climb up. After jumping up, Jing Tan walked to the balcony with the help of a piece of empty space and went in. There were a few cardboard boxes on the balcony of this house. There was a layer of dust on the boxes. It seemed that no one had touched them for a long time. After listening to the movements in the house and confirming that there was no one, Jing Tan pulled 2 cardboard boxes down and used them as walls to block the wind. He squatted on the other side of the cardboard boxes. This way, he could use the cardboard boxes to block the wind and also pay attention to the weather. Today was unlucky. 2 days ago, the rain and snow did not fall. Today, as soon as he went out, the wind and rain came. While squatting there waiting for the rain to stop, Jing Tan heard the sound of the door opening. After a while, footsteps came closer. Jing Tan adjusted his posture and prepared to leave immediately if the owner of the house rejected the cat. The door on the balcony was opened. A middle-aged man in a black coat walked to the balcony. As soon as he took a step, he noticed the black cat squatting next to the cardboard boxes. The man was stunned. When he met the cat's eyes, he did not show any sense of rejection. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned back to the room. The door was not closed. Jing Tan moved his ears and heard the sound of people walking back and forth in the house. Then, there was the sound of the microwave. After a ding sound, the man came out with a cup of milk in a disposable paper cup and put it in front of Jing Tan. Sure enough, there were more kind people. Jing Tan sighed in his heart. However, many people did not know that cats could not be fed milk casually. Many cats were lactose intolerant. If they drank milk, they would have diarrhea. The consequences were more serious. As for Zheng Tan's unusual stomach, he had drunk a lot of milk in the Jiao family. He had never had diarrhea. Therefore, for him, milk was definitely drinkable. In addition, he did feel a little cold and wanted to drink something warm. Moreover, Zheng Tan did not feel any malice from the man in front of him. However, it was necessary to be vigilant. Zheng Tan took 2 small licks. Then, he pretended to look at the scenery outside. He moved his ears, lowered his head, and took another lick. He glanced at the man in front of him and then looked at the scenery outside. He pretended to see something interesting or threatening. He repeated this several times. In this way, after a while, Zheng Tan felt that there was no problem with drinking the milk. Then, he drank the rest of the milk. The man saw that the black cat in front of him looked outside from time to time. He thought that the cat was just wary of the people outside. He chuckled. Quite alert. Chapter 147. After drinking the small glass of milk, Zheng Tan felt much warmer. He shook his fur, stretched, and looked out of the balcony. The rain had stopped and was replaced by patches of white snow. From the looks of it, the ground would soon turn white. Seeing that the glass was empty, the man squatted down to pick it up and walked into the house. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and said to the black cat in the corner, "Come in, it's cold outside." Zheng Tan hesitated. Should he go in to avoid the wind? The wind outside seemed to be stronger. Zheng Tan didn't respond. Seeing this, the man thought that the cat in front of him didn't understand, so he stood at the door and waved his hand, pointing at the glass of milk. Perhaps realizing that his actions were ineffective, the man walked into the house, but the door to the balcony was not closed. Most places in Chuhua City didn't have heating. People were used to using air conditioners and other heating devices. The air conditioner in the house was on. Zheng Tan walked to the door and could clearly feel the warm wind coming from the house. Compared to outside, the house was too warm. Zheng Tan looked at the snowy sky outside and walked into the house. Inside the house, the man had already taken off his jacket. He stood in front of the microwave and continued to warm a glass of milk. When the milk was warm and ready to be taken to the balcony, he realized that the black cat had already entered the house and was curiously looking at the furnishings in the house. Zheng Tan roughly scanned the house and felt that the man should be a cultured person. There was a bookshelf in the room. Most of the books on the bookshelf were in English. They covered a wide range of subjects, from literature, history, geography, agriculture, medicine, and so on. This kind of person shouldn't be a threat. The man put the warm milk in front of Zheng Tan. This time, he didn't stare at Zheng Tan drinking the milk. Instead, he walked to the table next to him, turned on the computer, found some documents, and started working. Zheng Tan drank the milk and observed the man. Although he couldn't see the things on the table clearly from his angle, Zheng Tan could tell that the man was a translator. He helped people translate books and articles. Zheng Tan didn't know if translating was his main job or his side job. There were 3 rooms in the house. Only one of them was open, which was the room Zheng Tan was in. The other 2 rooms were closed, and it was unknown if anyone lived there. There was a 1-meter-long drawing board in the room. There were many small notes and notes stuck on the drawing board. Zheng Tan couldn't understand a single thing written on it. Could that be English cursive? But the English cursive script shouldn't be so cursive, right? Regardless of whether it was English or English cursive, he couldn't understand it anyway. The door leading to the balcony was not closed. Gusts of cold wind blew in, and Zheng Tan shivered again. The man also felt the cold wind blowing in from outside. He got up and closed the door. When he closed the door, he looked at Zheng Tan, as if to make sure that the cat would not throw a tantrum after closing the door. Zheng Tan did not lose his temper. Instead, he jumped onto the desk. The desk was next to the window, and there was an open book in front of the window. There were some bookmarks in the book, and there were many notes on the pages. Zheng Tan did not squat on the desk. It was obvious that this was a book that the owner of the house needed. It was better to behave in someone's house. Since he couldn't squat directly in front of the window, Zheng Tan squatted beside the thick book and looked out the window with his neck tilted. He could only wait for the snow to stop before going home. He couldn't stay outside like this forever. If he couldn't go home in time for dinner, Jiao Ma would nag him again. There was the fragrance of wintersweet in the room. The tea in the man's teacup was also wintersweet. Zhang Zian wondered if the wintersweet used to make the tea was picked from the wintersweet trees in the neighborhood. After translating the planned task, the man stretched his arms and twisted his neck to look at Zheng Tan. When he saw the black cat looking out the window without blinking, he smiled, took out a pen and paper from the drawer, and drew a simple drawing. From the drawing, Zhang Zian could tell that the man had learned how to sketch before. His drawing skills were not bad. After the drawing was done, the man showed it to Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was not interested. He glanced at the drawing and continued to look out the window. He calculated the time. In another hour, little Pomelo's school would be over. He could stay here for half an hour at most. After half an hour, whether it was still snowing or not, or whether it was snowing heavily, he would have to leave. Fortunately, after half an hour, the snow was much lighter. Although it was still falling, it was not as heavy as before. Zhang Zian could make do with it. Zheng Tan moved his neck and stretched. He had been in this position for too long, and it was a little sore. After jumping down from the desk, Zheng Tan stood in front of the door. He raised his paw and knocked on the door. Then, he looked at the man. The man had been paying attention when Zheng Tan jumped down from the desk. When he saw Zheng Tan like this, he smiled. Thinking of leaving? As he spoke, the man opened the door and let Zheng Tan out. Zheng Tan could open the door himself. However, in front of someone he had only met once, Zheng Tan did not want to appear too special. Moreover, Zheng Tan felt that the man should like to smile. However, he always felt that the man's smile was a little uneasy. He could not tell why, but it was just his intuition. After opening the door for Zheng Tan, the man watched as Zheng Tan squeezed out of the anti-theft net on the balcony. When he jumped onto the ground, he saw a footprint on the ground. When he saw that the black cat had gone far away, he went back into the house and closed the door. After leaving the neighborhood, Zheng Tan ran in the direction of Tsinghua University. The snow on the ground was a little cold. The people around did not care about the black cat running on the sidewalk. Their attention was on the thin layer of snow that had accumulated on the ground. When Zheng Tan passed by a crossroad, he stopped because there was a lot of traffic. At the same time, he noticed that 2 police cars were driving towards the street he came from. However, he did not have time to be curious. After he crossed the road, he quickly walked across the street with the other pedestrians. When Zheng Tan reached the entrance of Fu Tong Elementary School, the school bell rang. Fortunately, there was no delay. At this time, the snow began to fall heavily again. During this period, both little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan were in low spirits because of Jiao Pa's impending departure. They were not very excited about the snow. When the other children walked out of Fu Tong Elementary School, they were very excited when they saw the thin layer of snow on the ground. However, there were many people and the snow was thin. When they stepped on it, they could not see the white layer. There was only snow mixed with the sand on the ground. It snowed for 2 days. When the weather cleared up, the snow began to melt quickly. The weather forecast said that there would be no rain or snow for the next few days. The temperature would gradually rise. When the snow had almost melted, Zheng Tan went out for a walk. He still walked along the road that led to Jiao Yuan's school. Zheng Tan was now familiarizing himself with the section of the road. Just like the day of the snow, he walked from Jiao Yuan's school to Zhongyan's neighborhood. Then, he went to the construction site to take a look. Then, he walked further and familiarized himself with the area. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the neighborhood with the elevator house. When Zheng Tan walked into the neighborhood, a few middle-aged women happened to be returning with daily necessities from the supermarket. Hey, is there a conclusion to the case? I don't think so. I didn't hear any progress. Hey, didn't they say that they committed suicide by jumping into the lake? Wasn't it suicide? How could it be? It was so cold. Also, I heard from a nephew who works nearby that the person was found naked. Even if they wanted to commit suicide, they wouldn't have done it in such a way. At this time, another middle-aged woman walked in from outside the neighborhood. She should know these people. When she saw them, she quickly walked over and asked, "What are you talking about?" "What else?" "It's about the day of the snow." "What happened at the lake?" Listening to their conversation, Jiangtan remembered the 2 police cars he saw at the crossroads when he was rushing back on the snowy day. It should be related to what these middle-aged women were talking about. However, Jiangtan felt that those things were too far away from him and had nothing to do with him. Such cases happened every day in the world. There was no need to worry so much. Besides, he was not like those middle-aged women who had nothing to do, who were gossiping and looking for fun to pass time. Jiangtan decided to go to the house of the person who drank wintersweet flower tea. Maybe he could get a cup of warm milk to drink. When he came downstairs, Jiangtan looked up. He could see that the lights were on in the house. The person should be busy with work at this time. Jumping over the parking space, Jiangtan squeezed into the balcony. He saw that the balcony was different from the first time he came here a few days ago. The cardboard box was still there, but in the corner, there was a relatively clean cushion. Next to the cushion was a paper cup filled with cold milk. The cushion and milk were not there the last time he came. Jiangtan sniffed the milk in the paper cup. There was no strange smell. In this weather, it was not easy for there to be strange smells. Jiangtan could not guess how many days this cup of milk had been there. Looking at the furnishings, people who did not know would definitely think that the owner of this house had a pet. Jiangtan was not in a hurry to scratch the door. He first sniffed around the balcony to see if there were any other animals to prepare himself in advance. If there were, he would carefully consider whether or not to scratch the door, especially if the owner had a dog. It was better not to make a fuss. Many people believed that a dog's nose was much more sensitive than a cat's nose. Otherwise, why would there be so many police dogs that detect drugs but no police cats that detect drugs? Others believed that a cat's nose was comparable to a dog's nose. However, because of a cat's personality, it was not easy to train and was not willing to be manipulated by people. Many of the functions in its body were fully performed when it was beneficial to itself, and many of the commands of people were dismissive. Because of this, people more often could only make use of a dog's sense of smell, but not cats. Jiangtan did not know whether a dog's nose or a cat's nose was more sensitive. At least, he thought that his current sense of smell was quite good. At least, it was much more sensitive than when he was a human. After sniffing around carefully, Jiangtan was sure that, just like last time, other than the smell of the owner of the house, there was only the smell left from when he squatted in the corner and rubbed the cardboard box out of boredom. There was not even the smell of a girl. That person was really a homebody. Jiangtan walked to the door and raised his paw to knock on the door. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to scratch the door, he heard footsteps coming from inside. The next moment, the door opened. Chapter 148. When Jiangtan came, the man was working. There were a few books open on the desk, basically the same as last time. After putting a cup of warm milk in front of Jiangtan, the man sat back down at the desk and started working again. Jiangtan looked at the paper cup of milk in front of him. It was newly taken out from the packaging bag. This was one of the reasons why Jiangtan had a good impression of the man. The man never used a dirty cup to drink milk, even though Jiangtan was just an ordinary cat now. After drinking the milk, Jiangtan didn't disturb the man and walked around the room. Compared to last time, there was an extra picture on the bookcase in the room. It was a pencil drawing with no color. It was a picture of several children surrounded by wintersweet flowers. There was a date on the bottom right corner of the picture. It was the day before yesterday. Jiangtan was looking at it when the doorbell rang. It was a boy who was about the same age as Zhao Yuan. He was holding a paper box with a small cake in his hand. The paper box was full of wintersweet flowers. "Uncle Lame, here you go. These were picked from the branches that the kids broke today." When the kid said kids, he didn't seem to notice that he was quite young. Uncle Wintersweet? This name made Jiangtan curious. Was it because he liked wintersweet tea? Or was his name originally Wintersweet? It was too weird for a man to be called Wintersweet. The boy took a bag of lollipops from Uncle Wintersweet as a reward, scratched his head embarrassedly, thanked Uncle Wintersweet, and left. The Uncle Wintersweet mentioned by the boy took the box with the wintersweet flowers into the room and put it aside. Seeing Jiangtan staring at the box, he smiled and said, "There are many children in the community who like to break branches, especially the wintersweet flowers that are still blooming. I told them that if they accidentally break a branch, they can pick the wintersweet flowers and give them to me." Jiangtan understood. No wonder there were so many wintersweet flowers in Uncle Wintersweet's room. The group of children probably broke some on purpose to exchange for lollipops. Uncle Wintersweet should know, but he didn't point it out. "I drew that drawing the day before yesterday when they came over." Uncle Lame pointed at the pencil drawing that Jiangtan had just seen and said. Jiangtan was even more confused. Although Uncle Lame seemed to be very gentle and close to children, he rarely spoke to people, but he could talk so much to a cat. Another strange person. Sure enough, pets like cats and dogs always made people let down their guard. As he spoke, Uncle Lame took out a pen and paper and watched Jiangtan begin to draw. The technique was practiced. Jiangtan watched as the black lines on the white paper quickly took shape. However, Jiangtan suddenly noticed, this guy was actually drawing with his left hand. Left-handed? If Jiangtan remembered correctly, Uncle Lame used his right hand when he wrote before. The last time Jiangtan squatted on the desk, he saw Uncle Lame's writing. At that time, Jiangtan was still thinking, if he could write English cursive like the scribbles on the small notes and sticky notes on the drawing board, how was his handwriting? In the end, the handwriting was quite normal. After that, Jiangtan didn't pay much attention to it. Now, combined with the current situation, this guy might be left-handed, but he might not be a pure left-hander. Among the people that Jiangtan knew, this was the first person who used his left hand as well as his right hand. When he moved, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. The room was very warm because the air conditioner was on. Jiangtan squatted there and felt a little drowsy, so he took a short nap. 10 minutes later, a simple pencil drawing was completed. Jiangtan yawned, stretched, and looked over. On the drawing was a black cat, squatting next to a cake box containing wintersweet flowers. It tilted its head slightly, and there seemed to be some confusion in its eyes. Uncle Lame stared at the drawing in his hand for a while, and then looked at Jiangtan. "I heard that many animals have spirituality. Are you one of them?" Jiangtan didn't answer, and he couldn't answer. Uncle Lame didn't want to find the answer from the cat's mouth. He only asked because he suddenly felt a strong sense of strangeness when he saw the cat's eyes. After asking the question, he remembered that it was just a cat in front of him, and it couldn't speak, so he just smiled. Jiangtan was a little confused. There were indeed a lot of crazy people who answered their own questions in front of a cat. Uncle Lame put the drawing in his hand and the drawing of the child into a folder and walked out of the room. Last time when Jiangtan came, there were 2 rooms in the room that were tightly shut. This time, Uncle Lame opened one of them. Jiangtan walked over to take a look. The room wasn't big, and it should have been specially soundproofed. The layout inside was very simple, and the most obvious thing was the upright piano inside. He didn't expect this person to be a musician. Jiangtan jumped onto a stool next to him. Since this person was going to play a song, he didn't mind being a guest listener. After listening to the beginning, Jiangtan knew the name of the song Uncle Lame played. For Alice. Although Jiangtan didn't listen to the so-called world-famous songs, he still knew this song. It was too famous, and many children liked to play this song. But, Jiangtan didn't know much about the piano. He only knew that the version played by this person was different from the version he had heard before. It was slower, but it was also far different from the slow playing techniques taught to children. And there were some other factors involved. The piano version of For Alice that Jing Tan had heard before had a more refreshing melody, and the rhythm was light and comfortable. Some people said that piano music made people feel relaxed and happy. But now, Jing Tan didn't feel relaxed and happy at all. Instead, he felt an inexplicable pressure, and even felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that the version played by this person in front of him was wrong? After the song, Uncle Lame sat there without moving, as if he was thinking about something. Jing Tan stretched his neck to take a look. What the hell? He could even play a song dedicated to Alice until tears welled up in his eyes? Jing Tan expressed that he couldn't understand. Feeling that the atmosphere wasn't right, Jing Tan decided to go home. When he returned to Tsinghua University, the school hadn't ended yet. Jing Tan wasn't in a hurry, so he took a detour to the university's teaching building for a walk. He happened to hear a debate in the lecture hall on the first floor. It was quite lively, and the topic was interesting. So, Jing Tan climbed up a tree next to the lecture hall and squatted down to listen. They were first-year medical students, and they were debating whether left-handers were geniuses or weaklings. The left and right hemispheres of the human brain each have their own division of labor. The left hemisphere is mainly responsible for reasoning, logic, and language, while the right hemisphere focuses on the feeling of geometric shapes, emotions, imagination, and spatial distance. It has the function of directly judging visual signals. The opposing side of the debate believed that left-handers were stronger. Many left-handers in life were intelligent and quick-witted people, especially in occupations that required imagination and spatial distance. Left-handers were often the best talents among them, such as Mozart, Beethoven, and Bach in the field of music, Caesar and Napoleon in the field of politics and military, and Einstein and Newton in the field of science. In addition, they also used the example of seeing to illustrate. They compared the neural response route of right hemisphere of the brain, left hemisphere of the brain, right hand, with the neural response route of right hemisphere of the brain, left hemisphere of the brain, with the neural response route of right hemisphere of the brain, left hand. They believed that left-handers had an advantage over right-handers in terms of agility. The opposing side of the debate believed that left-handers were weaklings in life. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so small in the large human population. As for the distinction between left-handers and left-handers in history, it was still controversial and not convincing enough. At the same time, the opposing side of the debate cited a new hypothesis put forward by the Swiss scientist, Dr. Irwin. Irwin believes that in ancient times, the probability of human ancestors using their left and right hands was the same as that of other animals. It was only because they didn't know the plants around them that they accidentally ate the poisonous parts of the plants. Left-handed people had a weak tolerance for plant toxins, and eventually, due to the severe impact of plant toxins on the central nervous system, they couldn't continue to survive. On the other hand, right-handed people, with their strong tolerance, eventually gained the ability to survive in nature. In addition, some foreign scientists have also used experiments to prove that many left-handers have a weak autoimmune system. In fact, 65% of autistic patients are left-handed. Jing Tan squatted on the tree and watched the students argue until their faces turned red. He found it funny. If this continued, it would probably be the same as a street brawl. After all, they were only first-year students. Most of them had never participated in a formal debate before. At the beginning of the debate, they paid attention to the rules of the debate. However, towards the end of the debate, it became a little chaotic. However, the teacher on the rostrum did not stop them. Instead, she smiled. The reason she organized this class debate was to arouse the interest of the students. Aside from interest, the rules were secondary. After all, it was not a formal debate venue. In the end, the teacher on the podium gave everyone a conclusion. In the biological world, only humans and apes have a distinction between left-handed and left-handed people. Moreover, only humans would discuss which one is better. In fact, so far, many people have conducted research on the differences in intelligence, immunity, lifespan, and even the prevalence of mental illness between left-handers and right-handers. However, the results are still indisputable. The second half of the teacher's sentence was the conclusion of the entire debate. Jing Tan had always felt that debates were elegant and sharp quarrels. The topics of the quarrel were so far without an absolute answer. What a pain in the ass. While despising the students, Jing Tan lowered his head and looked at his two front paws. He raised his paws and bent them. Suddenly, Jing Tan felt a little depressed. Just as the teacher said, other than humans and apes, there didn't seem to be a distinction between left-handed and left-handed animals, including Jing Tan himself. Thinking back to when he was still a human, he was used to using his right hand. But now, there didn't seem to be much of a difference. If he hadn't listened to the students' debate today, Jing Tan wouldn't have noticed this change in himself. After thinking about his changes, Jing Tan thought of the scene when he saw Uncle Lame painting today. Was that person left-handed or not? Well, I should pay more attention next time I go there for a walk. Jing Tan had originally planned to go to Uncle Lame's place on Saturday, but Celestine came to Jing Tan and took him to the night building to play. Chapter 149. On the way to the night building, Celestine still didn't stop talking. Jing Tan also learned from him that Ajin and the others had now moved from the most ordinary North District to the South District, which was a good progress. It was not in vain for them to leave their hometown and come here, and it also proved their ability. Now, they were much more relaxed and had rented a bigger apartment. Even the stray dog that Ajin had picked up was now fat and full of energy all day long. Ajin and the others were now passionate and motivated enough. Some of the people who often went to the night building already had supporters of their band. The person in charge of the night building also thought highly of them, and Jing Tan was also happy for them. Now, the person in charge of the night building had been changed. Ranchi and Leopard had been sent by Yi Hao to be in charge of several important projects, such as the land near Tsinghua University. Therefore, Yi Hao transferred another person to replace Ranchi's position. The night building was still so lively at night. When Jing Tan followed Celestine into the private room on the third floor, there were two other people besides Yi Hao, Leopard, and Ranchi. Jing Tan had seen one of them before. That person was called Tiger Liang, and Yi Hao and the others called him Huzi. He was also the person in charge of the night building. As for the other person, Jing Tan didn't know him. However, those who could stay here must be Yi Hao's confidants or trustworthy people, and their mouths were tight enough. Knowing Yi Hao and Celestine's way of doing things and means, Jing Tan didn't have to worry too much about it. He still did what he had to do before. No, there was another difference. It was the one lying on the single sofa. On the way here, Celestine also talked about the Monseigneur. Rumor has it that the Monseigneur has performed a meritorious deed again. During the new year, the Monseigneur had been by Master Tang VII's side the entire time. Even though Master Tang VII had retired, his influence behind the scenes was still not small, so he would not be too idle during the new year. Coincidentally, someone had taken advantage of a loophole and attempted to harm Master Tang VII. That person had been scratched half to death by this big cat. For this reason, Master Tang VII was even more gratified. This also caused the Monseigneur's status in the family to soar. After the new year, Master Tang VII did not go out much. Now that his safety was guaranteed, he had Yi Hao look after the Monseigneur outside. Perhaps he could be of some help. As a result, Jing Tan saw the Monseigneur in the night tower again today. Glancing at the Monseigneur who was resting on the sofa with his eyes closed, Jing Tan looked at Ranchi. Sure enough, that guy was sitting the furthest away from the Monseigneur. Moreover, when he saw Jing Tan, Ranchi's face clearly stiffened. As usual, when Ranchi saw Jing Tan and the Monseigneur, he felt that something was wrong. Jing Tan was already used to Ranchi's behavior, so he did not mind. He jumped onto the coffee table and began to look for food. These people had their own topics to talk about. After Jing Tan came, he only cared about eating and drinking to his heart's content, then sleeping. When he woke up, he would be home again. In short, he was just passing time. After Celestine entered, he pulled a chair and sat down very naturally. He knew everyone inside, and they also knew him. They were all on the same side, so no one was too reserved. What are you talking about? Celestine asked. As he spoke, Celestine dragged the plate of peanuts over. There were a lot of nuts on the coffee table. Everyone knew Celestine's preferences, so they did not object to his practice. Celestine liked the peanuts here. Although peanuts were a bit too popular, the taste of the peanuts fried in each place was more or less different. Celestine preferred the peanuts of the night building. Every time Jiang Tan came here, he ate a lot of peanuts. Anyway, he just had to wait by the side. He peeled a peanut and put it in front of Jiang Tan. Then Celestine peeled another one for himself, waiting for Yi Hao's answer. Yi Hao did not say much. He handed a folder to Celestine. Take a look at this first. Jiang Tan was also curious and leaned over to take a look. On the top was a photo of a young woman in her 20s. It was probably taken in a bar. The woman in the photo was dancing. Her curves were fully displayed, and her flying hair could not hide her gorgeous face. Hey, isn't this the little white flower that Lai Er bought? Celestine snorted with disdain. What's this woman doing again? The Lai Er that Celestine mentioned was Yi Hao's rival. The woman in the photo was Lai Er's follower. From time to time, she would come to the night building to cause trouble. Putting the photo aside, Celestine read the following report and suddenly frowned. The report was clipped from a certain newspaper. Nowadays, newspapers often reported such content, and ordinary people were used to it. However, if the culprit was this woman, Celestine was really curious. Suicide? Celestine read the report and could not believe it. The money that Lai Er gave her is enough for her to squander for a long time. This woman loves to enjoy life. How could she commit suicide? Jiang Tan read for a while and was a little bored. He was not interested in these things. When he was about to leave, Celestine flipped through another document. There was also a photo. There were 4 people in the photo. 3 fat men and a cute girl of 14 or 15 in a princess dress. Even if the 2 men inside weren't 1.8 meters tall, they were considered to be of average height in Chuhua City. However, looking at the father and son, both of them seemed to weigh more than 100 kilograms, and their bodies were full of fat. When the 3 fat men stood together, they indeed looked like a family. Because of this, the little girl on the right looked even more outstanding. Jiang Tan glanced at the photo. His eyes fell on the girl in the princess dress for a while, then moved to the fat man standing on the far left. He felt that the fat man was a little strange. Yi Hao lit a cigarette and pointed at a fat middle-aged man in the photo. This man is called Chen La. When I came to Chuhua City to follow Master Qi, Chen La was quite famous in Chuhua City's business circle. Lai Er stepped on him to become famous and was put in an important position by Lei Tu. 10 years had passed since then. Who would still remember that fat merchant named Chen La from back then? Who still remembers Lei Tu, who was in the same era as Master Tang VII and Nye 19? Celestine raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Hao. He did not interrupt and waited for Yi Hao to continue. He knew that Yi Hao was not saying all this to reminisce. Jiang Tan was also listening attentively. Every now and then, he stuffed 2 peanuts into his mouth and listened while eating. After Yi Hao sighed for a while, he said to Celestine, "Look at the article at the bottom." Jiang Tan glanced at it while Celestine was flipping through the materials. It was also a newspaper clipping. Jiang Tan knew what it was talking about. He had heard it from a few aunties in the neighborhood where Uncle Lame lived. Back then, Chen La had a loyal helper. One day, he suddenly disappeared and was later found in the lake, Yi Hao said. Celestine looked at the article in his hand. The same situation as here? The same lake, the same way of death? Yi Hao nodded and continued. Back then, a few days before the Chen family's accident, Chen La's youngest daughter committed suicide by jumping off a bridge. Chen La doted on his youngest daughter very much. The little girl's dream was to be a musician. In order to make her look more Western, Chen La even gave his daughter an English name, Alice. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Jiang Tan, who was chewing peanuts, choked. It was not good to cough at the coffee table, so he turned his head and coughed in the opposite direction. After coughing, he realized that the Monseigneur was lying there. When Jing Tan coughed, he spat out some peanuts. Lord Zhu glanced at Jing Tan with half-opened eyes. He tugged at his ears, shook his fur, and shook off the peanut crumbs stuck to his fur. After shaking off the peanut crumbs, he rested his chin on the sofa and closed his eyes again to rest. Everyone's attention was mainly on Yi Hao and Celestine. No one paid attention to whether a cat choked or not. Celestine only glanced at Jing Tan and found that he was just choking on peanuts. It was not a big deal, so he turned his attention back to the materials in his hand. Celestine turned the materials in his hand to the woman from before. "This woman, same bridge, same place on the bridge," Yi Hao said. "It seems that there are a lot of things that we don't know about," Celestine said after reading the materials. They did not know the people involved in the incident, so for them, it was just a story. According to what we know, the woman said a lot of nonsense before she jumped off the bridge. "She didn't seem to be in her right mind," Leopard said. "She must have taken drugs. She's been having a lot of fun lately. She must have taken drugs. It's just that the local newspapers didn't report it. Maybe Lai Air covered it up," someone said. "Those drugs can make her excited, but they also make her more receptive to suggestions," Ranchi said. "They used to come in contact with those drugs in their business, but they never touched them again after they cleared their names. However, they still knew a lot about those drugs." Suggestions? Suggestions to commit suicide? When I did some research, I learned that this woman really hates bridges and things like that. Sometimes, she would ask people to take a long detour to avoid a big bridge. If she really had something to do with what happened back then, what Ranchi said might be true, Leopard said. In any case, someone did want to deal with them, Celestine concluded. "So, Wei Ling, when you have time, help me ask your senior about the progress of the investigation so that we can take action as soon as possible." It was not that Yi Hao couldn't find out anything by himself, but Yi Tao could find out more and faster. "Okay, I'll keep that in mind." "Do you have any suspects?" Celestine asked Yi Hao. Yi Hao shook his head and raised his finger to point at the ceiling. "Someone up there wants to deal with Lai Air. That guy doesn't know how to restrain himself, and not everyone up there likes him. But if it's someone up there, they wouldn't spend so much effort to deal with those two people. Originally, I had a suspect, but I'm not sure. Back then, Chen La and his wife died in the fire. Chen La's youngest daughter jumped off the bridge, but Chen La's son was sent away and no one knows where he went." As he spoke, Yi Hao pointed at the fat man standing on the far left in the photo of the family of 4. The 4 people sitting around the coffee table also came over to take a look. After Jing Tan coughed and sprayed peanut crumbs on Lord Zhu, he quickly changed his position and squatted down. At this time, he also leaned over to look at the photo in the folder. Jing Tan happened to block Ranchi's view. Ranchi could only see the black cat's silhouette or back. Chapter 150. Chen La's son? They looked at the fat man Yi Hao pointed out, but they couldn't figure out who he was. Chen La's son, Chen Zhe. When his family got into trouble, he was just in university, not Tsinghua University. I remember it was the city's University of Finance and Economics. However, in many rich families, there were many who went to good universities. In comparison, Chen Zhe was not too outstanding. In addition, his figure and appearance at that time were completely inferior to his sister and some of the children of rich families at that time. Therefore, not much was known about him. But Yi Hao put out the cigarette in the ashtray and said, "Someone who could disappear so completely must have been killed. Otherwise, he's not a simple person." Chen La and his wife weren't stupid, or they wouldn't have taken advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. Their biggest mistake was not recognizing people and getting stabbed in the back by Lai Air. It could also be Chen La's friend who helped him, Long Qi said. "It's possible, but..." Yi Hao paused for a moment before he continued, "I heard that Chen La has a material in his hands. I don't know what it is exactly, but the 7th master said that the material could make Lai Air unable to rise again. but no one found it back then. Lai Er searched for it for a few years after that, but still couldn't find it. So, I suspect that if Xianxia is still alive, the material must be in his hands. Now that Lai Er lost 2 of his men in the same way, he must have known something and taken action long ago. But now, there are many people who want to get their hands on the material. You want to get your hands on it too? Celestine asked. Of course. Besides, if Lai Er's men or other people who want to cooperate with him get their hands on the material, it'll be a big blow to us. Lai Er's appetite is quite big now. Hey, tell me more about Lai Er. I'll analyze it. Celestine was interested. Lai Er. I heard from Mr. Qi that Lai Er's surname wasn't originally Lai. One day, Boss Lei laughed and said to Lai Er, "You're so shameless." So, Lai Er replied, "Since Boss Lei said so, I'll change my surname to Lai." Lai Er was the second son in his family, so everyone called him Lai Er until now. But he didn't think it was a shame. Instead, he thought that the name was a symbol of glory. It recorded his glorious history of stepping on Lei to make a comeback. While Jing Tan was looking at Chen La's family's photo, he was looking at the photo of Lai Er's family. He compared the fat man standing on the left with Uncle Lame. Upon closer inspection, there was a slight resemblance, but generally speaking, it was indeed difficult to tell them apart. After all, Xianxia in the photo was really too fat. At that time, he looked like a young boy who had just entered university, while Uncle Lame had a normal build and had a weather-beaten look. Jing Tan also compared the pretty little girl standing on the right. She was the only one of the 4 with a normal body. But according to Chen La's own words, the little girl looked like her mother, and Xianxia looked like his father. Xianxia and Qianla did look similar in the photo, but he didn't know if they would look like Uncle Lai Mei after they lost weight. The photo alone couldn't prove whether Uncle Lai Mei was Xianxia or not. Jing Tan didn't see anything like a photo in Uncle Lai Mei's room. Moreover, Jing Tan was only relying on his intuition. He had doubts and couldn't be sure. Just as she was thinking about it, Jing Tan caught a glimpse of a line of words at the bottom of the photo. The information provided introduced Chen La and his family. What caught Jing Tan's attention was that it said Chen La's wife's surname was Mei. Lai Mei? If there was a connection, this was a connection. Jing Tan pondered for a while and decided to go to Uncle Lai Mei's house to take a look. It was just a suspicion, and there was no way to prove it. If that person was really Xianxia. As a cat, it didn't seem to be able to do anything, nor did it bother to care about those things. According to Yi Hao, the situation had probably escalated. As a kitten, it was better for it to squat aside and watch. Yi Hao's gaze moved from the photo of the 4 people to another photo. When they were talking about Lai Er, they talked about the woman in the photo. She was close to Chen La's daughter and played well with her. However, she was the one who brought Chen La's daughter to the bridge. She might have done something. Otherwise, why would a normal girl commit suicide by jumping into the river? Because of Lai Er's protection and Chen La's fall, the woman in the photo was safe and sound for so many years. But now, someone was coming for revenge. Who was the one who gave the woman the hypnosis? Who set up these murderous plots? The person who could do this must have a high IQ. Yi Hao and Celestine stopped talking about Lai Er and Chen La. They turned to talk about the current projects. Jing Tan squatted on the side and listened to them. He stuffed a few peanuts into his mouth. Celestine had already peeled them and placed them in front of him. Jing Tan only needed to eat them. The Monseigneur was lying on the sofa with its eyes closed the whole time. Occasionally, it twitched its ears to show that it was still alert of its surroundings. Compared to Jing Tan, the Monseigneur was too well behaved. 2 days after returning from the night building, Jing Tan went to Uncle Lai Mei's house to check on the situation. He wanted to solve his doubts. Jing Tan arrived at 3 in the afternoon. Just like last time, there was a cushion and a glass of cold milk on the balcony. He sniffed the milk. There was no smell. It should be fresh. After knocking on the door and entering, Jing Tan jumped on the desk and squatted there. He didn't run around. Looking out from the desk, he saw that the other 2 rooms were closed. He had already checked one of them. It was the piano room, and the other was still a maze. Uncle Lai Mei put a glass of warm milk in front of Jingtan. Unlike last time, Uncle Lai Mei didn't do his translation work this time. Instead, he was busy in front of the large white drawing board. The sticky notes and slips of paper that Jingtan saw for the first time had changed. Although there were still many sticky notes with English cursive, they weren't the same as before. On the white drawing board, there were some lines and symbols next to the sticky notes. Uncle Lai Mei used a marker to write and draw on the sticky notes. There were more and more lines and English cursive on the white drawing board. What made Jingtan depressed was that he couldn't understand a single word. Although he didn't understand, looking at Uncle Lai Mei's serious expression, Jingtan felt that the slips of paper on the drawing board were probably explaining some secrets. Besides Uncle Lai Mei, Jingtan was the cat closest to this secret. Unfortunately, even if he squatted in front of the drawing board, Jingtan couldn't see anything from the drawing board. Not wanting to disturb Uncle Lai Mei, Jingtan squatted on the desk and looked over quietly. Unlike when he was working as a translator, Jingtan sensed that other than the seriousness on Uncle Lai Mei's face, there was a sense of oppression and heaviness around him. There was also a hint of murderous intent. Nowadays, Jingtan was sensitive to the surroundings, but he was still a bit restless. To relieve the pressure, Jingtan moved his eyes away from the drawing board. There were many books on the desk, and not far from where he was squatting, there was an open magazine. These days, some magazines were quite popular, and many people still had the habit of reading magazines. Unlike in the future, when computers and phones were everywhere, everyone liked to look at their phones. Walking to the open magazine, Jingtan squatted down and looked at the content of the magazine. He wanted to divert his attention and get rid of the oppressive and heavy feeling. However, when he saw the content of the open page, the oppressive and heavy feeling didn't go away but became stronger. The overall content of the magazine covered many aspects. It was divided into several sections, including emotions, technology, current affairs, and so on. The page that was opened was an article on psychology. How did a good person become a demon? This was the core question of the article. The article was very long, and it wasn't finished on both sides of the open page. There were many relatively professional terms, as well as some related experiments and examples. Jingtan skimmed through it and didn't read it in detail. Jingtan felt that this article was too profound, and he couldn't understand the deeper things. He thought that he was a layman, and he could only use a layman's perspective to read this article and understand some of the superficial meaning. Even so, Jingtan still felt that it wasn't very smooth. The boundary between good and evil is not fixed, but it can be changed and crossed. The change of situation can bring about a change of human nature. In some situations, black and white are reversed, and conscience and evil are also reversed. Humans have unlimited potential. They can make anyone good or evil, care or indifference, create or destroy, and they can even fall from Lucifer to Satan. When he returned to the main house, Jingtan was still in a bad mood. Huang was lying on the parterre in the neighborhood. He was probably basking in the sun for the whole afternoon. He looked very relaxed, which made Jingtan envious. Sometimes, ignorance was a kind of luck. The more you know, the more troubles you will have. When Jingtan was unhappy, he couldn't help but slap Huang twice when he saw him. Huang was still a little confused after being slapped. He looked at Jingtan innocently, turned his head, and rubbed his head on the ground. Suddenly, he saw a gray magpie and immediately became excited. He didn't feel sleepy at all and walked over to the gray magpie. After the Jiao family finished dinner that night, Jiao Pa didn't go to the biology building, nor did he immediately go to his room to do his work. Jiao Ma didn't go out to do the fitness dance with the other female teachers. Instead, she sat on the sofa in the living room and discussed something with her husband. Little Pomelo's 10th birthday party? Jingtan, who was originally a little listless, turned his ears to them when he heard this. Little Pomelo was indeed almost 9 years old. According to the customs of Jiao Pa's hometown, 9 years old was 10 years old. In terms of birth date, little Pomelo's birthday was actually a few months away. However, Jiao Pa was going abroad soon, and Jiao Ma couldn't do it alone. After asking for little Pomelo's opinion, they decided to hold the party next week. Chapter 151. Zheng Tan wasn't prepared when he heard about little Pomelo's birthday party. If he had known about it a few days earlier, he could have thought of a way to prepare a birthday present. But now, time was tight, and Zheng Tan didn't want to make a perfunctory gift. Since he couldn't think of a good way and couldn't find a good gift, Zheng Tan decided to keep it in mind and give it to her when the time came. As for little Pomelo's irresponsible mother, Auntie Jiao had called her and told her that she was going to hold a birthday party for little Pomelo. She did not say much about it and transferred some money over. The Jiao family didn't expect Pomelo's mother to say anything. They didn't expect much, but they weren't disappointed either. After confirming the time, they had to book a hotel. Originally, the Jiao Pa was going to find a hotel near Tsinghua University. Unexpectedly, Third Master Fong called and asked the Jiao Pa to book a private room at the Shaoguan Hotel after he found out that little Pomelo was going to hold a birthday party. He didn't even need to show the Jiao Pa his membership card. The Third Master Fong just had to say hello. The Jiao Pa wanted to refuse, but after the Third Master Fong talked to the Jiao Pa on the phone, the Jiao Pa didn't say anything more. No matter what the Third Master Fong said, Zheng Tan felt that the Third Master Fong was quite nice. At the same time, he also told some relatives and friends that the Jiao family valued little Pomelo a lot. They didn't want to neglect this little girl who didn't have parents by her side. In addition, there was another reason. In the eyes of many people, from the perspective of benefits, people who could hold a birthday party at a place like the Shaoguan Hotel deserved to be seen more often. After Jiao Pa went abroad, these colleagues and relatives, who were not close to him, could more or less help him when necessary. They did not alienate him and put too much pressure on Jiao Ma. In this society where money was the most important thing, there were some methods that needed to be used even if they were not worth it. Perhaps the Third Master Fong had mentioned these factors to Jiao Pa when he was on the phone. After the location of the birthday party was confirmed, Jiao Pa started to prepare the invitations. He even bought some cartoon invitations for little Pomelo to invite her classmates. This kind of birthday party could also bring little Pomelo closer to her classmates. With the help of Wuxia and Xianxia from the Western compound, Jiao Pa wasn't worried at all. Of course, it was inevitable that this matter would be criticized. Several relatives who worked in Tsinghua City had already criticized Jiao Pa for being extravagant and wasteful after finding out the location of the birthday party. She was not their biological daughter, so why bother? In this regard, Jiao Pa did not explain anything. In the Jiao family, little Pomelo was already a member. He did not need to explain more to anyone. Zheng Tan did not have a good impression of those nosy relatives. If those people came to the Jiao family, Zheng Tan was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, when they were not paying attention, Zheng Tan threw a few dead cockroaches into their bags. The cockroaches were found next to the bag of trash in front of Wuxia Xianxia's house. Wuxia Xianxia probably found the cockroaches when he was rummaging through the cabinets and boxes and smacked them to death. Otherwise, how could cockroaches run around arrogantly in this weather and temperature? There were also many people who could not attend the birthday party, but sent gifts early in the morning, such as Zhao Lu, Yuan Zi, and some people from the Western compound. Although Yuan Zi was busy with work and could not attend, he generously arranged for a company bus to pick up the children who were going to little Pomelo's birthday party and take them to Shaoguan Hotel. This way, the parents could rest assured. As for the postgraduate students in Jiao Pa, the results of the postgraduate entrance examination had already been released, but the cutoff line had not been set. However, according to the admission ratio, Zheng Jing's score was still within the safe range. Now, this female student who came from another major was already working with her two senior brothers. The sooner she familiarized herself with the laboratory, the faster she could get the hang of her own experiments in the future. With this new junior sister, Xian was promoted from senior brother to senior brother, and Su Chu was promoted to second senior brother. Zheng Tan met Zheng Jing when the three of them came to visit the Jiao family. She was a girl who was not skinny and was almost 1.7 meters tall. She was good-looking and cheerful, but in some people's eyes, she was a little strong. Zhang Jing had played basketball and soccer on behalf of the School of Foreign Languages, so her physical fitness was quite good. Perhaps because of this, the Jiaopa relaxed the requirements for this student. Otherwise, if he recruited a student who was often sick, not only would she not be able to help take care of the Jiao Ma and the two children, but she would also be the one to take care of the Jiao Ma. It had to be said that many times, when the Jiaopa selected students, besides looking for a good character and real ability, he also looked for a good housekeeper. Zhang Jing did not know about this at all, and the two senior brothers who knew kept their mouths shut. It was better not to talk about this kind of thing, as it would ruin their tutor's image. On the day of the birthday party, the Jiao family definitely did not have much free time to care about Jing Tan, so Tong Qing was sent over. With him, the Jiao family did not have to worry too much. After all, they all knew that their cats would not stay at home obediently on the day of the birthday party. The day was Saturday, and early in the morning, little Pomelo's classmates were brought over by their parents to the eastern courtyard. Everyone agreed to meet there, and then went to the school gate to get on the bus and go to the hotel. There was a side door next to the eastern courtyard, and the bus was parked there. The children's parents were relieved when they saw the bus. It was not a second-hand car, but a bus used by Yuan Zi's company to send its employees to and from work. There were always spare cars in the company's garage, and they did not need them during this period of time, so they transferred them over to help. As the birthday girl, little Pomelo felt a little awkward facing so many people today, but she was already mentally prepared. With the help of Wuxia and Wuxia Xianxia, she quickly got used to it. Seeing that Jing Tan was led by Tong Qing, she was relieved to entertain her classmates. As for Jing Tan, Tong Qing, the cat's housekeeper and bodyguard, drove the car. Jing Tan was the only one in the car, which made Celestine jealous. Tong Qing drove the car and followed the bus in front of them. Jing Tan was bored to death, lying on the back seat and thinking about something, the tip of his tail moving from time to time. There was a luggage bag next to him. Jing Tan would have to squat inside and be carried to the hotel. Although the third Master Fong did not say that Jing Tan should hide, the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma felt that they should not cause trouble for others. If they were seen by others, it would be bad. After all, most people were against pets entering hotels these days, not to mention a high-end hotel like this. They could only let Jing Tan suffer for a while. Fortunately, the luggage bag had been modified. There were a few nets added to it, and it was breathable enough to let Jing Tan see the situation outside through the nets. If the people outside the bag did not look carefully, it would be difficult to see that there was a cat in the bag. Celestine was on vacation today, so he came to the hotel to play a few games at the card table. After lunch, the children all went to the amusement park, and some of the adults also left. The people who stayed wanted to enjoy the entertainment facilities of the five-star hotel. Celestine was bored, so he called Jing Tan to go to the night building. There were not many people in the night building at this time, so Celestine did not mind. He was going to sing some songs, and then find a chance to fight with Tong Qing. He could see that Tong Qing was also from the army, and he was itching for a fight. Jing Tan squatted in the bag and was carried by Tong Qing. He and Celestine walked out of the hotel together. When they came out of the elevator, there were a few people in front of them. Jing Tan did not plan to pay attention to these people. There were too many people here, and there was nothing to see. However, when Jing Tan heard a name, he had to pay attention. "Hey, Lai Air, coming here to eat at this time of the day," the person who came out of the elevator on the other side said to the person who was protected in the middle of the group. Jing Tan had seen this person before. He was also at the banquet of the third Master Fong, but Jing Tan forgot his name. Not knowing the name did not stop Jing Tan from hearing the main point. Lai Air? Jing Tan was immediately interested. He looked out of the luggage net, wanting to see what the Lai Air that Yi Hao mentioned looked like. The small holes on the net did not stop Jing Tan from seeing the famous person clearly. He did not look special. If he had not heard Yi Hao and the others talk about him, Jing Tan would not have connected this successful middle-aged man with the Lai Air that Yi Hao mentioned. However, people could not be judged by their appearances. If one took a closer look, they could see a hint of ruthlessness in the man's eyes. Other than Lai Er, Jingtan also glanced at the people around Lai Er. Other than the plump secretary-like woman beside Lai Er, the others were all men who did not smile. They were probably bodyguards. Tong Qing did not know Lai Er. Even if he did, he would not care about Lai Er. He walked straight to the door. Jingtan did not want to look at the man who was willing to stab his brothers in order to climb up the social ladder. He even changed his surname to Curry Favor. In the end, he killed his former boss. Soon, Jingtan could no longer see Lai Er and the others. However, he could hear Lai Er and the rich businessmen mocking each other. The rich businessmen seemed to be mocking Lai Er for being so afraid of death that he brought so many people with him for a meal. Lai Er was mocking the businessman for his recent investment failure. Jingtan could guess from the rich businessmen that many people knew about Lai Er's current situation. They knew that Lai Er was being watched. Well, there was no such thing as a permanent secret in the circle. Since Yi Hao knew about it, he would not be a fool. However, Tong Qing did not walk far before Celestine told him that something came up and changed his mind. He asked Tong Qing to take Jingtan for a walk while he went back to the hotel. Jingtan roughly knew why Celestine went back to the hotel. He was curious as well. Was Lai Er here to talk business, meet someone, or just for a meal? Jingtan couldn't find out the reason why he didn't dare to do so. Jingtan did not go for a walk. She walked around the area and then slept in the back seat of the car for the whole afternoon. Tong Qing listened to the traffic radio for the whole afternoon and did not say a word. Chapter 152. The birthday party on Saturday went smoothly. The Jiao Pa's goal was achieved. Many people approached the Jiao Pa in private and told him that they would take care of Jiao Ma and the two kids. After a busy day, the 4 members of the Jiao family prepared to have a good rest on Sunday. However, Jingtan was not one of them. On Saturday, Jingtan slept the whole afternoon. He did not help much at the birthday party. He was too lazy to interact with the naughty kids. He slept on his own, ate his fill, and waited for the party to end before going home to continue sleeping. Therefore, the next day, unlike the 4 members of the Jiao family, Jingtan was in good spirits early in the morning. The Jiao family only had their first meal at noon. After breakfast, they fell asleep immediately. Jingtan went out to play after lunch. On weekends, the people on campus were scattered. Some were sunbathing, some were on dates, and some were jogging. There were many places where people could be seen. Jingtan ignored the 7th student who said, "Hey," to him and decided to take a walk outside the campus. The afternoon sun was good. As Jingtan walked on the fence, he met a few cats who were sunbathing. As he had walked this path many times, Jingtan had seen most of the cats that liked to wander outside at this time. Of course, there were a few that showed hostility, but Jingtan ignored them. He did not have time to waste on these cats. Jingtan walked around the construction site. He was very satisfied with the progress of the construction site. Even though it was not the same every day, the changes were obvious. Jingtan had something to look forward to. Originally, Jingtan wanted to go to Uncle Lumei's place to check on the situation. After seeing Celestine yesterday, Jingtan guessed that he must have heard something important. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry. Therefore, Jingtan wanted to see what Uncle Lumei was up to. Even though there was no concrete evidence to prove that Uncle Lumei was Chen La's son that Yi Hao had mentioned, Jingtan's intuition told him that it should be this person. The previous 2 murders were very likely this person's revenge. When he was about to reach Uncle Lumei's neighborhood, Jingtan suddenly stopped. He saw a familiar person. After thinking about it carefully, Jingtan recognized that he was one of the people who were with Lai Er at the Shaoguang Hotel yesterday. But what were Lai Er's men doing here? The surrounding area was an old residential area, and one of them was a private house. Some people had built their own houses and rented them out. Although there weren't many students who came here to rent, it wasn't like there weren't any. In addition, there were office workers around, and the cheap rent here compared to the residential area, the houses here were still in high demand. Zheng Tan watched as the man said something to the two men standing at the intersection. The two men nodded and continued to stand at the intersection. The three men were dressed casually. If Zheng Tan hadn't recognized one of them, he wouldn't have paid attention to them. After the man finished talking to the two men at the intersection, he walked in through the intersection. Zheng Tan thought for a moment and followed him inside. As for the two men at the intersection, they just glanced at Zheng Tan and continued to observe the surroundings. It was just a cat, so they didn't pay much attention to it. There were many people who had cats in the neighborhood, and they had seen two just now. From the intersection, there were 5 or 6-story-old residential buildings on both sides. The gray walls didn't have many colorful decorations, and many of the residents were drying clothes on the balconies. Because the two buildings were too close, the residents living on both sides of the street couldn't really enjoy the sunlight. The road was narrow, and if a family car drove in, the remaining width was barely enough for a bicycle to pass through. Zheng Tan kept a distance and followed the man in front of him. He also noticed that along the way, there were people standing at intervals. Like the two men at the intersection, they were dressed casually, but Zheng Tan could feel a bit of fierceness from them. When the people in front of them passed by, they would nod slightly at the people behind them. Perhaps they would even make eye contact. Zheng Tan stood at the back and could not see them clearly. He could only try his best to be as natural as possible, walking past them like a normal house cat. Fortunately, these people were like the two men standing at the intersection. They didn't take Zheng Tan seriously at all, which made Zheng Tan's tracking a lot easier. In the process of following, Zheng Tan was also wondering what these people were doing in broad daylight. After walking for a while, there were no longer old residential buildings on both sides, but private houses. The man didn't stop there, but kept walking. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, he stopped in front of a residential building. This residential building had a similar architectural style to the surrounding buildings. It was a small 2-story building with a small courtyard of 15 or 16 square meters. Perhaps because no one had lived here for a long time, there were a lot of weeds in the courtyard. Unlike the narrow feeling when he first entered the intersection, there was still some distance between each building. Many of the houses had their own small courtyards. Although they weren't big, they looked quite romantic. Zheng Tan looked around. The private houses around weren't as tall as the ones he saw before. Most of them were only 2 or 3 stories high, leaning towards the American style. The people who lived here should know how to enjoy themselves. A year ago, there were actually many private houses in front of this villa, just like this one. Now, they were all torn down and surrounded by buildings. He didn't know what they were going to build. Some of the people who originally lived here had already moved away. Only the empty houses were left here, waiting to be torn down. There were a few people standing in front of the house. Zheng Tan watched as the man walked over and said a few words to the people at the door, then took out his phone to make a call. 2 minutes later, a car came from the other side of the intersection. Different from the path Zheng Tan came from, the road led to a wide street. From the intersection, there were construction sites all along the way. It was likely that this place would be torn down soon, and some of the people who rented here were already thinking about looking for another place. It should be Lai Er in the car. Zheng Tan carefully approached the house while avoiding Lai Er's people. Although a cat was nothing to these people, Zheng Tan wasn't sure if they would kill a cat just to be safe. However, Zheng Tan was indeed curious. Since he had encountered such a thing, Zheng Tan wouldn't be satisfied if he just stood there and watched. Curiosity killed the cat. After becoming a cat, Zheng Tan's curiosity grew. Perhaps it was because of the boring life after becoming a cat. While the people at the door were paying attention to the car, Zheng Tan went around to the side and climbed up the wall to the window on the second floor. Zheng Tan was getting better at climbing walls. As long as it wasn't a particularly smooth wall, Zheng Tan could easily climb up as long as it was a certain height. Lai Er got out of the car, and the person Zheng Tan had been following walked over to report to Lai Er. I've arranged people around the intersections. The buildings on the left, right, and back have been cleaned. There are people guarding downstairs as well. I've checked the house 3 times myself and found a surveillance camera in a hidden place. It has been removed. There is indeed a computer in the room, but no one has turned it on. Don't worry. Lai Er raised his hand to show that he understood. He then gathered his coat and walked into the house. Jing Tan planned to climb up and find a window to sneak into the house, but soon, Jing Tan heard faint voices coming from inside. Jing Tan was at the window on the side of the house, and the people should be in the room with the front window. Jing Tan moved over carefully. It was daytime now, and she would be easily discovered if she was not careful. Fortunately, the guards below were standing at the door and could not see Jing Tan above. After Lai Er went upstairs, he walked to a room. From the window, he could see the construction site in front of the house, but it was blocked by old blinds. The things in the room were simple and easy to see. There was a table with a laptop on it. One of the people beside Lai Er walked over and turned on the laptop. Jing Tan moved to the front window on the second floor and peeked through the thin gap between the blinds. The others had left, and only Lai Er was inside. When it came to secrets, Lai Er didn't want anyone but himself to know. He didn't trust anyone. Lai Er was sitting in front of the table, video chatting with someone on the laptop. Jing Tan's hearing was good. Although Lai Er lowered the volume, Jing Tan could still vaguely hear something. On the screen, there was a person wearing a black coat and a mask. The mask was round and looked simple and crude, like a child's toy. "Uncle Chang, long time no see," said the person on the screen. "Xianxia." Lai Er stared at the person on the screen and gritted his teeth. When Jing Tan heard Xianxia's voice, he knew it was Uncle Lame. "Oh, I almost forgot. You should be called Lai Er now. Do you think this place is familiar? I remember that when I was young, my father bought a house here when he had some money from his business. He said that he liked the kind of houses that he saw on TV, so he built an American-style house. Later, the neighbors all followed suit, so this area was jokingly called the high-end villa area." Chen just seemed to be immersed in his memories. "I'm not here to listen to you reminisce. Where is the thing?" Lai Er interrupted Xianxia. Xianxia didn't stop there. "After my father became famous, we moved to the downtown business district. We only came here occasionally to rest, so we didn't have to order food from high-end restaurants. My mother cooked for us, and we had a normal weekend, enough. My time is limited. Where is the thing?" Lai Er asked sternly. "You're guilty? Scared? Back then, when you ordered people to burn them to death here, how did you feel? They were watching you from the sky." Xianxia's voice was low, and there was a hint of absent-mindedness in his calm voice. "You think you can scare me with this little trick?" Lai Er snorted. "You bought this land, rebuilt the burned house, and sent me an anonymous email asking me to come here. You mentioned your parents who died in the fire just to scare me? I wasn't scared when they were alive, so I'm even less scared now that they're dead." Lai Er suddenly thought of something and said darkly, "You set up the surveillance camera?" "Unfortunately, I've already removed it. I admit that you've grown a lot since you killed 2 people without leaving a trace. That's an improvement, but you're still too young for me. I've already found the thing you're talking about. I can find it even if you don't tell me. As for you, you've been hiding for so many years. Now that you've come out, you can just wait for your death." Xianxia didn't care. He said to Lai Er, "Do you believe in karma?" Chapter 153. Jing Tan was becoming more and more sensitive to his surroundings, and he trusted his intuition. Because of this, Jing Tan regretted coming here to watch the show out of curiosity. No matter how curious he was, no matter how unwilling he was to miss the opportunity, he shouldn't gamble with his life. Even if it was just a cat's life, he had to cherish it. It was better to be alive than to die mysteriously, even if the threat was not aimed at Jing Tan himself. At this moment, Jing Tan didn't know that all the fur on his body, from his back to the tip of his tail, was standing on end due to an inexplicable fear. He didn't have the energy to feel the changes in his body caused by this inexplicable fear. To be safe, he had to leave this place. "Jing Tan, who was about to run away, saw something he had never seen before through the gap between the old blinds on the window before he moved his eyes away from the house. Flames suddenly burst out from Lai Er's body. He didn't see who poured the gasoline or lit the fire. It just burned. If Jing Tan's sharp intuition was ignored, this situation could be said to have happened without any warning. From Jing Tan's angle, he couldn't see Lai Er's expression. He could only see the masked man on the computer screen, who was still calm or indifferent, and the strange fire reflected from the screen. Lai Er always thought that Chen Zhou was a hothead who would give himself away if he was scared. Lai Er could guess the method of the first two murders. Although there were no strong clues left at the scene, Lai Er knew that it must be Chen Zhe, the fish that escaped the net years ago. He had even planned the follow-up action. As long as Chen Zhe gave himself away, his subordinates would definitely find this person who had been hiding for years. Even if they didn't catch him now, they wouldn't be far away. But he didn't expect this to happen. Lai Er didn't know until the moment he lost consciousness that he had never known the person on the screen in front of him. It didn't matter if it was the fat boy who was overshadowed by his twin sister, or the masked man on the screen in front of him. Lai Er didn't make a sound when he was engulfed by the flames. He didn't call for help, nor did he wail in pain. He didn't even move. It wasn't because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Lai Er rested his hands on the armrest of the chair. There was a small machine on his right. If he pressed the button, the people guarding outside the room would rush in immediately. However, he didn't even have the chance to do so. Jing Tan looked at the man sitting in the chair in the room. Strangely, the fire only burned above his knees. His calves and shoes were not covered by the fire. The fire looked very hot. Lai Er, who was sitting in the chair, was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was strange was that the flames did not spread wildly. Since there was no fire source and Lai Er did not smoke, there was no way anything flammable or explosive could be in the room. Lai Er's men had already cleaned the room once and did not leave behind anything suspicious. Lai Er had been very cautious and even moved the table with the laptop. But even so, why did something like this happen all of a sudden? Jing Tan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Could it be that Chen Zhe's trap was not discovered by Lai Er's men? Suddenly, Jing Tan thought of something. Jing Tan once overheard a few students talking about a similar phenomenon when he was strolling around Tsinghua University. They called that phenomenon spontaneous human combustion. Perhaps in the historical records, spontaneous human combustion was not caused by deliberate human factors, but what was happening in front of Jing Tan's eyes told him that at the very least, it was caused by human factors. Jing Tan would never believe that it was just a coincidence that number 2 was summoned to this room by someone who had been hiding for so many years before coming out for revenge. Furthermore, number 2 was burned to such a state. Many people once thought that spontaneous combustion was God's punishment. But from a scientific point of view, what was spontaneous combustion? Fat, alcohol, static electricity, atomic reactions, and even the widely accepted Wick effect could not explain its nature. Otherwise, spontaneous human combustion wouldn't be listed as one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the world. Perhaps Chen Zhe had solved the mystery, or perhaps Chen Zhe had come into contact with the person who had solved the mystery. Or perhaps it was a possibility that no one could think of, or even a possibility that would be criticized as whimsical. But no matter what the situation was, what was happening at this moment was indeed inconceivable, and it gave Jing Tan a great shock. Jing Tan remembered that the students who talked about spontaneous human combustion said that in this phenomenon, the part of the human body that was on fire would be completely burned down in just 20 minutes. Regardless of whether this was the so-called spontaneous combustion of the human body, regardless of whether this was revenge or something else, regardless of what was happening inside the house, Jing Tan only wanted to get as far away from this place as possible, this place that made his hair stand on end. Jing Tan looked at the side of the room. No one was leaving from here, so he immediately jumped down. It was a bit high, and Jing Tan didn't have much cushioning. Because of what he saw with his own eyes, Jing Tan's body was still a little stiff, and his legs hurt when he landed. But Jing Tan didn't care that much. His priority was to get out of here as soon as possible. As Jing Tan ran along the road, he saw two people at the intersection who received a phone call. Their faces changed drastically as they ran inside. He knew that Lai Er's matter must have been discovered. But at this time, Lai Er was definitely dead. This road wasn't the one that Jing Tan had followed Lai Er's subordinate into, but it was another road that led to the main street. The cars and pedestrians coming and going on the main street also made the street warmer. There was sunlight, but the sky seemed to be covered by a layer of haze. The sunlight was not pure, or maybe it was mainly psychological factors. In short, Jing Tan didn't feel the slightest bit of warmth brought by the sun. Instead, the feeling of trembling didn't disappear completely after leaving that place. Jumping onto a flower bed, Jing Tan squatted down to rest, relieving the pressure caused by the sudden fear and uneasiness. He always thought that he had some guts, but now he doubted it. Before he could catch his breath, the fear had already faded. Jing Tan took a deep breath, preparing to use the breathing method that Jiao Pa once taught him to relieve the pressure. But halfway through, Jing Tan almost choked. He saw a few tall buildings. These buildings were relatively obvious in this area. Although they weren't very close, they weren't far either. That was the neighborhood where Uncle Lame, Xianxia, lived. I should have known. The streets were interconnected. Jing Tan didn't notice it before, partly because there were old residential buildings between here and there. Jing Tan also didn't see it from the right angle, so he didn't notice it. But Jing Tan felt that it was mainly because he didn't know this area well. It turned out that Uncle Lame, Xianxia, lived so close to this place. Did that mean that Xianxia had planned this long ago and was waiting for Lai Er to jump in? There was no doubt that Lai Er was dead, burned to death. But at the same time, Jing Tan believed that even if the police came, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence to prove that the fire was man-made. Suspicion was one thing, but evidence was necessary. Without evidence, without clues, everything was just empty talk. Jing Tan thought about what she had learned and what she had experienced and seen with her own eyes today. Xianxia knew Lai Er very well. He knew that Lai Er would definitely come here and stay in the room alone. There were blinds on the window, and he knew that Lai Er would definitely close the blinds. That way, even if there was a fire in the room, the people outside wouldn't be able to find it immediately, and they wouldn't be able to save Lai Er in the shortest time possible. As long as they could buy some time, the chances of Lai Er dying here would be higher. As for the surveillance cameras and suspicious items that Lai Er's men found, they were probably just a smokescreen. As for the items they were talking about, Jing Tan didn't know what they were, and he didn't want to find out. At a time like this, it was better to just be a normal cat. Looking around, Jing Tan didn't want to run into Lai Er's men. It was impossible to go back through the small path now. So, he looked behind him, then looked at the tall buildings in front of him. He decided to walk around from the front and check on Uncle Lame. This time, he wouldn't go into Uncle Lame's house. He would just take a look outside the building to see if the Avenger was there. Then, he would leave and go back to the eastern courtyard of Chu Hua University to wait for dinner. Jing Tan had a good plan. This way, he could satisfy his curiosity, which had shrunk because of the incident just now, and he could also stay in a safe area. Climbing over the wall into the residential area, Jing Tan came to the building where Uncle Lame lived. Uncle Lame was at home, and the lights in the room were still on. Jing Tan could see people moving around in the room from downstairs. Just as Jing Tan was wondering if Uncle Lame was planning to escape after getting his revenge, or if he was thinking about something else, he saw Xianxia open the door to the balcony. Jing Tan almost jumped away like a kangaroo from the sudden shock like Huang. Suppressing the idea of running away, Jing Tan tried to act dumb like the other cats and leave. Then, he heard the man standing on the balcony shout, "Hey, black cat!" Jing Tan ignored him. Xianxia shouted a few more times, and Jing Tan had to look over there. At the same time, he thought to himself, if I go over, will I be burned until I'm only left with 4 paws and not even a tail? Chapter 154. Xianxia didn't expect to see the black cat as soon as he opened the door. Originally, when he was boiling water to make tea, he also warmed a cup of milk to replace the one on the balcony from last night. Later on, he accidentally found out that not every cat could drink milk, but seeing that this black cat was so happy to drink milk every time it came, he decided to stick to this habit. Seeing Uncle Lame waving at him and waving the paper cup with milk in his hand, Zheng Tan hesitated. Should I go or not? Zheng Tan thought. Before this, he decided to just take a glance and leave as far away as possible. But now, looking at Uncle Lame's kind and expectant gaze, Zheng Tan's suppressed curiosity was reignited. What does Uncle Lame want to do? Zheng Tan slowly jumped up and went to the balcony. The balcony was still the same as before, paper boxes, soft cushions, and paper cups with milk. Because Zheng Tan came over, Qianxia didn't leave the paper cup with the warm milk outside. He turned around and went into the house and put the milk in front of Zheng Tan, who had already jumped up on the desk. Zheng Tan jumped up on the desk just to broaden his vision a little and see the changes in the house. Compared to what he saw the last few times he came here, today's room, it should be said that the whole house had changed a lot. The books on the bookshelves were gone, and the shelves that displayed the items were also empty. From here, Zheng Tan could see that the doors to the other two rooms in the house were open, but now there was nothing. There were a few sealed boxes on the floor of the living room. There was a cup of winter-sweet tea on the desk. Looking at the steam rising from it, it should be freshly brewed tea. The jar of winter-sweet was empty. This was the last of the winter-sweet tea that was brewed. There weren't many winter-sweet flowers left in the neighborhood now. With the arrival of spring, the temperature rose, and the winter-sweet flowers disappeared from people's sight. Next to the teacup was an upside-down book in a foreign language. If it wasn't for his recent experience, Zheng Tan wouldn't have associated this seemingly pleasant scene with the previous one. Looking at the person in front of him again, Zheng Tan realized that compared to the last few times he saw Qianxia, the current Qianxia had changed a little. Although he used to look quite gentle, Zheng Tan always felt that this guy was shrouded in a heavy shadow. Even when he was smiling, the shadow didn't disappear. But now, it was as if the haze in the sky had been dispelled, becoming clear and pure. When faced with seemingly harmless animals, people tended to behave more naturally. Qianxia returned to his seat at the table. He stared at Zheng Tan for 2 minutes. Just as Zheng Tan started to feel annoyed, Qianxia finally averted his gaze and confessed everything that he had done. Qianxia only mentioned a few things. He mentioned the 3 murders, but he didn't go into the details of the methods used in each case. Especially the last case of Lai Er, he simply summarized it as, "It's a trick." Zheng Tan listened to him. Just as he guessed, Qianxia was the one who single-handedly caused Lai Er's death. But how did Qianxia do it? Trick. 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 Magic. And then? And then, there was no "and then." After Uncle Lame finished his sentence in English, he picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip before continuing with the rest of the story. Zheng Tan didn't know what to say. This made Zheng Tan very disappointed. Although the scene was indeed terrifying and strange, it was impossible not to be curious. It was like witnessing a great magic show. People would wonder, how did this guy do it? Therefore, Zheng Tan was most curious about how Lai Er was burned. What kind of tricks did Qianxia use? What kind of trap did Qianxia set in advance? Unfortunately, Qianxia didn't say anything. The piano has been donated. The large boxes in the living room are filled with books. They're going to be donated as well. Regardless of whether they're in a foreign language or in Chinese, they're all donated anonymously to a few middle school libraries in remote mountainous areas. Some of the teachers and students there might be able to use them, Qianxia continued. But why would he suddenly say all this to a cat? It's really strange. Zheng Tan couldn't figure it out. Zheng Tan wasn't in the mood to drink the milk. He looked around in boredom, then his eyes landed on the book next to the teacup. It was an original foreign language book, not English. Zheng Tan didn't know which language it was in. Zheng Tan's focus wasn't on what the book was about, but on the picture on the cover of the book. In a church, a young man was confessing to the priest. A lot of people confess to get rid of their mental suffering. Was Uncle Qianxia also confessing? No. The point was, if this guy was really repenting, why would he repent in front of a cat? Confessing my ass. Jing Tan looked at the cover of the book, then looked at Xianxia, who was sitting on the chair and talking to himself. Then he looked at the cover of the book, then back at Xianxia. What the F***? Jing Tan suddenly had the urge to flip the table. What the F***? I'm a cat, not a priest. Why the F*** are you confessing to a cat? However, Xianxia didn't seem like he was purely confessing. It seemed like he was purely trying to share some of the psychological pressure. Well, this kind of thing couldn't be told to outsiders. Even the most trusted people might not be able to tell. As for the reason why Xianxia chose to confess to a cat, Jing Tan could roughly guess. This wasn't the first time Jing Tan had met someone who talked to an animal to relieve their psychological burden. Obviously, to people, cats couldn't speak, and couldn't understand human language. Even if they could understand, they couldn't tell a second person what they heard. However, Jing Tan was an exception. Not only could he understand, but he also had a certain degree of understanding about this matter. Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust, in the present and certain hope of the resurrection of an eternal life. After Xianxia finished speaking, he was silent for a while, then he took a deep breath and smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He looked up and saw the cat squatting on the desk staring at him. It seemed to be very surprised. Xianxia smiled again. He had decided to bury these things in the bottom of his heart. He had never thought of talking about these things. Even if he did, he wouldn't have thought that he would talk to a cat. Sure enough, it was much easier to talk about things that were kept in the heart. He was grateful to this cat. If it wasn't for this cat, he would have to carry the words that he had suppressed for so long into the future. Suddenly thinking of something, Xianxia took out a golden pocket watch-like object from his pocket and waved it in front of Jing Tan. Black cat, tell me, what should I do with this thing? For many people, it's very important and can even trigger betrayals. However, I don't want to carry it around with me all the time. Seeing it reminds me of my nightmarish past. In fact, Jing Tan was already very impatient. He had listened to Xianxia's nagging for so long, but this person didn't tell him what he wanted to know. Now, he was even waving a pocket watch in front of his eyes, making his eyes tired. This made Jing Tan even more annoyed, so he raised his paw and slapped the pocket watch in front of him to the side. Xianxia didn't hold the pocket watch tightly. When he was talking, he was a little distracted. He didn't want to get any advice from a cat, he just said it casually. Suddenly, he felt his hand being pulled by the chain. When he looked over, the pocket watch had left his fingers and was lying on the desk. As if he didn't expect this, Xianxia was stunned. Then, he looked at the pocket watch that was thrown on the desk. A few seconds later, Xianxia smiled in relief. According to your suggestion, that's it. Chapter 155. The gold pocket watch wasn't big, but it should have some weight. Jing Tan could feel it when he grabbed it. Seeing Xianxia's nonchalant reaction, Jing Tan felt that this pocket watch was like a very common everyday item. There was nothing to be cautious about. When Xianxia held it, he didn't hold it tightly. If it was something precious, he definitely wouldn't be like this. Moreover, when he saw Jing Tan throw the pocket watch on the table with his paw, he didn't check it anxiously. He didn't seem angry at all. However, after thinking about what Xianxia said just now, Jing Tan wasn't sure. Before this, Jing Tan heard from Yi Hao that there might be a material in Xianxia's hands that could defeat Lai Er. It could help Yi Hao eliminate a strong competitor in Chuhua City. Yi Hao also wanted to get that material, but when Jing Tan eavesdropped on the video call between Lai Er and Xianxia, he didn't hear any material. However, the word thing did appear. Moreover, this thing sounded very important to Lai Er. Lai Er also had some idea of what it was. Thing. Jing Tan looked at the golden pocket watch beside her feet again. How could something that could make people betray their friends just be a daily item? Xianxia saw the cat in front of him looking down at the thing at his feet. He thought that it was just curious, as if it was looking at a new toy, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he continued, before the accident, my father told me that if I could escape, I should leave this place far away and start a new life. If I really couldn't live anymore, I could open it. However, I hate this thing. Every time I see it, I think that it was the betrayer's greed and evil intentions. As for life, it's fine as long as I can earn enough money to survive. There are so many shining people, so I don't need to join in the fun. This world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Some people are high profile, while others are low key. As he spoke, Xianxia poked the cat's head with his finger. This thing, just leave it here as you wish. Out of those people, whoever finds it first will get it. It's up to God. This is also a kind of opportunity, don't you think so? It's your grandpa. Jiangtan tilted its head and avoided Xianxia's fingers. It continued to study the special features of the local tycoon's gold pocket watch. What was troubling was that with Xianxia watching, Jiangtan didn't dare to do anything that was too unusual for ordinary cats, such as picking up the pocket watch and opening it. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. He got up and walked to a cardboard box in the room that had not been sealed with tape. He opened the box and rummaged through it. Jiangtan walked over to take a look. There were some pens, paper, boxes, notebooks, and folders in the box. Xianxia took out a plastic pencil box from the cardboard box. The box was a little big and had 2 layers. The upper layer had colored pencils of different lengths, and the lower layer had ordinary pencils arranged neatly from B to H. These colored pencils of different lengths were given by a child in the neighborhood. Xianxia had drawn for them once, so the child gave his old colored pencils to Xianxia. The child felt that since he already had a few sets of new colored pencils, he didn't need the old pencils, so he might as well give them to this uncle who often gave candy and was good at drawing. Xianxia randomly took a half-used pencil from last time. He opened the sketchbook and was about to draw. Before he started, a cat paw rested on the edge of the cardboard box. Xianxia, whose attention was still on the cardboard box, stopped what he was doing. He followed the cat's gaze and found that the cat in front of him was looking at the colored pencils. Colored pencils? Xianxia thought for a few seconds. He looked at the pen in his hand, put it back, and picked up another pencil. It was a cheap pen, and his drawing skills were far inferior to those who graduated from professional classes, but Jiangtan felt that the drawing was still very good. At least he felt that Xianxia didn't draw himself crookedly. This was also the first time in many years that Xianxia had drawn colored pencils. Actually, colored pencils were not bad, right? After finishing the drawing, Xianxia wrote down the date and other notes, and then looked at Jiangtan. Keep it as a memento. I don't like to take photos, so I drew you again. When I recall in the future, I will remember that I used to know a cat. Xianxia carefully put the drawing into the folder, tidied up the cardboard box, and sat back on the chair. I'm leaving tonight. Maybe I won't come back in the future. Leaving at night? In such a hurry? Did the investigation come? After staying at Xianxia's place for another 10 minutes, Jiangtan couldn't stay any longer. He had to go home. Xianxia stood on the balcony and looked at the black cat who quickly ran away and disappeared. The next day, Jiangtan was brought by Xiaoguo to shoot a video for the promotion of the new product. Jiangtan didn't have any free time until the evening. After dinner, Jiangtan thought about it and decided to go out. Since last night, Jiangtan's mind had been thinking about Xianxia and the rich gold pocket watch. After making up his mind, Jiangtan stretched, jumped off the sofa, and prepared to go out. Black Charcoal, are you going out to play tonight? Jiao Ma, who was washing dishes at the kitchen door, looked over and asked. Jiangtan looked at Jiao Ma and let out a soft, wah-woo sound. Jiangtan still couldn't make the sound of a normal cat, but the Jiao family was used to Jiangtan's uniqueness. Ow-woo, wah-woo and other similar sounds were common. Therefore, after hearing the wah-woo sound, Jiao Ma said, "Come back early." In fact, many people who had pets would communicate with them in their daily lives and talk to them in a normal tone. For example, if a family in the courtyard raised a Pekingese that wanted to poop or pee, it would jump with all its might to attract attention. Its family would untie its leash, bring it to the entrance of the building, unlock the door, and then say to it, "Go, come back when you're done." Then, the Pekingese would rush to the bushes and landscaping trees by itself. After it was done, it would paw the grass a few times to express its carefree and happy feeling. Then, it would return to the building by itself, wagging its tail at its owner and asking for a reward. Every time Jiangtan saw this scene, he would despise it. Asking for a reward for taking a poop. It was so stupid. After leaving Tsinghua University, Jiangtan went straight to Chenja's neighborhood. Standing downstairs, Jiangtan saw that the lights in Chenja's house were off. The door on the balcony was closed, but not locked. Jiangtan jumped up and opened the door before the street lights came on. The house was empty, and there was no one in it. There were only simple furnishings and darkness. This was what Chenja meant when he said, "Your suggestion, and so be it." Jiangtan thought the pocket watch was an eyesore, so he threw it to the ground. He didn't expect Chenja to misunderstand. Jiangtan moved his ears to make sure there was no one in the house. He jumped on the table and saw the rich gold pocket watch on the desk. There was no computer, translation materials, books, and magazines on the desk. There wasn't even a teacup. This made the pocket watch even more conspicuous. Jiangtan walked to the pocket watch and picked it up with his two front paws. Since no one was looking at him, he wasn't afraid of being discovered. The sky was dark, and the house was dark. Jiangtan didn't dare to turn on the lights. Besides, he could see the house without turning on the lights. There was no need to take the risk of being discovered. Just as he thought, the pocket watch was a little heavy. It wasn't as light as it looked. Jiangtan fumbled with the pocket watch for a while before opening it. When he opened it, Jiangtan was worried that it might be a trap set by Chenja. Although he didn't have that creepy feeling now, Jiangtan was still a little nervous. It couldn't be helped. It was the after effect of being scared. After opening it, Jiangtan realized that it wasn't a pocket watch. There was a dial on it, but there were no numbers. Moreover, there was only a pointer. When Jiangtan held the pocket watch and looked left and right, the pointer moved along with it. A compass? It couldn't be. Weren't compasses double-headed? One was N, and the other was S. Besides, the pointer wasn't pointing to the south. Connecting it to the information he heard before, Jiangtan guessed a lot of possibilities. The guess that made Jiangtan the most excited was that there was a secret in the direction the pointer was pointing to. Was it the material Yi Hao mentioned, or was it something else? No matter what the pointer was pointing to, Jiangtan didn't dare to act rashly. If this thing was really that important, as Jiangtan guessed, this thing was too hot to handle. One's ability depended on how much burden one had to bear. The price of being overloaded was heavy. Jiangtan did not want to end up like Chenja's family. Furthermore, Jiangtan was just a cat now, a cat that even the law would not speak for. Even the Jiao family he lived in were ordinary people. How could he compete with those people? Not to mention people like the third master Fang and Yi Hao, ordinary hooligans could also put the three members of a Jiao family in danger. Jiangtan didn't want to think too much about conspiracy theories. However, after experiencing this incident, Jiangtan knew that accidents weren't that difficult. But it seemed too wasteful to just leave this thing here. Chenja didn't care. He had taken his revenge and was looking for a peaceful life. But even if he didn't care, there were more people who cared. Jiangtan's ears twitched. He heard movement at the door. It shouldn't be Chenja at this time, right? If it wasn't Chenja, then it was very likely to be those people who had been looking for this thing. It could be Yi Hao's men, or it could be someone else. Jiangtan gently buckled the thing on his paw and wrapped the chain around it. Then he took it and walked out of the balcony. Fortunately, he didn't close the balcony door when he came in. It was convenient to leave now, and there wouldn't be any sound of the door opening. Jiangtan got out of the balcony and walked to the empty space above the parking lot. Fortunately, the angle here was better. The lights in the neighborhood couldn't shine here, and no one would notice a cat walking upright with something in its paws. Jiangtan put the thing in his hand in the corner and squatted in front of it to block it. Then he pricked up his ears and listened to the movements in Chenja's house. Someone must have entered the house. There was more than one person, and the person who came in didn't turn on the lights. After a while, Jingtan heard them cursing in a low voice. They were probably calling to report. Soon, those people left. Jingtan walked to the edge of the empty space and looked down. 3 young people came out of the building. One of them cursed again in a low voice. This made Jingtan certain that they were the ones who entered Xianxia's house. After the 3 people drove away, Jingtan was about to turn around when he saw a person coming out of a car parked below. Because of the angle, he couldn't see the person's face, but Jingtan felt that this person was familiar. He should know him. When the person passed by here, he looked up at Xianxia's balcony. Then he seemed to feel something and looked at Jingtan, who was standing at the edge of the empty space near the balcony. Oh, it's someone I know. After seeing the person's face, Jingtan thought to himself. Chapter 156. There were many people in this world who were not afraid of snakes, but were afraid of frogs. This was very strange. They could play with colorful poisonous snakes without changing their expressions, but when they saw frogs without fangs or claws, they would unconsciously turn pale and break out in a cold sweat. Ranqi was similar to this kind of person. He could crush a person's head without blinking, and he could remain calm when facing a fierce dog, but when he saw a cat, he would unconsciously become stiff. In fact, Ranqi's situation was not as serious as it was now. Ever since Jingtan and the Monsignor appeared one after another, Ranqi's situation became more and more obvious. Of course, if he met other cats, Ranqi would at most be a little stiff. Only when he met Jingtan and the Monsignor would this person, who was usually calm, wise, and brave, suddenly become a little listless. Ranqi came over with the 3 people today. He was originally going to the construction site for a routine visit to supervise and prove that his position as the person in charge of the project was not just for show. After visiting the construction site, he was ready to drive to another place to meet up with Yi Hao and report the results of today's inspection of the construction site. He did not expect to see a familiar person when he was waiting for the green light at the intersection. Ranqi had seen this person in the materials that Yi Hao had given him yesterday, but Yi Hao had let Leopard be in charge of the investigation there. Ranqi did not take over, nor did he take the initiative to contact him. This person was not very conspicuous among the people that appeared in the materials. Although it was just a quick glance, Ranqi was sure it was that person. Even Celestine had to acknowledge his observation skills in this area. It was also this observation skills that allowed Ranqi to recognize Jingtan at a glance when he saw him, and not treat him as a cat raised by another resident in the community. Ranqi was glad that he was driving a subordinate's car today. His car had been sent for maintenance, so he temporarily borrowed this very popular car for transportation. It was inconspicuous and easy to track. Before this, Ranqi was secretly happy that his luck was not bad today. The investigation on Leopard's side had not been going well. If he could find something today, it would definitely push the investigation forward. And now, Ranqi suddenly felt like vomiting blood. F***ck, didn't this cat live in Tsinghua University? Why did he run so far away? How could a cat walk so far? Ranqi didn't know about other cats, but he knew that this cat would always appear in unexpected places, no matter how close or far it was from its home. The man and the cat stared at each other for half a minute. In the end, it was Ranqi who looked away. He didn't know whether he should continue his investigation or turn around and leave. If he continued his investigation, with this cat around, there were too many variables. It would not be good if he was discovered by others instead of investigating. But to turn around and leave now, Ranqi was quite unwilling. He had followed behind the 3 people. Although he didn't go upstairs, he knew that the 3 people should be moving around on the floor above the parking lot. And Ranqi didn't hear any knocking on the door, nor did he hear the owner open the door to speak. Ranqi didn't think that the 3 people lived here. So, the biggest possibility was that the 3 people had broken the door. There was no quarrel, no fighting, most likely because there was no one in the house. And looking from the outside, at this time, there was only one house that didn't have the lights on. When the 3 people went downstairs, Ranqi quickly hid in the car. After the 3 people left, Ranchi planned to go to that house to take a look. But unfortunately, the cat he hated the most was squatting by that resident's balcony. Could it be guaranteed that when he was on the move, the cat would stay where it was and not disturb him? Could it be guaranteed that the cat wouldn't make any sounds to attract more attention and expose him? Could it be guaranteed that the cat wouldn't go into the house from the balcony and cause all kinds of trouble? No. Ranchi didn't have any guarantees at all. What the f***ck? Cats are the most annoying animals in the world. Ranchi thought. Ranchi scolded Jing Tan in his heart. Jing Tan was also hesitating. Before this, Jing Tan didn't decide who to give the hot potato in his hand to. He even wanted to hide this thing first and take it out later. But now that he saw Ranchi, he had to admit that it was just as Chen said. When you can't make a decision, let them make the decision for you. The reason why Jing Tan hesitated was that he didn't know if Ranchi was reliable or if he would silence him. If the person in front of him was the third Master Fong or Celestine, Jing Tan definitely wouldn't hesitate for so long. But now it was Ranchi, a guy who had an inexplicable prejudice against cats. While Jing Tan was hesitating, Ranchi had already made a decision. He was going to leave first and walk around, or stay in the car to take a nap. He would stay here tonight and observe. After the black cat left, he would act freely. So, Ranchi looked at Jing Tan again and turned to leave. But before he could take 2 steps, a black shadow rushed over and stopped in front of him. When Jing Tan saw Ranchi like this, he thought that he was going to leave. He quickly jumped out of the car and stopped Ranchi. He hadn't made a decision yet, but he couldn't let Ranchi leave just like that. If he left, Jing Tan didn't know when he could get rid of the hot potato in his hand. Every second this thing stayed in his hand, Jing Tan felt a sense of crisis. He still had to go home tonight. Jing Tan wouldn't feel at ease if he couldn't give this thing away. Ranchi frowned. He moved his feet 45 degrees to the left and continued forward. The next moment, Jing Tan stopped in front of him again. Ranchi changed to the right. Jing Tan stopped him. Long Chi turned around and walked back. Jing Tan continued to stop him. After going back and forth a few times, Ranchi was furious. He felt that this cat must be bored out of its wits and wanted to find someone to play with. He was just unlucky to have run into it. What was worse was that he couldn't do anything to this cat. After all, Grandpa Tang VII and Yi Hao had spoken. If he really did something secretly, not only would Grandpa Tang VII and Yi Hao, but even Celestine and the third Master Fong would investigate thoroughly. Ranchi definitely couldn't fool them. Ranchi understood the complexity of people's hearts. So, he didn't want to and didn't dare to do anything to this cat. Once he did, it would cause a chain reaction that he couldn't control. 2 years ago, if someone had told Ranchi that he would be forced into this state by a cat, he wouldn't have believed it even if you beat Ranchi to death. So, Ranchi raised his hand and pointed at the black cat in front of him. Let me tell you, don't go too far. He was obviously trying to sound tough. Celestine had told them that this cat had to speak human language. If it sounded like an animal's voice, this cat would ignore it. Ranchi had said that he was waiting for the cat's reaction. Jing Tan's reaction was to look at it with even more disdain. Don't think that I can't see that look in your eyes. Ranchi wanted to vomit blood again. After a minute of confrontation, Ranchi walked into the car, took out his phone, and made a call. Brother Ling, I've run into a situation here. Ranchi briefly explained what had just happened. He didn't mention what he was investigating, and Celestine didn't ask. Jing Tan saw that Ranchi went straight into the car and didn't chase after him. He wasn't that familiar with Ranchi, and he wouldn't jump into the car. Besides, Ranchi closed the car window tightly. When he opened the door, he was afraid that he would follow him in. Jing Tan wouldn't rush to flirt with him. If Ranchi drove away directly, Jing Tan would take it that Yi Hao didn't have this opportunity. However, Jing Tan saw that Ranchi was making a call inside and didn't look like he was going to leave. He quickly got out of the car and walked towards him. Jing Tan was puzzled. He looked at the phone in Ranchi's hand again. It was indeed a phone, not a steel pipe. Because of the situation, Ranchi didn't turn on the speaker, so he put the phone on the empty space by the roadside and took a few steps back. Zheng Tan looked at Ranchi's phone. It was still in the middle of a call, so he walked over. Black charcoal, are you there? A familiar voice came from the phone. Huh? Ranchi was calling Celestine. Was he complaining? Zheng Tan raised his head and looked at Ranchi with disdain. Tattletale. Ranchi was so angry that his stomach hurt from Zheng Tan's look. He knew that a lot of times, a cat's eyes could directly reflect their psychological activities, just like the situation in front of him. Cats were indeed evil creatures. Zheng Tan didn't care what Ranchi was thinking. He continued to listen to the phone. He felt that this was good. With Celestine there was more protection. At least Ranchi wouldn't swallow him up and kill him. The swinging tail hit the phone, making a soft sound. This was the answer to Celestine's question. Celestine laughed on the phone. Hurry up and go home. It's so late. Don't wander around outside. Also, you ran too far. Listening to Celestine's nagging, Zheng Tan became impatient again. He turned around and jumped onto the empty space above the parking space. When Ranchi saw Zheng Tan leave, he was happy. He thought that Celestine's persuasion was effective. He walked over and picked up the phone to thank Celestine. When he hung up the phone and looked up, Ranchi saw the black cat standing on the edge of the empty space. There was a chain by the black cat's feet. As for what kind of chain it was dark and the light from the street lamps wasn't very good. It couldn't illuminate that angle, so he couldn't see clearly. Zheng Tan threw the thing next to his paw down. Ranchi hurried over and caught it. He quickly looked around to make sure that no one was paying attention. He looked at the thing in his hand. When Zheng Tan threw the thing down, he had been paying attention to Ranchi's reaction. Seeing Ranchi's reaction, Zheng Tan was now sure that Yi Hao didn't find this thing. However, Zheng Tan didn't care whether he found it or not. He also didn't care when Zheng Tan found it. The hot potato was finally thrown out. Zheng Tan's heart was also relieved. He took a deep breath. His body and mind were at ease. It was better to throw it out. After giving the thing, Zheng Tan didn't want to stay here any longer. He jumped off the empty space and ran out of the neighborhood to Tsinghua University without looking at Ranchi. It was time to go home. Zheng Tan didn't care what Yi Hao would do next. If this thing was really as valuable as Chen just said, with Yi Hao's ability, he should be able to cope with the impact of this thing. Of course, if Yi Hao couldn't discover the value of this thing, then it could only be said that this was fate.